This topic is like about the persons who are on this shit. Very kind. Very good person. Pessoa very good. I play very bad.
Well, think about that for a while. I'm gonna see if Jason wants to talk about what image he brought in earlier. He had posted an image. You remember the image?
Yeah, I remember the image.
All right.
Okay,
Go ahead and
I have
tell me
a
how that.
question for you. No, I'll explain it
No,
later.
you don't. No, sorry, no. There's no question for me.
Okay, then
You're
we're
gonna
not
have to.
talking.
You're
Okay.
gonna have to stand behind the image that you posted.
Okay, if I believe
I asked
Earth
you
is
first.
flat,
I asked you first. I asked you first. I asked you
you are
first.
the one. You are the one who's
No,
preaching.
no,
The word of
nope,
evidence is with
nope,
you.
nope, nope. I asked you first. What about the image? Tell me
Okay,
how
I
that
think
shows
I
the Earth as a globe.
It says
Tell me.
that flat earthers like to demand
Yes,
photos
yes,
of
yes, yes,
plane.
yes, yes. Flat Earthers this,
Okay.
flat Earthers that. Prove the evidence that you put in there, the image of the globe.
So
Prove the globe.
why did it triggered, bro?
Prove the globe. That image that you posted. Prove it.
Okay,
I haven't been in this server in probably 5 years. But I a couple weeks ago I came on to either I think it was in politics, and someone on there, we were talking about the Walter Bislin website was down, and I think we were talking about like how much curvature you could see at different level at different altitudes, and I got frustrated because the Walter Bislin site was down, and so I decided to make some visualizations. Uh, um, and so I made a little website that I could share with some things.
How come you need Walter Bislin's website to
Well, now I
know
don't.
how much growth there could be? or see the globe?
Now I don't.
Yeah, you made your own website? That's kind of cool. Let's see it.
I did. How do I post it?
Voice
What do
chat,
you,
go to
what do
the
you think
bubble,
is the best,
and then live stream
what do you
voice text.
What do you think is the best evidential justification of this curvature that the likes of Walter Bisling are claiming exists?
Well, so one of the things that I found, so I did one that was like it was specifically to be a airplane, like a view from an airplane. And
You think
I'm seeing that, at least the way, if I have things set up correctly, that curvature should be visible under a globe. Curvature should be visible slightly from an airplane. And I didn't think this
have
before.
you ever been on an airplane?
What is that?
Have you been on an airplane?
I have.
Did you see the curve?
I did not. But what
does it make? What sense does it make to say? What sense does it make to say? According to this website I just built, it should be possible to see the curve from the plane if there is curve. But I've actually been on a plane and there is no curve. You've answered your own question.
Very slight. It's very slight, but it's definitely, it would be perceptible to if you took a picture. And a lot of the stuff that the website does, I'm trying to get as close as I can to like what different types of cameras would see.
But they're not. But I mean, that's a roundabout way of doing it then, because even if you want to make the argument that, oh, we could take a picture and we could put like a straight edge on the picture and we could see if it deviates slightly, then you're just going to get into the argument of barrel distortion and the window that you're looking through.
Right.
So then we're inevitably going to come back to, okay, well then what surveying techniques have been used on the ground to evidence that what you're saying you're seeing here is curvature commensurate to a 3959 mile radius ball is actually detectable when measured in reality? Because the high altitude stuff is can be argued either way till the cows come home.
So what I tried to do is build all of that into the visual. So if you look at the airplane one, I include refraction in the airplane window, and then you can also select
in the airplane window,
the FOV and the like the projection type of the camera. And see what different effects would have, and then you can change whether it's a flat or a globe Earth.
All right. But outside of simulation and all of that, why has no one been able to detect this curvature through measurement of the surface?
Well, I think so. What I'm seeing with this thing that I made is that there's a certain curvature that the globe model would predict, that the globe model predicts from a plane. And when you look at images that people have taken from airplanes, on good days with good visibility, it matches the curvature that the globe predicts.
Stop the cap.
Well, I would say that's very debatable, but if you're saying that, then you could also say, well, the globe model predicts a certain curvature over a distance on the surface, let's say 10 miles over a lake. That'd be what, 66 feet-ish. So why can that not be measured or detected?
I mean, that's a whole other conversation.
No, that's not a whole other conversation. That's the exact thing you're trying to argue. You're trying to say you see that 66 feet over 10 miles curve from a plane. So if that were the case, why can it not be detected on Earth?
Well, that's I don't know. It's sort of like we have to compare we have to take all of this evidence. So
no, you just have to be able to provide measurement of it on Earth in reality, or concede that it's not measurable, not there.
I see what you're saying. I think to me, what the fact that the curvature is of that's seen from planes and with good.
Well, no. But you can't say the curvature is seen from planes though, because I've just pointed out that that's not measured in reality.
I mean, we can look at pictures of we can look at pictures of people who have taken pictures of the horizon on planes and see which model fits it.
Right. But then we're just going to come back again to then why is the curvature, that 66-foot drop over 10 miles, why is that not detected?
Well,
If what
so
you're saying you're showing in these images is that 66 feet over 10 miles, why, when we go to the ground and someone tries to detect it, is it not there?
I mean, this is an argument that I mean I've had it before, and it's a matter of like we have to take all of these pieces of information, and there are obviously globers who have taken measurements that they believe to have shown curvature, when they're on the ground.
Right. But is there actually, well, people can claim that, but is there, well, which measurement would you refer me to if I'm saying who's measured that 66 feet of drop in reality?
That's the question. Like, we have to look at all of these pieces of evidence, and to me,
well, you've been here like for 5 years. You were here 5 years ago. So in that 5 years, have you found any measurement of that?
No, I mean, I dropped off the debate for a while, and I just got interested in it again. But I've not.
Well, I'll tell you, we've been here the whole time, even longer than that, and no one's measured that.
When I was looking at, like, when I found Walter Bislin was back up again, he did a measurement on, I think it was the Bedford level, that was very exhaustive. Let me see if I can find it.
Well, the Bedford level, that would just be level water. And that was actually the measurement done by Robotham at the Bedford level, which started this whole thing in the modern day again, because he wasn't detecting that curvature either.
Right. Let me find the.
I've posted some of the material from J. Tolan Media 1, and also from a pilot, SR-71 pilot, who says he could see the whole of the West Coast, California, from his aeroplane, no curvature. Okay, so there you are. Three videos there for you. You can look at. They're not long, and they're quite concise. All right.
Let me see.
From the horses' mouths.
I'll be right back.
Thank you very much, Cyclone. Well done.
I'm not as I want to make some simulations like you on this website that try to handle this whole refraction and laser tests and visuals and stuff, but I haven't made them yet, so I don't know. I'm not read up on the topics, but like the one that I can speak for is this airplane one, that we do expect to see a particular curve.
Yeah, why don't you post one of those? Because when you're looking out the window of an airplane, you're seeing a city beneath you.
Yeah.
At most, sometimes parts of a city. And you're seeing curve as well.
Yeah. Can you explain what you mean?
That's what you said.
So like it's easier. This is what, like, why I made.
Can you explain what you mean? You said you see curve of the Earth,
right?
And you also agree that all you're seeing out the window beneath you is just a very, very small portion of the overall Earth.
Right. This is why I made the visualization. Like, if you go to the website, you can see.
No, I'm talking about your original claim that you know the Earth's a ball because you've seen that airplane window.
That's a piece of evidence that gives credence to the.
Yeah, post one of those images. I'd like to see that. I'll be back.
Okay. Someone mentioned Jay Tolan's. I think that I actually looked at some of his videos. Was one of these Jay Tolan's video? Let me find one.
Yeah, you were asked to find a material from an aeroplane window that you've seen. That you've seen. Yeah, that you've seen, because Jay Tolan Media, he uses a Canon camera, infrared lens, and the videos I've posted show you what you can see without the glare. So it cuts through the infrared, cuts through all the noise, they call it. All that glare is called noise, and you get a sharper resolution image. And he was able to see up to 1,000 miles.
Okay, yeah.
Hudson Bay, 500 odd miles.
Yeah.
So, and then the Colorado, Rocky Mountains, 35,000 feet above the earth. That's what he could see. I've traveled by plane many times, and what amazes me most is the infrastructure. What man has actually created on this earth is what blows me away. And then now that I'm a flat earther, how flat everything is on top of that. Wicked. Amazing.
Yeah, the distance things, that's something I want to look at too, because I watched a couple of his videos, and he gets really in depth with how far he sees, and I want to see, like, I want to maybe add a thing where on the crosshair of on the website when you're visualizing, you can see.
Yeah, the only way you could really debunk him is to actually go out and replicate that. That's the only standard, really. Your critiquing here is not really going to work, really. You're going to have to go out in an aeroplane with said equipment and make that same observation, or somewhere similar anyway, and start showing us how he couldn't have done that, because here I am on a plane with my equipment, and this is what I'm finding. Okay? It's got to be done that way. Because that's what he's done. He's taken the time to do that. And we're looking at it and we're thinking, amazing. Okay? Now, and that goes with what we find. We're measuring Earth flat, you see. That's what you must remember, that we're measuring Earth flat. So if you want to say there's curvature, then you're going to have to prove that, show us what you've got. And as Neil deGrasse Tyson has stated, that you wouldn't be able to see curvature from 24 miles off the Earth's surface. That stuff is flat, he said.
And I mean, that's the kind of stuff that's because what with the visualization that I made, I'm seeing that we should definitely have visual curvature from planes. I'm still trying to find. I'm looking through Jay Tolan's videos. I want to get a screenshot.
Apparently, even from the ISS that we know is not up there, when they show the curvature, they show you something that's incorrect, because what they show you is far too much curvature, actually, from the ISS and the images they give us. Apparently, we should only be able to see 3% from that 250 odd miles from the Earth's surface. We should only be seeing 3% of the Earth, right? But they show us far too much curvature there. Right. So there's discrepancies all over the place, right?
What I found when I do the math in this visual is that we definitely should see curvature. So whoever was saying,
but can you not apply the maths to the surface of the Earth? Can't you do that? That's the standard, isn't it? To actually go to the surface of the Earth and use your methodology and measure the surface of the Earth. That's going to be the most accurate, isn't it? At the end of the day, because you haven't done that yet. You haven't done that yet. That would go a long way to helping you understand how the curvature is not there. You haven't made that measurement yet, have you? Have you made that measurement?
But I mean, if I post,
I didn't hear your answer. Have you made that measurement?
I haven't personally made a.
No, well, then that's what you're going to have to do, then, aren't you? You're going to have to go out personally and make the measurement, because all of us here have done that. See, when you've gone out and actually endeavoured and spent time trying to find that curvature, it strikes home much harder than all the critiquing and all the maps that we have. That's fine. But you've still got to go out onto the surface you live on and check it. That's where it's at. That's the place.
There's value. So, like, even in Jay Tolan, he's a perfect example. He does a lot of work after his videos, analyzing them and, comparing them to maps and things. And there's value in, even if looking at someone else's observation and trying to interpret it and see. So I just posted a link to a video of Jay Tolan's where it's one of his pictures on a very good day with one of his infrared cameras, and the curve that's seen there matches the curve that my visualizer has for
unfortunately, I'm not going to be accepting that as a flat earther. What I will say to you is this: I will accept you measuring curvature. That I will accept. You spending time actually going out there on the surface of the Earth, doing what I've done and what all the other flat earthers have done, and then bring that stuff to me. I'm willing to look at that. That's what I want to see.
I should. I do critiquing.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. Sorry?
I do want to go try some.
Yeah, please do that, because that's all I'm going to accept as GenCBR1. That's the standard I put down upon you. Go out, measure the curvature, Show me that. I want to hear you critiquing a man of integrity and his work. And then some other video you've watched that states you should see curvature. Not interested in that stuff. That's not my interest. I have no interest there at all. Yeah. I'm interested in what you can do.
I was complimenting him.
Yeah, because that's very important.
He's done some. I mean, he's done a lot of work. He's put a lot of work and thought into these.
He spent a lot of time and money and effort. You haven't done no such thing as yet. You're doing a lot of effort critiquing, but you haven't done anything yourself. And that's easy for you to do because the outdoors, just open your front door. There's great outdoors. Get out there. Plan a weekend. Take some friends. Rent it. Yeah. Don't even buy equipment. Rent equipment if you need it. Go rent the equipment. So you don't waste any money because you may not use the equipment ever again. So go out and make a good day of it. That's what you've got to do, you know?
I agree. I should have done it. Exactly. What are the... Is it if I tried to do measurements during the fall or the winter over like a lake? I live in the Midwest. What are there any tips?
I would suggest that if you can, do it through all the seasons if you can in different places, and then see what results you get.
Yeah,
really. See, that's what I would suggest. I mean, I can critique J. Ptolemy and stuff because I've gone out to see the Earth and I've seen it as flat. You haven't done that yet. So to be critiquing when you haven't even checked, because actually checking drives home the fact that the Earth isn't a globe. That's why I'm suggesting you do that. Okay? It's a must do. For every person on Earth, must do. That way you know.
I made some, I want to make more, but I wanted to show the things that I've made. So the other thing one of the other simulations that I've made so far has to do with something that I didn't see it wasn't a common argument when I was here a while ago, but there's this very reflective lake in Bolivia.
Yeah. And specular highlights, they call those, I think, where you're seeing a reflection on the lake that is a mirror image, which proves that lake is dead level, because if it wasn't, then the image would be distorted. Yeah.
Right. So what I did is the simulation I'm using, it's a ray tracer. And so I actually just made a mirrored sphere and then a layer of clouds on top. And you can change the height of the clouds and you can change the size of the sphere and see what distortion you see.
Yeah. In all my life, I've always seen distortion of any image. It could be a car bumper, a chromed car bumper. As I'm cleaning it up, I see my image, it's distorted. It doesn't matter what curved surface I've seen. I've never seen a perfect mirror image ever. Not from a curved surface. Never in my life. A mirror, that's the back side of the mirror, that's chromed. The mirror itself is showing me lovely picture of myself, but when I look on the back of the mirror, it's distorted because it's chromed and it's got angles and curvature. I don't see a perfect image of myself. I see a distorted image on any curved surface. This is what's so good about God's earth. Simple. The lies just don't happen. It is what it is. A curved surface will never show you a perfect image of yourself. Can't, because the surface is curved.
So
that's what he was about to say is, yes, it's a mirror image, but we would expect it to be in a mirror image on a ball.
So not quite.
Wait,
so
aren't you? Yeah, close enough. Aren't you? Really you're the guy who said, but you started by this whole thing by saying you saw it curved from an airplane.
I've never taken a picture and compared it to this from an airplane. And I think
you're the same guy who said his best Earth ball evidence was you've seen it from an airplane, right?
No, Hawk. I got him to clarify on that. Remember, he said he'd never seen it.
I had to go away. Okay, I missed 20 minutes of it. I shouldn't have. Okay.
He said he'd done a simulation which said, according to the globe, we should be able to see it from a plane. And then I said, well, have you been on a plane? And he said, yes. And I said, well, did you see the curve? And he said, no. So I said, well, there you go then.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm sorry. I had to go away for a few minutes.
No, that's fair, though. It's a fair assumption. The way he's arguing, you would think he has seen it from a plane.
Yeah, I feel like we're getting back to that.
Though I should clarify that it's harder to say. It's harder to say you should visibly see a curve, because then you need to get into
what. That's just not true because we've all been on planes and you can't see the curve, so we know that's not true to begin with.
So I should clarify that my claim isn't about being able to see with the human eye, but with a camera. If you take a picture and if you know
even with a camera, you don't see
the
curve.
camera and the
and that's going against the globe model again. Like, so you're even at odds with what they're actually telling us about this globe in terms of what we should
I
see.
disagree. Because the simulation has all that all of the like math for what you should see baked into it. So if there are people claiming that curve,
but that's where I was that's why I was getting to the point where what you see from the plane is a city beneath you or a portion of a city.
Okay.
And you're seeing the curve of the Earth when you pull out your camera?
City or a portion of the city? I mean, it depends on where you are. Maybe there's a city.
Yeah, you said like a 35,000 altitude flight, 35,000 feet altitude flight.
I don't know what you mean when you're talking about like a city.
Goodness gracious. What do you mean? A city is where people live.
So yeah, you could. I'm sorry.
So all I'm trying to get you to realize is you're seeing such a small portion of a particular state, let alone a continent, yet you're seeing the curve of the Earth. Well, you have a lot of land masses and oceans to fit into this ball, remember?
Right. But
tiny Earther.
Right. What I'm saying though is that even though it's not what we expect when we think like, okay, I'm like not that high over the globe. When we do the math and visualize what it would look like, we should see a very slight.
Who is we? Who is we?
Me. I mean the math in this visual.
Which visual?
I'll post the one that I'm talking about.
So strange. So, Entmonk, how do you think
the code is open source, so you can look at the code for each of the visuals to see.
Yeah.
Can you think that Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is the PhD planetarium guy, they put him on TV, he hangs out with the astronauts. How do you think he messed it up so bad where he's saying, no, you can't see curvature from even 120,000 feet? Do you not think that's a bit odd?
I think the realistic answer is that he just did it wrong. I think that a charitable answer was that he was talking about like where you could visually discern it with your eyes. But the claim I'm making here is particularly about cameras that you could take.
But they had a camera. It was the camera that he was talking about where he was saying, no, this is just a portion of the lens.
Right,
but that's what I'm saying though. So how is it that they've messed up so badly that they've got this guy who's PhD planetarium director, he's on TV, he's teaching children all across the earth, he's hanging out with astronauts, but you think he can't do the basic math to figure out when the globe should be seen or not? Like, that doesn't make sense.
That's a good question. I don't. I mean,
has anyone called him out on this? I mean, have you brought this to the attention of the people, NASA, or him? Like, who's calling him out on this? Are you the only one, or what?
Sure,
is this under review?
I don't know. I would say that this is kind of like a side thing. If the math sort of will stand for itself. The code is
the math.
There.
You keep just saying the math. What is the math? Yeah. What are you using for a coordinate system?
So I'm just using this visual is just a sphere. It's just a camera.
How is the image being created?
With ray casting.
In what coordinate system?
We don't really need a coordinate system.
You don't need a coordinate system, so you're not using homogeneous coordinates.
What is that?
Oh, Jesus Christ. So you have no idea, Eddie, you don't have a fucking clue about 3D rendering, is what you're telling me.
So can you explain it? Maybe I used it and I didn't know that.
Homogeneous coordinates, a coordinate system. It's a generalized geometry coordinate system for creating images where you have a projection plane and then you have a 3D scene, and the points in the 3D scene get projected through points on the plane, and the plane is your image.
Yes, that's what I'm doing. Yes. So
okay.
Yeah, that is how we're
what radius value are you using?
So how does that predict what a camera sees versus what a human eye sees? Because what's the difference? The difference between a camera and a human eye is the diameter of the lens.
So can you
the diameter of the lens, right? The human eye is like 10 millimeters. If I whip out a P1000, it's something like, I don't know, 4 inches or something. The diameter of the lens. I don't know why you don't understand this. Is this your app?
Yes, I made this. I guess I'm just trying to figure out what the.
Did you use like pre-made libraries or something?
This is all from scratch. This is with WebGPU.
From scratch, and you don't know the coordinates you used.
Well, I mean, I hadn't heard it defined that way before.
In homogeneous coordinates, it's a standard in all fucking 3D graphics.
I just did it kind of just from first principles kind of thing. I don't know what all of the like ways of doing it is.
Euclidean geometry, then? Like X, Y, Z?
Yeah. Everything is in Cartesian coordinates.
In Euclidean geometry.
See, you've also got stuff like, I can see in your code, you've got use flat Earth, and the description is toggle between spherical Earth and infinite horizontal plane.
Yes.
So, I mean, this is.
Well, let me go.
If you've done all this yourself, fair play for the effort, but this is all just fantasy, dude.
Yeah.
Like, what radius are you using here? Like, I don't actually see a number for the radius.
There's a constants file that has the radii of that I'm using. I'm using the Earth radius in meters, whatever that is. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Right, but see, that's what's in contention, because we would point out that you don't actually have a radius of an Earth, and so this would all be, theoretical imagination.
This would be like testing to see if, using the radius that they give us, what would we expect to see? That's what I'm trying to achieve.
No, right. Not what we expect to see there.
But if you're showing any curvature in that, then that's not what we expect to see, because we know what we expect to see when we fly above the Earth, and it's no curve. You already said that. You didn't see any curve. None of us see any curve.
I didn't see any curve with my eyes, like perceptibly.
But your visuals on this are showing a curve.
Yes. Yeah. No,
which isn't what we've seen.
By the way, if I may quickly.
So how can you say this is what we would expect to see, even though we don't see it, and then you're going to depict a curve that isn't seen and say this now makes sense? Like, the whole thing doesn't make any sense.
If I may, and Monk, sorry, gentlemen. Where's your code? Where'd you post it?
It's linked in the website. On each one, there's a link in the top left.
The link is at the bottom. What's it written in?
It's written in TypeScript and in WebGPU shaders.
Okay, TypeScript.
What I want to know is this: how did you get from Euclidean geometry to projective geometry? How did you convert from one to the other to create an image?
What we do is we have the plane, like you were saying, where you have a pinhole, like you have the camera location in Cartesian coordinates, and then you have this plane. Or for the fisheye lens, we just go out based on the angle projection, and then we trace that ray through the plane window and refract against the layers of the plane window, and then that final ray we check to see if it hits. We just analytically check to see if it hits the sphere that's below. and then we return the color after that.
Are you like reinventing the wheel or something?
Maybe.
This is a non. Yeah, like I'm serious. This ain't like a standard way of like doing a 3D engine or anything like that.
It might be, yeah.
It's a standard way for ray tracing, but like, how did you get? You said you use Cartesian coordinates X, Y, Z. How did you get to the plane in the image it creates?
Like, how do I create?
Because you have the 3D world, right? And then you have the plane, right? Ostensibly, let's say that's the eye or the camera sensor, right? The retina or the camera sensor. Let's assume that to be true, even though it can't possibly be true. But let's assume that's true. How do you go from a point out in 3D space to a point on the? Did you say the lens? You were using a fisheye lens?
There's a fisheye lens setting, yes.
And that's projecting it onto a virtual sensor?
Yes, yeah. We use the, well, it's different for the fisheye lens. For the fisheye lens, we just go straight from the projection geometry, where the angle of the ray that we look for is just based on the fisheye projection equation.
Also, where have you gotten all the math for the window properties that you're calculating here? You've got the thickness, you've got the index of refraction, you've got the outer pane thickness, the air gap 1 thickness, inner pane thickness, air gap 2 thickness, scratch pane thickness, all sliders. What math were you using to program the refractive properties of a view from an airplane at however many thousands of meters, which would also take into account that's not taking into account air conditions, right?
That's true, yeah. I haven't added air conditions yet. I wasn't able to find great sources for like what airplane windows are. If anyone has them, I would be happy to add them. So what I did is I basically we have those layers, and then the most common material, we have the index of refraction for that. But then just to demonstrate kind of what an extreme, what an extreme level of refraction would look like. If you use the simple window model, then you can just select a single layer, and then the width of that layer, and then the refractive index, and see what it looks like. And
have you treated the window as a flat window or a curved?
And why do you got 35 millimeter sensor, dude?
It's a slider.
Yeah, I know, but like a 35 millimeter sensor would be fucking gigantic. Sensors are like tiny, dude.
Oh, the size of the sensor.
That's the actual place where the image is being created, is on the sensor, right? So when I move your slider, all of a sudden it stops being a curve, you know.
When you're changing
I gotta believe
the advanced camera and the advanced camera things.
Yeah.
This is a crazy simulation.
That's going to change the size of the sensor. You can move it down, I guess. What are the common sizes of sensors that you'd expect?
Like the size of your thumbnail.
Yeah. Hopefully, if the ranges on that are not accurate,
let's see what an A4 sensor is. Oh.
How long did it take you to make this? Could I ask? How long did it take you to make this simulation?
I started working on it a couple weeks ago after I was in here talking to, like, when that first started.
So it's taking you a couple of weeks to make this.
If I may add,
obviously a lot of effort went into it. I'm just kind of surprised that you've gone to this much effort for this, but you're not concerned about the lack of empirical detection of this curvature that you're trying to simulate in reality.
And if I may point out, dude, checking your constants files under core utils, and I don't see anything about Earth's radius, Earth's circumference, Earth specific any geometry or any geometric characteristic? Is it one of the? Do you compute that on the fly with a slider or something somewhere? Rather.
Well, it's that on row like 400 or something. It's something about the spherical radius in meters, but it doesn't actually give the number there. But I guess that's built in somewhere under the code lines.
Yeah. Well, there's several files, right? So in the file source/core/util/constants ts, where I would have thought that he would have put a radius because it's a fixed
value. This is under airplane. This is under airplane window.
Okay, source.
Under
scenes, I guess.
Scenes, airplane window, line 402 or 403.
I'm also back. If there's any questions, I can.
Are these working sliders, dude? Do these actually work, or are you adding features?
System bodies. Okay, thank you. Got it.
Which sliders?
Yeah, index or refraction sliders don't seem to be working. Inner pane thickness don't seem to be working. Outer pane thickness, air gap thickness, air gap tooth thickness. None of these seem to change the image.
That's kind of what I found is that the panes are so thin that it's basically imperceptible, the effect that it has on the angle of the light. But I kept it in there just to test it. But the reason those sliders are changing the values, they really
also, I meant to ask as well, you've got reference to a cylinder surface. We've got distance from camera to cylinder surface, radius of the cylinder. What's that referring to?
Where is that?
That's lines 404, 405 under the airplane window.
Which file?
Airplane window under scenes. It's talking about cylinder radius underneath the sphere radius. I was just wondering what you were referring to there.
Okay, yeah, this must have been, I think I repurposed this part from something else. Yeah, where is this coming from?
Okay.
I must have copied this code over from something else, but this is just an issue where the variable is named incorrectly.
Also, do you think it would be an issue that you've used?
Cylinder. Never mind. The cylinder is the plane. I'm just rendering the plane as a cylinder.
Right. Okay, I did wonder if that was maybe what it was supposed to be. Okay, but also, so you've got flat Earth as an infinite horizontal plane. Is that what you think we're claiming?
No. It's just the way that to make it look flat. Whatever. The way that the ray casting works is just that it's you take the ray and then you just analytically figure out where the hit would be, and I guess I don't know how else to do it other than just make an infinite plane. But obviously beyond a certain distance, I mean the angular difference between the sizes of the planes are going to be, they won't matter.
Okay, interesting. Well, I mean, fair play. At least you're putting in some effort. That's more than 99% of the globe believers are doing here. So I'm glad you're engaging with the topic. What I would suggest, though, is not to try and get into simulations of what the globe is claimed to be, as much as seeing if the globe as it is claimed to be is actually showing itself in reality when people attempt to detect it.
Yeah, I definitely want to make some measurements. I still have not tried measurements myself. What I'm going to do though is I'm taking a plane soon, and hopefully if conditions are good enough, then I'll try to take some pictures.
Okay.
And see if it matches. But yeah, so that's the plane one. I also made the mirror sphere ones, which is kind of attempting to address the mirrored surface things, because I was curious too when I heard this argument, what different sphere sizes would look like when you mirror them.
But they're only but they tell us that they know what the size of the sphere is, right?
Right. So yeah, if you pull the slider up on the mirror surface one, that max value is the claimed Earth radius. And you do, if you zoom in really far, you do see some areas where I think it's either that things in the sky don't appear mirrored at the very far distances. And so if you're able to get a mirror, like a salt,
it's kind of difficult to tell with the pattern that you've put on it, because it's like an irregular pattern. It would almost be better to have like a uniform pattern to make
those patterns are supposed to be clouds.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be clouds.
You can change the scale of the clouds to make it a little easier. And if you change the density of the clouds, to make them kind of so there's fewer to deal with, and it's not as visually cluttered.
Okay. Well, this is a trip.
He still thinks the Earth has a radius. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's baked into. But here's the real kicker, though. By the way, just want to point out, dude. I'm looking at your code and everything. Good work on this. This is really clean, and the app itself is very, very smooth. So I can congratulate you on that. Okay, Cyclone was saying, Cyclone was saying, obviously you put some good work, you put some solid work into this. So kudos to you on. Okay,
thank you. Yeah, it was a blast. I always learn so much when I get into flat Earth. I had never used WebGPU to this degree before, and WebGPU was very fun to learn. So
this spherical mirror one is like an acid trip. Playing with these sliders. It's like an acid trip. Watching these.
Moving the I was actually kind of scared. I was almost considering putting like a epilepsy warning on the on it when you see those things, it flashes at you.
Yeah, you start like messing with the Earth radius, like decreasing it and increasing it. That's a real trip.
Yeah, I found it in the code there. You didn't. Yeah, you had it under a different file, so that's there. And yeah, it's in meters, 6 point something times something to the e to the 6 or something like that. Yeah, it matches out to 3959 miles there. It's all good.
Do you know what I like about this?
Change the unit. If you on certain ones, you can change the units if you'd like.
You want to standardize it in metric or whatever, and then convert. It's not a problem there.
Yeah.
You know the good thing about this, and it's something that I've thought about for a long time, is like if we made a video game of this topic, basically, and you just made it a fairly rudimentary. You'll either spawn on a flat surface or a curved surface, and you're given some straight edge tools, let's say something that simulates a laser or a line of sight with 2 points that you can make. Everyone would be able to figure it out super quick, because if it's a video game or something like that, people's logic would actually work. It's only when it gets into the real world that people tend to avoid what's obviously apparent here. But this is almost like an example of the world you'd be building, which is these infinite planes or a ball with a radius of a certain size. This is almost the start of our flat Earth video game, end guy. So maybe you can help us out with that.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of faith in this ray casting to perform super well with lots of geometries, but who knows?
No. We just need to use the 3959 mile radius geometry, and then we could assume the infinite flat plane that you mentioned before, and it's like you're dropped onto the surface, and both of them might look flat to your initial observation, but you can plant, let's say, an observer at one point, and then you can move him across the surface to, let's say, 20 miles away, and you can swap between the two views and see what it is, and say, well, if I'm not seeing the laser coming from that initial point that I set up, and I can see the laser going over my head at this distance, I can say this map that I'm on is a sphere of this size. But then if it doesn't do that, they would say, okay, well, this is a flat surface. And I just imagine that a lot of people would intuitively get that right, because it's a video game and there's none of the high stakes involved like what we're talking about here. Because people's logic and reason tends to work well when it comes to a video game, but when it comes to reality like this, they just can't get it. But anyway, interesting stuff. Thank you for sharing.
One thing I'd like to point out, maybe you already spoke about this and I missed it earlier. So forgive me on that. But I'm looking through the parameters here, and I see you've got a index of refraction for the window, right? You have that supposed index of refraction for the medium outside, because a lot of people argue that light is bending and shit like that through the medium of air, depending on the conditions and all that. Do you have that baked into this somehow anywhere? Like, have you factored that as a thing to account for?
I'm not in the plane one. I'm not doing like continuous refraction through the atmosphere. I'm not doing that.
Okay. Yeah, I figured not there. Like, how do you even model that, right?
I do, although I've made some drafts to try doing it, but it's difficult because the web GPU or like the GPU does all float 32s, and a lot of the like really far distance things, I almost would just rather use like more precise float. And so I've been experimenting with that, but I haven't published it yet.
Okay, no problem. But the other thing I wanted to ask though is, if I'm not mistaken, this window that we're looking through, it itself is curved, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how do we distinguish between the results that we see, the curvature that we see, being a direct result of the window itself being curved, especially if you're, considering a window index of refraction and all that, as opposed, so the window being the responsible agent in creating the apparent curve, as opposed to there actually being curve outside.
So that's what I tried to do with adding this whole window refraction thing, is if we can get an accurate enough model of what light would do in a window, then you can like turn on the flat Earth mode and see what the result would look like through the window if it was a flat Earth, and then you can turn it off and see what it would look like without. But the underlying the basic result that I've found after implementing the refraction through the window is that it's for a normal, like for the model that I have for the thin materials, it's a very, very small impact, like imperceptibly small impact on the image result.
Okay. And then what are you actually comparing this to, as people were pointing out before, like the real world observation? Like what are you comparing this to say, oh, well, this is accurate because it actually matches X? Like, what is X?
Right. So I posted a link to Jay Tolan's video, and he has a whole bunch of these, and I haven't gone through all of them, but what I looked at some of them, and in some of the images where the horizon is very clear and there's not a lot of clouds, those are the images that I was comparing them to.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
The only other one that I have up right now, and I will make more, and if people want me to make some certain ones, I'd be happy to. But the other one I made was a simulation of gas particles, basically just kind of talking about what whether or not gas needs a container, that kind of thing.
Right. Could you simulate a collection of particles with gas particles without a container? Could you do that simulation?
Yeah. So I guess it depends on what you mean. So kind of what I was intending with this simulation.
Well, it's very simple. Just listen to the words. Listen to the words coming out of the speaker. A collection of gas particles without a container.
Like, so I know what you're saying. I'm just trying to kind of explain what my intention was.
Okay, more than one gas particle in relative vicinity without a container. How is this, like, how does this require another 30-minute elaboration on, like, what you did and Web 3D and the constants file? Like, a collection of more than one gas particle in relative vicinity without a container. Simulate what's going to happen to that system of gas particles.
You could.
Are they going to coalesce into a sphere?
If Newtonian gravity is applied, then yes.
Right. So you could have different switches, right? Turn it on, turn it off. Do maybe some double in Einsteinian with a little bit of tensor calculus, right?
Yeah, sure.
I love tensor calculus.
Who doesn't?
I love it, man. I
Yes, everywhere where the land begins and the ocean stops, it's called the shore.
Okay. Why is that not eroded?
What?
Why is that not eroded? Over millions of years of our planet existing, why is the edge of the ocean?
Many of them are eroded. What are you talking about?
Okay, then wouldn't water just leak off the side?
Why?
Why? Because there's no boundary wall.
Okay, let's say for instance that it has leaked off the side and now it's reached equilibrium. So what?
It would just keep leaking, right? Because it would keep eroding, and as water flowed through, it would create a bigger trench. That's how erosion works.
Right, and then it leaks over and it goes down back into the system where it's restored to the water table under the surface of the Earth, and then it comes back up through natural spring effects and other such things.
Why wouldn't it just pour off into the void? Why wouldn't it just pour off into space?
What? Oh, dude, wait a minute. So you got a misconception. You think that the Earth is an object embedded in empty space. That's your problem.
What do you believe it is?
Well, let me put it this way, dude. Is the universe inside of something, or is it the whole thing?
The universe is is matter suspended in space.
Okay, is that space finite or infinite?
We don't know.
Okay, so the same answer applies to me.
Okay, so you believe it's turtles all the way down?
No, I'm saying we don't know. There you go. How come when you say we don't know, you take that seriously? I agree with you that we don't know, and then you posit some nonsense onto me.
No, because we have things that are like we have observed.
Right, sir. So you believe that at the end of the universe, real quick, I'm going to counter with something that's ridiculous. So you believe that once you get to the end of the universe and you pop out the other side, that you can see inside God's head. There you go. Go ahead.
I never said that. So we have telescopic images of the beginning of the Earth universe where we can see like all matter, right?
No, you don't.
The cat.
Yeah, we have a Hubble Space Telescope. So like we have a map.
Yeah, it doesn't see that. Stop lying.
And like these are things that like
you don't know what you're talking about. You're lying.
These are things that are reasonably hard to observe. But what you're saying is we don't know what's under the thing that we think is a disk. Right?
No, who said it's a disk, dude? Listen, friend. Who said the Earth is the disk?
We don't know what's underneath. Is what you're saying.
But listen, friend. The furthest hole
accent carries you.
The furthest hole ever dug is less than 9 miles deep, dude. Nobody knows what's beyond that.
Oh, we do. Of course we do.
No, you don't. Let me explain it to you. It's very simple. So geologists claimed there were certain things under the surface. When they dug the Kola super deep borehole, they didn't encounter what geologists claimed. So if geologists cannot get it right less than 10 miles into the Earth, what makes you think they can get it right hundreds upon hundreds of miles deep? Are you kidding me?
Geologists made predictions, most of which came true, and some of which were not true.
Why is there such a big thing? Do all y'all believe Earth's flat? That's crazy.
No, friend, real quick. The Earth is clearly flat. Clearly. It's not about belief.
Explain it to me.
Yeah, it's just measured as flat on the surface. There's
Where did
no
they get this whole belief
required.
thing
You
from?
can go out and measure it for yourself and know that the Earth is flat. You don't need the belief.
When I'm on a boat,
so if the Earth isn't a disk,
going
right,
straight.
let's say hypothetically it's not a disk, where does the sun go when it orbits underneath the Earth? Does it just hit the Earth?
It doesn't go under the Earth. It doesn't go under the Earth, dude.
Is there a little choo-choo tunnel?
Okay, so when I'm on a boat, why can't I see infinitely straight? Why do I?
Okay, no problem. Let everybody stop, and I'll answer that question and that question only. Nobody else interrupt. We have to be able to answer one question at a time. So you said, when I'm on a boat, why can't I see infinitely straight? Well, that's because of physics. So there's a thing called the Rayleigh criterion, right? And there's a thing called the Rayleigh atmospheric extinction coefficient. And whoever's hot micing, can you please go on mute? Unless you're speaking. That's Vampire Lover.
That's me.
Yeah, no worries. So you can only see about 300 miles at ground level through the ambient atmosphere. So all things being equal, there's no way you're going to see forever looking out across the Earth. Not possible. So that's the answer, friend.
You muted me.
What's that?
I think the background noise guy was the guy you're talking to or something. That's my guess.
Oh, that's fine. I just didn't want him to be on open mic while he was getting his answer.
That's a lot of things to worry about. As a member of Navy Federal, his finances are become a member today. Navy Federal Credit Union.
All right, Vampire Lover, did that answer your question?
Okay, so no, I couldn't fucking hear you because you fucking muted me.
What? How does muting you make your ears not work?
Yeah, muting you does not prevent you from hearing. Your background noise is why you got muted. We can hear your TV so well, or whatever it is in the background, that we cannot very well hear what's being told to you. So maybe turn down that background noise and then you can have an actual conversation.
Well, maybe let's go back to Jest, because that's who Vampire Lover interrupted anyways.
I want to know where the sun goes if it's not a flat Earth. If it's not a disk, where does the sun go?
It goes around the Earth.
It goes under the Earth, right?
No, around.
Around? Like
Yeah, you know, like kind of like when I go downtown and then I go to the store, I go around my town. I'm just going around.
Mm-hmm. And light from the sun just doesn't reach other parts of the Earth, no?
Correct.
Yeah,
why would it?
Yeah, it's called atmospheric extinction. Light from the sun gets less and less as the sun gets closer to the horizon. Eventually, the sun starts turning red. That's the last visible spectrum of light. Once it scatters beyond red, you cannot see it. And once the sun has passed beyond the limit of your vision or the horizon, then of course you're not going to see it.
So you can't see the sun through what is the distance of atmosphere that it takes you to not be able to see the sun?
The exact amount necessary.
Yeah, it depends on the density of the air itself.
It's not a fucking
it's
answer.
Variant.
Hey, guess what? That's an answer that the Globe provides for a lot of their excuses.
Oh, so you're a globalist then. Oh, the globes do it, so you're going to do it.
So if I was to stand right in the middle of the Earth, would it always be day?
No.
In the middle of the Earth?
It would always be day, right? Because the sun's going around.
No, because it's on an axis. The Earth is on an axis.
The Earth is on an axis.
Right, it tilts on an axis. It's
Dusk. He's asking. He's not asking. He's not asking for globe. He thinks the Earth's a globe already. He's asking about flat Earth.
Yeah. talking about.
Okay, so look, here's an analogy. Okay, so even on the globe, right? Just in reality, in general, okay, if you just go 200 meters deep into the ocean, it's too far for the light to push through the water. You can't see the sun. You can't see any light from the sun. It's pitch black. Now, obviously, the air's not as dense as the water, so it's over a longer distance. Okay, but the air varies, right, as well, because we have different visibility on different days, weather conditions. It's constantly changing. Okay, so if the sun's much smaller than in the globe model, okay, much more localized, then obviously as the sun moves away from you, the light from the sun can't push forever through the air. And then we also have the inverse square law of light. So as the light moves away from the source, it very quickly diminishes in intensity. Every time you double the distance, you lose, I think, 4 times the intensity. Okay, and then it's got to push through the air, which it gets absorbed into.
What about, but then don't you have to deny that other stars are other suns then? Because like we can see stars and they're really far away. Like that light just works differently.
Yeah, so if you look up, if you look up in the sky and you see all the stars, right? You guys claim that they're all suns in a big giant space vacuum. Yeah, that's not possible. That's crazy.
What are they then?
I don't know. They're lights in the sky. I'm not making claims about things. Yeah, they're lights Starlink? In the sky, and
Elon Musk.
No. They're called stars, right? You can't validate what they are. You can't validate what shape they are. What the source is of the. No, you can't. All lights look like all lights. No. You have faith.
They all look different.
In what?
Bro, taking pictures of it.
All the suns look different, do they?
Yeah, they do. Some are different colors. Some are different sizes.
Okay, and
give us a photograph of one of them.
Yeah, you can. So if you go and look at Orion's belt, you can see the very top star is Betelgeuse, and that is red compared to the other stars in Orion's belt.
Okay, so there's different colors. What does that tell you about its shape?
Temperature.
It tells you its composition, its temperature, a few other things.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
It literally does, twin.
Yeah, try to actually articulate how it does, and don't be a dumbass. Just try to explain it.
Well, temperature is probably something like.
Yeah, so it's usually based on like whether or not they're moving away from us or they're moving towards us. Because when you compress it,
that's redshift and blueshift. That's not the temperature.
Hey, listen. Let me ask you this question. Well, real quick, before you go on, bro. Real quick, I just want to settle this once and for all. So I have LEDs in the same bar strip. Some are red, some are blue. Are the same bar strip red lights moving away from me? No, they're not. They're both in the same. All right, so you don't just as you see the color of light.
So when I said is it Starlink? Do you believe that they're LEDs in the sky? Do you believe Elon Musk put LEDs in the sky?
Dude, there's nothing wrong with high altitude aerial devices. Who cares about that? That's neither here nor there. What does that have to do with anything?
You think
I could care less.
You think for tens of thousands of years there's been LEDs in the sky?
Oh my gosh, dude.
Like, what else would it be?
So you didn't get a subtle hint that just because something is red or blue does not mean it's coming towards you or going away from you?
I said there's lots of
different LED part. You're a genius.
Yeah, he just proved he doesn't know what he's talking about. The color of the stars is not actually redshift or blueshift. And it's been shown that, like, supposedly galaxies that are way too developed for having been so far away based on their assumptions of redshift, that basically puts the whole Big Bang into question. And so you don't actually
believe in the Big Bang?
No. You don't actually know what you're looking at. It's based on assumptions, and it's just a ladder of assumptions. And the first rung of that ladder is the Earth being a sphere. And so if the Earth is a sphere, you get all these massive distances, and it changes the scale of the whole thing because you're wrapping it the sky around the sphere, and so it scales outwards. What we actually see is,
and so the flat Earth model doesn't assume anything.
No, we don't assume anything. We just go what's observable, what we can prove, we cut loose all of the assumptions and just go what we can see. Measure.
Wait, so real quick, how do airplane windows, like, are they just like screens or like?
What are you talking about, man?
Because like you can sometimes see like the curvature of the Earth through like the airplane window.
I've never seen that, and I've flown many times.
You definitely, that doesn't happen. Even if the Earth was a globe, that wouldn't be the case. Hey, I got a diagram
like, space
for you.
Rockets?
Hold on
what
a
about,
second,
like,
bro. Have a
NASA
look.
pictures?
Yeah, hold on just a second. Have a look in the side chat. Right. Pick A, B, or C.
Yeah, what did it look like?
Yeah, what does it look like when you look out the plane window? A, B, or C?
Well, typically it's in the air.
Yeah, so this cartoon, right? This would be from in the air looking out the window of the plane. Okay, that would be the side of the plane looking out the windows. Do you think you see what you see in A, B, or C?
I like C. Or B.
That's the correct. Oh, really?
Dude, I was
B.
like on the edge of my seat for that one. Holy.
Bro, I think he picked B. Maybe B.
Wait, you said B?
No, it's C, but like I think B would be like a way bigger like oval thing.
All right. So do you still think it could be B? So all I did was just cut the image. Okay, took a screenshot. Do you still think that could be B?
It's probably C, dog. I don't get what the
C's the correct answer, bro. Well done. You passed.
Okay.
Flat.
Oh, so scary. The pause was too long.
Wait, so you like really think the Earth is flat?
Yeah, we measure it as such.
Do you think that the Big Bang happened?
No.
Did the universe begin to exist?
What?
Did the universe begin to exist? Like, did it have a beginning?
Yeah, the universe has a beginning.
Oh, interesting. What's the evidence of that?
Well, the fact that we have entropy.
What?
Yeah, the fact that we exist. However, what's your evidence of your imagined Big Bang?
The evidence of the Big Bang? Probably like, I think it's like red, or what's it called? There's like gamma rays or something.
Yeah, no. You mean the cosmic microwave background?
Something like that. I don't know the exact term for it.
If you were educated, you would know that
I'm not like too educated on science, but
yeah, it's clear. It's very clear that you're not very educated.
Okay, well, you're a flat earther, so like
in the highest levels of academia, it's well understood that the Big Bang theory is fraying at the edges, because as we put up more powerful telescopes and we look into the sky, we notice that it doesn't match the theory of the Big Bang. So you imagining that nothing creates everything is just you asking for a miracle. It doesn't actually match what we observe, and so good luck with that.
Wait, just to be clear, when did I say nothing created something?
That's the Big Bang.
Big Bang theory.
Wait, is that really what the Big Bang says?
Yes, it is.
You don't know your own theory? You don't know your own
No, the Big Bang is just a rapid expansion of the universe. It's not indicating any form of beginning to the universe.
You should probably look more into it.
Here, I'll bring up a stat for you really quick on Phil papers about the physicists and what they agree on what the Big Bang is. Typically, it shows no indication of the beginning of the universe, though.
Yeah, they don't actually agree on this, and I just finished explaining.
Oh, it's like 63% of them agree.
Yeah, 63% of them might believe something that has no relevance to what is. Like, and I don't even know where you're pulling the stat from. It's most likely you're behind based on your lack of understanding of scientific literature or academia in general.
I
think on this one point, the Big Bang's not committed to the beginning thing, because it could have just been something else that blew up and became the next Big Bang or something. There could have even been a Big Bang before that one and the other thing, whatever that was. Like, there's no commitment to a beginning. But yeah, like they're open to both
correct.
theories, I think.
You're correct. However, the original Big Bang theory came with that prevalence. If you even the author of it was like, if you grant me this one miracle, I can explain to you the universe. And so that's the starting miracle. Like, it claims to explain the beginning, but then if you remove that, it doesn't explain the beginning at all, and it doesn't actually match observable data, and so that's why we have a cosmological crisis. Your imagination that the cosmology is all secure and everybody believes the same thing is just an illusion. At the highest level of academia, you've got multiple perspectives. You got 79 different theories on what gravity is. So there's not a uniform consensus at the highest level. The consensus is only at the lower levels where people get indoctrinated into the system.
I think that's just because they don't teach all the theories at the entry level. Like, once you become an expert and specialize in the field, you kind of learn what alternative theories people are proposing. Like, what competing theories there are.
Do you remember what they taught you? They taught you Newton, and they taught you maybe a tiny bit of Einstein. That's why most people default back to Newton. However, Newton was debunked over 106 years ago, and then they replaced him with Einstein. Einstein is completely different than Newton. They have completely different inertial reference frames. Einstein is a force that pulls mass down towards the ground. Oh, sorry, Newton is a force that pulls mass down towards the ground. Einstein is the bending and warping of space-time that makes it appear as if the ground is rising up to meet an object that is stationary as it falls. It only is stationary when falling in the inertial reference frame of Einstein. In Newton's reference frame, it's only stationary when it's sitting still on the ground. So they have completely different worldviews, and people mix and match these things because they fundamentally don't understand the differences between these two things. And at the modern understanding of science, we would all be like chanting Einstein, and we'd all be Einsteinians, and we would just have Einsteinian theories, and we wouldn't need these 79 different theories of gravity. But we do, because Einstein doesn't work either. And when we look at the rotational rate of galaxies, we find that the galaxies rotate way too fast relative to the assumed mass of the galaxies. And so we have to imagine that 96 to 98% of all of the world is invisible and something we can't detect at all, and we call that dark matter and dark energy. And that's to patch the problem with Einstein's theories. However, because of those problems and the fact that Einstein's theories don't actually work with quantum mechanics, and we have experimental results validating quantum mechanics, and we just have observational logical fallacies affirming Einstein, many scientists are looking for a different solution to gravity, and that's why we have all these different theories.
What about Mond?
Sorry, I don't think that's like as charitable.
Modified Newtonian dynamics.
So Einstein's theory predicts for dark matter. I wouldn't say it's like too.
It doesn't.
Like, the way you framed it was kind of like uncharitable, right? Like
it doesn't.
We go with but you're saying that they have to like fix Einstein's thing and then like add this monkey patch band-aid to it.
Bro, it was the biggest mismatch in history of science between observation and theory.
Also,
in other words, they made it up, dude. They made it up to fix the math. That's what they did. They made it up. They literally made it up.
Dark matter exists. I mean, like we don't know what it is, but it exists.
That's a baseless assertion.
It's not even what the experts in your field claim.
Gravity does not.
Yeah,
we don't know why galaxies don't rotate fast enough, but it doesn't mean that like Einstein's wrong.
To make the paradigm work with Newton's gravity, to make the paradigm work, you have to add dark energy and dark matter as supplement to just stabilize the universe. Because if you just have gravity, the entire universe will crush on itself. So the Big Bang will continue and everything will just stop and will fall back because of that gravity, mass attracting mass. Things on the center of that universe will attract things that are in the edge of that universe and slowing them down, so they will just collapse on themselves and everything will collapse on itself. What they want to do is just add something to push back, which is dark energy, something that will just counter gravity. And that will just make those galaxies fall apart. Clusters of galaxies will not hold galaxies together. So what they want to do is something to balance between dark energy and gravity. One will push and one attracts, which is dark matter.
They're two different phenomena. Dark energy isn't really attached to dark matter.
Yeah, there's no dark matter.
Why galaxies don't rotate correctly. Dark energy explains expansion of the universe.
There's no dark matter.
It's not related. That's why.
Dark matter is a set of observations, and we suppose that possibly a WIMP is the thing that can account for that. But it does exist.
There is no dark matter.
All right, look, there's an article from Scientific American in the side chat. It's short. I'm going to read it out quickly. Right, the crux of today's cosmological paradigm is that in order to maintain a mathematically unified theory valid for the entire universe, we must accept that 95% of our cosmos is furnished by completely unknown elements and forces for which we have no empirical evidence whatsoever.
So there's the problem. There's the problem, DJ. In order to have a theory that incorporates the entire cosmos and the terrestrial. So they're trying to synthesize the terrestrial and the celestial. That's their problem. Now the problem is that they assume that what we see in the sky is mapped to the surface of the Earth because the Earth is a ball and therefore all the angles are preserved. But the problem is that when you measure the Earth is actually flat, and so their entire ideas about the cosmos are full of crap.
Yeah, it's no different from the ancient. It's no different from the ancient Greeks being. Yeah, and 1 second, I'm gonna express this. It's no different from the ancient Greeks looking at the sun and saying, "Well, Apollo is dragging the sun on his chariot," and they all believed that because that was their belief, prevailing belief of the times. The globe belief is the same thing. You just have different stories.
So I don't have Newton's formulas memorized or anything like that, but from my super lay person's perspective or understanding, very basic understanding, I thought that Newton and Einstein's theories of gravity don't conflict with each other at all because one works on like a smaller scale than the other. So Newton works with respect to one object with respect to another object.
Kinematically, sure, but
and then I saw Einstein was more like, what is the entire landscape of all these things together? Like, whereas like Newton was just one object and another one, like relative to each other.
No, they only agree on the effect because they're both describing the same effect. Like we all watch things fall. They're all describing the same effect, but they have completely different causes, geometries, and inertial reference frames, and so they're completely incompatible with each other.
Like all we know is the kinematics, right? How things are actually moving, and then we can ascribe values to that, and then make up all this math about it. But here's the problem: Newton's idea originally was that objects move towards each other by virtue of them being mass alone. Now, fair enough, he didn't even think that. People attributed it to him. He himself said that if you think mass attracts mass by virtue of mass at a distance, he basically said you're not intelligent. That's his own quote. He said, you do not possess competent thinking skills if you think that that's the case. Now, here's the problem, though. In Newton's idea, an object simply existing as a mass and another object somewhere else existing at a mass would attract each other towards each other. So that there'd be no extra forces needed, just they themselves would start moving towards each other. In other words, it'd be a cause of first motion. In Einsteinian, there is no such thing. Objects have to already be in motion and pass through a warped spacetime and then follow a geodesic. They already have to be in motion. The warping of spacetime doesn't create the motion in the first instance, so they are completely different.
Either way, you're just told that it's just a way to think about it, right? You could think about it this way. What about this other way?
Honey?
Yeah, but everyone's primary experience with the thing that we're talking about, which has a name called gravity, which is really just an explanation for the phenomenon of why things fall down. That's it. That's all it is. And that's all we ever experience. Things falling down to the earth. We've never experienced anything else. And in order for things to fall down to the earth, they have to be heading towards the earth in a downward vector, which is perpendicular to horizontal. Therefore, the earth is horizontal. Everywhere you go, it's level and horizontal. And everywhere you go, things fall down. Therefore, the earth is flat, friends. It's that simple. So gravity proves the earth is flat. I rest my case.
When you go down to it, everything proves the earth is flat. I haven't seen a globe supposed proof yet that doesn't support the flat earth.
What they really need is direct surface curvature measurements. That's what they really need. And talking about some star a trillion miles away is not direct surface curvature measurements of the earth. So yes, I'm sorry, global friends who are in the chat. Yes, gravity proves the earth is flat. But if you do have surface curvature measurements, we'd love to hear about it. Silence is acquiescence, therefore you all agree with my reasoning, and the earth is flat, unrebutted, therefore the earth is flat, stands as true, so let it be written, so let it be done.
Yeah, we'd like to thank you for your participation. If you have any further questions, please do raise your voice.
That's all.
Is any other events going on in the next few hours? Let me check. Nope. The next one is Sunday and Tuesday. Dude, let's do an event. Hold on, I'll do it. Create. Voice channel. All right, I need to pick the right channel. What's our channel called? 24/7 Flat Earth. Duh. What's your event? Sorry, 2026. Still no Earth curve. event. Let's start the event. Start the event. He started the event. All right, listen, dudes. Who's in here that can share the event? Wait a minute, are we even allowed to share events? I don't think so. Well, here I got a little button that says share. All right, let's see. Invite a friend. Ooh, I can copy the link. All right, share this event, Holmes. So go back here, go to the lobby. Oh my goodness, that didn't work. All right, dudes, I'm screwing up here. Let's see. How do I do this? Help me out. All right, share event.
So which one of you guys are like flat earthers or something?
A lot of us, dude. What do you need to know, brother? Let's see, probably 70% of the people in this call are flat earthers.
Let me teach you something about gravity, buddy.
Okay, teach me.
Spin around and jump.
Okay, well, what does that have to do with anything?
That's it. You're
Are you a flat earther?
It's like an Anthony Kiedis dance move.
It must be a flat earther since he believes in jumping upwards, perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, he doesn't have up on his globe. He's got out and in.
I gotta go away for a bit. I'll check back in. Spice out the event, man. I want to see some participation. There might even be participation trophies.
Yeah, I was all excited to hear him try to explain gravity, but instead he was like, spin, or centrifugal force from the spin, and then jump, which is the effect, not actual gravity or the cause. It's what we all observe, relative density. It's also called specific gravity, but that's when you use gravity to try to explain relative density. So what did he teach us? I don't know. It's too dumb for this conversation, I think. Yeah, that kind of argumentation is even more incoherent than like things like climb a tree, therefore the Earth is a globe. That's just them not understanding how optics works and how as you move away from the surface that is the Earth, the angle to the ground changes, and so it opens up and you can see more detail within that space because it's not compressed beyond your eye's ability to discern the difference between the details. At least we could argue that, but he doesn't even have an argument. He's just like, jump up and down. That proves the Earth is a globe? That's kind of like saying, jump up and down. That proves he's retarded.
I think he was trying to say that if you jump up, the Earth is going to move 15 degrees underneath you.
No, that would be Coriolis effect discovered by flat earthers long before Globers claimed it and attributed it to the Earth, whereas we don't actually observe any Earth-based Coriolis effect on things like airplanes, missiles, or projectiles. And the Globers use as an excuse that we cannot discover Coriolis effect in the wild or on Earth without first rotating the reference frame. They claim that, well, the Earth is holding on to the air, rotating it with the Earth and perfectly matching the Earth's rotation. And so even though you make a balloon rise straight up with an accelerometer, it doesn't actually exhibit Coriolis drift to the side. It somehow magically picks up acceleration to compensate for the increased radial circumference with rising in altitude from the surface, and remains above the surface it was released from. And the accelerometer doesn't actually show any acceleration to the side to compensate for this. And so Coriolis effect doesn't exist on Earth without us first rotating a reference frame. What he was actually talking about was gravity, because that's what we were talking about before that, and he said, let me tell you about gravity, and then went on to describe how jumping and spinning in a circle somehow was a slam dunk. Well, he didn't describe it, he just claimed that that was a slam dunk somehow, and then ran away because he couldn't answer anything.
Yeah, he says that as if gravity can't work on a disk spinning in space, too.
We don't claim a disk spinning in space. Gravity, you can use Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity, and both can work on a plane. The only difference is the mass distribution underneath the plane that would lead to the same effects. And you can use any of the other 79 different theories of gravity, and it works just the same. The vector is down towards the ground. It's very simple. It doesn't actually tell you that the Earth is curved or not.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to the floating disk, but given that we are contained, it has to end somewhere.
Well, it has to end somewhere, otherwise the gas would just continually expand to fill the available volume. If the space we were in were constantly expanding, the gas would just constantly expand to fill the volume, and we would hold no pressure, and all life would die.
Or maybe the container is limited, but the surface is not. So the container above the surface have a specific volume that is trapping this air that we are breathing, but the surface continues, and only God knows where it is going.
Sure.
If it is limited or unlimited.
Yeah, we don't know the limitations of the Earth. We cannot tell that, and even if we could fully explore the Earth and find the limitations of the sky, we just can't do that. If we could, like, that would be interesting, but that wouldn't tell us about the limitations of the Earth. So it's just an unknown. We don't claim things we don't know.
We still have Speculation Sunday?
Yes, but most of us don't like to speculate. Like, I'll consider the speculations, but I don't want to accept any speculations. I love listening to it. I listen to it from all sides, but I don't want to contribute speculations, because otherwise it creates a little bit of psychological drive to try to validate that assumption. Like, it plays into your ego and stuff like that, and creates rose-colored glasses, so you kind of want your belief to be true. So I try to stay away from believing any point, but I appreciate every single person who wants to explore their ideas further. But yeah, unless we can validate those ideas, I'm not gonna sign on.
Isn't that kind of what science is, though, right? Just speculating and then testing?
Yeah, it's science is you observe something and you wonder, how does that work? And then you test it, you try this and that, and then you figure out, well, this seems to produce that. And then you try to control it even further, make sure that nothing else is influencing it, and then once you're certain that, yeah, this appears to cause that, then you let other people try it, and they try it, and they report the same thing, and that's what we end up with, is actual science.
Right, right. And the speculation portion would be when you're selecting the independent variable and creating the hypothesis.
Yeah, you observe the natural phenomenon, and you're like, what could cause this? You're like, maybe this, maybe that. And that's where you're speculating. Just like we do speculate on Sundays, and like, we got a bunch of people that split off from our community. Like, we got the ether believers who have a more fleshed out cosmology, if you will. We're not here trying to replace any cosmology. We're just here being like, look, there's problems. We need to like look at this really seriously and re-examine this, and not just like brush it off because it feels alien to what we currently believe. Yeah, we got many different communities that basically came out of either our server or the the start of this, Eric Dubé's videos, and 2015, the end of 2014. That's when I found Flat Earth, and it had been going for like better part of that year when I came to it, and we're not a unified group like the Globers, if you will. Like there's no tribalism, if you will, other than like certain groups have a certain in-group. We try to remain neutral on this platform and try to remain empirical. And so we try to interface with all of the other groups if we can, although like many of them have been alienated from our group or from our servers, because we like to stick to the empirical, and so when fantastical claims or like, I think this is how the world works, or this is how the sky works, or this is the world map, all of us start critiquing it and try to find errors with it because we want things to be solid, and we try to find like how can we prove that this is true, and stuff like that, and that kind of creates frictions between the groups. So it's not like we're a unified flat earther movement of any sort. It's very fractured. Our little group here and our home server is very dedicated to the empirical, logical aspect of it. So we don't try to create a new cosmology or try to convince people to believe a belief system. We just say, we used to be like you. We used to believe in the globe. If you want to understand our perspective, you can go out and test the globe belief for yourself. Like, be confident in your own globe belief by testing it, not just blindly, not just because you use fallacies. And so that's what we're kind of doing here. We're kind of informing people about how logic works, how the epistemology of the whole arguments. We understand the arguments. We listen to all the sides, but like I said, it's very fractured. It's not like the globe belief where we all came from the same education system where there are standardized things that you are supposed to believe, and if you don't write the right thing on the test, you fail. And so you get rewarded for writing the right thing, believing the right thing, on and on and on and on, and you get more and deeply ingrained in this belief system without ever actually testing the foundations. You just trust that someone tested the foundations, otherwise everybody wouldn't believe this. And that's a reasonable take. However, the world isn't as benevolent. The people in the world aren't as benevolent as most would like. And so corruption exists, fraud exists, bad people exist. And so we need to be conscious of that, and we need to be aware and discerning when people try to use fallacies to convince us, tell us that sticks in the ground prove the earth is round, when that doesn't actually prove the earth is round. That's you're measuring the shadow length, and then you're assuming that the sun is a giant ball of fire 93 million miles away, or up to infinity, and casting parallel rays down towards a spherical surface, and that would cast these kinds of shadows. You see these kinds of shadows, therefore the earth is a sphere. This is affirming the consequent circular reasoning. The Ming dynasty did the same thing. They had a flat earth cosmology, so they looked at the shadows and they're like, well, if the earth is a tiny dot in the sky, well, is a small localized sun, and so all the light displaying out from that point, like we observe in real life, it's coming from that point. And so the Earth is flat, like our cosmology says, and so we calculate the angles and the shadows that's cast from the sun coming from that point, and the shadows look like this, and we see the shadows look like this, therefore the Earth is flat. And so they did the same affirming the consequent logical fallacy, same circular reasoning, and ended up with a completely different conclusion looking at the same exact shadows. And so it's very easy to fool yourself with a preconceived idea. I think, just personally, that it's better to be aware of what you don't know and be aware of what could be possible based on what matches the evidence.
Weren't you just in another Discord the other night talking about me or talking to me?
No.
I swear I recognize your profile picture. Yeah, Dre's AI. Yes, you were at 11:30 last night, bro. I was in
English Hub, maybe?
Yeah, English Hub.
Oh, that makes sense, because like to me, this and English Hub is the same place. It's just where my people are. It's our outpost from our main server. So yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. See ya.
Yeah, nice to see
What? Oh yeah. Scully, hop on English Hub. I'm joining Veganism is better. Join Veganism is better.
Have fun with that.
I got doo-doo on my chest.
And then he leaves. Classic globe argument.
That was pretty good, I do admit. And I was going to ask Waxwax, what's the news from over there? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you.
And leaving all those servers was one of the best things I did in a while.
Yeah, I never joined the majority of them. I just have informants.
Yeah. You're not missing anything. I guess I am curious what progress has been made with the book that Nathan's working on.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything. But I'm sure some drama's brewing.
You know what's that, Vilo?
Is this the real life or is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Oh, are you guys watching something? I'm sorry.
No. We're just chilling.
Oh, yeah, we're just chilling.
What's up, guys?
We're chilling.
Nice abs, Grace AI. Oh, Indio 007. That's cool. I like. What's his name? What's his name again? Pi. Oh,
May.
Pi May. That's it. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, from Kill Bill.
Fellas.
Good times.
Toady, I remember you vaguely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I remember you too.
We had a dispute, didn't we?
Yeah, we do, but I still love everyone.
Not me. It's Pi May, not Pi Gay.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Pi gay. Pi bye. Pi bye. Oh.
So the quote of the day, Indio, is I don't care what causes the tides as long as it's gravity.
Oh, I don't even know what that means, but you know, what do you like? If something else caused it, so like, what does that matter?
It was talent.
I guess it would just be another word for
was,
gravity.
I think his ultimate point was, I have a model for tides, therefore you're wrong because you don't have a model for tides, and therefore the Earth isn't flat.
Oh, okay. They don't have a model for tides.
Yeah, we tried to explain that to him, and in the beginning he didn't even, he had his own idea of how the tides worked, and we had to show him, the conventional globe idea before he would accept it. So it was a slow birth, but in the end he kind of got there and kind of adopted the globe position, and then we could destroy it from there, and he left, but it's the way it goes.
I was thinking about this. If it's not the moon making the tides, now if it's a globe and it's spinning at, over 1,000 miles an hour, it would be, what would happen if you were spinning a ball with water on it that was going 1,000 miles an hour? The way the water would just I don't know, how do I say that? You'll be behind the spin, and that's the tides. That could be the tide. Oh my God, dude. Mind fellatio.
But here's the problem. The problem is when they say the moon causes tides. That's the problem. It's well known that you can correlate the position of the moon with tide height. Okay? But that's a correlation. Correlation isn't causation. You can correlate lots of things. But it's also correlated with when they calculate when a tide happens, there's 20 variables. Any single one of them you could say is the cause of the tides. Any variable in the formula you could say is the cause. All you have is correlations. Because tides aren't ubiquitous. They're not universal across the world, right? Some places have no tides. Some places have 3 tides a day. Some places have 2 tides a day. Some places, the tide is delayed relative to the moon's position by 5 hours. Some it's 6 hours. It also depends on what the local coastline is. There's so many other variables that determine tides and when they happen, how high they are. The moon is just one component.
Yeah, I have a real problem with the moon right now, just because I keep on looking up.
The sun is a component too.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
What if the thing that causes the tides causes the moon and the sun? What if they both share the same cause?
I would think the sun would cause more of the tide than the moon, but it is further away, I guess.
No, whatever causes the moon and the sun to exist also causes tides.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah, there's some depth to that. My thing is, I don't see the backside of the moon. And how do we not? This is the one problem I'm having. I'm still a globe earther, but I'm not calling myself a globe earther. I just think it's a sphere, but I think it's a huge sphere. I think it's bigger than they're saying. But
so big it's flat.
It's so big it's flat. Yeah, almost that big. That's funny. I just can't believe we haven't seen the dark side of the moon, and we have the pictures they have are so fucking They should never have even put them out because they're just so lame.
Garbage.
Yeah, they're so garbage,
Yeah, since the 90s, I've been so into space and all this garbage. So I've been looking at their NASA stuff since the 90s and backwards from then. So I've watched it develop, and it basically develops a step behind the Hollywood technology. And once the Hollywood technology got really good, they started pushing it back and making it more shit to be this is what it looks like in space. There's this solar radiation and all this cosmic radiation that's making recording difficult and problems. But now we're getting SpaceX, no problems.
Except for they blow up all the time. I mean, you can't even have the Tesla drive you down the street safely.
Yeah, I'm just talking optically. You see their supposed pictures of their capsules. Who's taking that picture from that space, from a distance?
Yeah. Did you see that new Indian one?
But they're but they're perfect quality. There's no corruptions to the sensor due to the cosmic radiation hitting the sensor. No, there's no problems.
This is my problem with the moon landing. Like I was totally on board. Like back in the day when I first came in here, like 6-7 years ago, I was just like going along with it. But I've been thinking about like, dude. Okay, so if you the video of what it took for the Saturn rocket to leave the ground, like all that power and pressure, like just all that fucking just pressure and fucking energy, and then there's nothing. Okay. So if the moon is 6 times, like gravity is 6 times less, it seems like it would be that Saturn rocket going up 6 times, less than that. There'd still be a whole shit ton of like power coming out of it. There's nothing. It's just like boop, and it goes straight up, and it kind of shimmies when it's going up. It's like it's on like a wire, and it's kind of just going back and forth for a little bit.
That's right. It's like it's on a wire. It's like they said, "Okay, go up," and they hit the crane because it. The thing about the lunar quote unquote launch is that it doesn't accelerate. It just starts going one speed instantaneously, like it's on a cable, and they just pulled it up.
Yeah, and like he was just saying, it looks fake.
Have you seen the interview with Bart Sabrell when he's talking to that astronaut, where he goes through the video clips of Werner von Braun saying that they would need 3 Saturn rockets to get to the moon because you would need 2 Saturn rockets just to carry the fuel to refuel the first rocket to get to the moon, because they use all the fuel to get to orbit.
Makes sense.
Hey, Tony.
Yeah.
You see the image I posted in the side chat? I took a screenshot of one of Elon's tweets. He was retweeting SpaceX. Do you see that?
Sorry, yeah, I see. Sorry, I was trying to get back. I'm on the phone, so yeah.
No, you're good, man. Yeah, so who took that picture, man? Because if you notice, there's no
right?
arms attached to that fucking thing.
Yeah. It's the same with that initial who was taking. Okay, so if there's that much of delay from the moon to the Earth, how the hell is someone guiding that camera to show that little capsule going up with such precision? It's just perfect in.
Who went back and got the video, or was that digital also?
Yeah, look how exactly like how you're right, dude. Like how see. So I'm like, I'm not with you guys, but I'm with you guys. Okay, I think the whole moon thing's bullshit. I think we're a globe. I think we're a sphere, but I think there are definitely hidden spots on this Earth that they are not telling us about for sure. They don't want us to know about it. Whether it's I think a lot of it's under the ocean and under the ground. I think we got a lot of fucking shit going underneath us.
I'll put it to you this way: the world wants to be deceived, and so the people in charge say, "Let it be deceived." If you didn't want to be deceived, if you didn't want to be lied to, then you would do something about it.
Yeah. Plus, all these billionaires are like building underground bunkers and stuff. It's like, what the fuck? They're trying to get off this planet. They're pretending they want to get off this planet.
Yeah, they say openly they want to get off the planet, but they keep building underground bunkers and saying, I don't want to go to outer space.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some like everything's connected too. It's crazy. Like the Walmarts seem to be like a lot of them. At least the northern ones seem to be connected underground. A lot of them. And then there was what was it? There's something else. There was God damn. There's a jeweler. Engel. Oh, what the fuck's it called? There's a jewelry company that has bought a shit ton of land all over the country, and they're starting to think that there's tunnels underneath there too, but they're huge though. And they'll buy like a big plot of land, and then they'll put like one little like building on there, and then people are saying that there's like tunnels going underneath there. I don't know. It's interesting though. I mean, I'm definitely getting interested. I'm definitely more open to things than I was before. I mean, I've always been open to it, but I've always thought the moon was a little crazy, but
you're almost there, man.
But now it's like, well, I'm there to where I want to be there.
If there was one deception that could be gotten away with, it would be hiding flat Earth, because the Earth is too big to see the curve, so you know it's flat.
I think the thing that we're missing is I think it's a globe. It's just if there's shit going on underneath the water, like there are fucking bases underneath the ocean. There's crazy shit going on. It's heliocentric, yeah. I mean, from what I'm.
It can't be then, man. Then all the orbits are wrong.
No, I mean, I'm talking about just being on Earth. Like whatever's going on up there, I don't know. From the skyline up, there's definitely
the
stuff
difference
up there.
between heliocentric and geocentric?
Yeah, like one's we're the center, and the other one's the sun's the center.
Right. So how could we be going around the sun? They tell in order. Like here, I'm going to show you the cosmic ladder real quick.
No, we definitely.
So if the Earth is not the size that they say it is, everything above it is wrong. If you look at what I'm showing you right now in the chat, you got the Earth, that's a specific size. Then you have baseline parallax, stellar parallax. Like everything climbs from there. But if the Earth's not a ball, all of it's wrong.
Yep, the whole cosmic ladder breaks. And the thing I posted above it is lifeboat.com. And that's the Lifeboat Foundation, who claim they're building underground cities hidden all over the world. And you can apparently join them.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. Hey, well, just so you guys know, I do have a plot of land on the moon in case anyone is worried. I will hook you guys up. I know you guys. Just give me your address and stuff, or give me your information, and if the shit hits the fan, we can go up to the moon. I got I think an acre, I think. So you guys are cool. I'll let you guys live up there with me.
Yeah, we don't know or think that the moon is terra firma.
Yeah. Well, I was just joking. I mean, I do have someone gave me as a birthday present a plot of land up there, but I was just joking.
That is pretty funny, though.
Did you get insurance in case it gets hit by an asteroid?
Dude, you know what? They should have insurance for that. That's funny as fuck. They probably do.
I mean, you can pay me. I'll give you insurance.
Yeah.
Or you can pay Brian Sweet. He'll be your insurance. He'll bankroll you.
Just catch me if I fall, okay? Because it's going to be a long fall. That's like 250,000 miles. That's a long fall.
Claim denied.
Yeah, I'm really not sure that we were able to make it through the Van Allen belts. I think that I think that robots can. I think that we can shoot up rockets and stuff through there, but I don't think humans can go through it. It's just.
Do you know who James Van Allen was?
He was the guy that was talking. He likes belts. I know that.
No, he was a eugenicist, and he was into genetics during and before World War II.
He was trying to thin the herd out.
Not thin the herd out, but beautify it and make it more. Basically, he's trying to get rid of the ugly ones.
Do you know how hot the Van Allen belts get?
You know what? How hot Van Allen is? What?
They range from 3,500 degrees to 35,000 degrees, and they're 36,000 miles long. Wide.
Yeah, and if you're going 17,000 miles an hour through it, that's going to bring some friction too. Well, it's a vacuum, so I guess there wouldn't be a.
Yeah, that whole.
Well, it's not actually absolute vacuum, so there's always going to be some friction.
Yeah. Yep. Particles.
And the faster you go, the worse it is.
They say that 3% of the asteroids that are out there are the only ones that we've seen. Like the rest we miss because the sun isn't hitting it, or I'm just like, how do you even know that? Like, if you can't see it, how are you even gauging that there's only 3% we're seeing?
Welcome to cosmology, where they can be off by 10 to the 120th. That's a 1 with 120 zeros behind it.
So what do you think about those craters that are on the Earth? Like, there's some huge craters. You think those are just like back in the day, like some the test sites, maybe, like where they
on the moon
tested a big bomb, maybe,
or
on the
waters,
moon?
Old geysers. You never see any meteor, any of those meteor holes.
Yeah, or for instance, like in Siberia, not the classic one people talk about. They thought they found a new meteorite impact, and it turned out to just be an explosion due to natural gas buildup.
Yeah, remember that city that or that town that at night, I guess, like there's some eruption underground of really thick gas that just like clings to the, it's just really thick, so it doesn't dissipate upwards, and it just suffocated the whole fucking town silently. Just everyone just died, and just kind of like a cloud. It just went right through.
Yeah, it does dissipate upwards. However, it's kind of like with volcanoes. Oftentimes spew out gases that are heavier than the air, and so they stratify as they diffuse. And so as they're stratifying, they fill up the valleys and stuff like that, and people can die to that. So in Iceland, we're very conscious of that due to all the volcanoes. So we check the topography, how the gas would fill the valley, just like a fluid would. But over time, because gas is moves in random directions in all directions, it's just the density difference between the gases that makes the diffusion slow. And so it takes time for it to diffuse up in and disappear. It will disappear. It's not like it's going to stratify and fill a valley and make it like death.
Yeah.
And let me ask you this, Tony. You mentioned something about the craters. This you're talking about on Earth. What do you think about the craters on the moon?
Well, I mean, like,
you notice anything about them?
I noticed that it just so there are a lot of craters that are like right in the way of the. I don't know. They seem like they're just so sporadic everywhere. It seems like there'd be a spot that was just bare, like because Earth is in the way,
They're perfect circles, so they would have taken a 90-degree impact from wherever they are, but they all look like it's on a flat surface, right?
Yeah, they're all perfect circles, which is weird. And Neil deGrasse Tyson describes that as the caused by magic speed. Magic speed makes meteors, when they hit the spherical surface at oblique angles, just embed themselves in perfect circles, not actually bounce off the surface.
Well, it seems like they would go inside and pop out another side if they're going that fast. Like if it's just all like a rock, it seems like it would just break it and go like maybe like down a little bit and then pop out, or there'd be a bump. I don't know, but you're right.
It's worse than that.
Didn't Flat Earth Asshole do something like that with an orange? I remember watching one of his shows where he did that. Like he shot it with a BB or something. He was doing that at an angle and stuff. I remember that back in the day.
I never saw that. But I'll say it's worse than that, Tony. Those craters are facing towards you, which means the meteors would have had to go through Earth in order.
Exactly what I was saying. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like there seems like there should be like a blank spot the size of the Earth, not the size of the Earth, but there should be everything facing us should be no craters because they would hit the Earth, or maybe the Earth gravity made it arc in, but it seems like it would take longer than like 250,000 miles. Like it would that wouldn't be just like a curve. So yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was like, that's kind of weird. Yeah. There's a lot of things about the moon that I don't like.
Yeah, but how do we even know it's 250,000 miles away?
Well, I mean, like I've never done the laser things, but I mean, it seems like it's right. But now, like I said, I don't know. I can't really be certain what's going on with the moon. Like I've definitely drifted away from knowing exactly what's happening with the moon. I mean, I know like the solar eclipse that the way that it hits us is peculiar. It makes, I don't know if it even makes sense. The way that it converges and then diverges at the end and hits, I don't know, it's weird. It's weird.
Yeah, the eclipses are certainly weird. The shadows from the solar eclipse are really weird. Another weird aspect is you can use Eratosthenes' sticks and shadows using lunar light and get the same results.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. It seems like it would be, you would think like it would be a little, yeah, I can see what you're saying.
It's just weird. Like
I smell what you're cooking.
It shouldn't be the same. If it's like they say, and there's millions of miles of difference between the two.
So my other theory is, or my other hypothesis is that we have been to the moon, and it's in the Van Allen belts, and there is a base up there, and we have already occupied it. That's the two things I think it could be.
I think it's more reasonable. We know they're building underground bases left and right, and I think it's more reasonable if you're a magician or if you understand these principles, that when you're doing something, you always use sleight of hand. Look over here, look up. Oh, we're doing so much stuff in the air. Oh, we're exploring the universe. Everything they're telling you is garbage. Meanwhile, what they're doing has nothing to do with that. They're not building bases on any globes in the sky. The elites are not living in luxury on those luxury space resorts. No. They have underground bases. Why?
Yes, I'm down with that. I'm definitely down with that, and I'm down with that. There's a bunch of billionaires that have submarine licenses, like they can drive submarines. Like I guess if I was a billionaire, I'd have every license you could have. I'd fly, I'd do everything. But a lot of them have submarine, like they have their own submarines. They're licensed to drive them, which is crazy.
But you see none of them going to outer space.
Yeah, I see that. Yes, it makes sense. That's why I said, there's two things going on here. We can't get up there, or we're up there. And because seriously, if we're up there, if we made it up there, America is not one to just, okay, we made it there. Okay, let's leave. No, we plant flags. We dig holes. We plant ourselves in there. We're like a tick. We're going in,
Yeah, you tell me there wouldn't be a base on the moon that would have strategic advantage over the entire Earth? You could launch things 24/7, onto the Earth, and they couldn't retaliate? That's amazing.
Well, maybe the craters are fucking actual, where rockets could come out of, maybe that's where they launch out of. No, I'm really more into the digging down in the ground thing. Like that makes more logical sense. That we have shit going on underneath us that's fucking, we have no clue.
I get you. You want to explore every possibility and be open to every option. Maybe there could be something we don't know. However, we also, like you say, we see a lot of evidence of them going into the ground, and then we don't get any information about what actually is in the ground. We're just told, it's the mantle. There's nothing down there. There's nothing to look at. Just look in the sky. There might be aliens.
That's a good thing. You know what? The way you guys have said that.
They want you looking in the opposite direction while they're meddling down there.
Yeah, that makes sense because...
Right. Speaking of down there, do you know about this, for instance, in SciChat? And this is proven to be down there. It's really nasty stuff, too. And I'm not joking when yeah.
I'm going to read it. I can't read it and talk to you guys at the same time. So for some reason, I can't press the button and read it. Like doesn't let me. So yeah, give me a minute. I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah. Then I'm going to hit you with this one that summarizes the whole thing. I think there's a book written called Adam and Eve, Genesis. It was like a Farmer's Almanac, but it discussed ancient cataclysm cycles and stuff. How it got released way too late. And somebody has already figured out all the science that makes it true. So this nasty stuff is from another galaxy. It's a dwarf galaxy that slammed into ours. A lot of iron, heavy gravity, fiery inferno, no life. Just dragging things down. Tends to flatten reality too.
Yeah, this isn't like fantasy land.
This is all science. That's why I gave you links to it, right? The European Space Agency. So I said I wasn't playing a game here. I know it's hard to believe, but there you go.
This is theoretical. This is not.
It isn't.
It is.
It has different isotopes, this iron, and it touches the surface, so they're able to actually get samples and measure it against Earth's local iron. Yeah, different isotopes, man. Would you like a link to that? It comes from a way older galaxy that I mentioned. That's right there.
You believe it comes from a way older galaxy. That's
Can you prove that this isn't the case?
I don't need to prove a negative, dumbass.
This isn't a negative. There's science for this.
Yes, if you say prove it isn't the case, that's asking me to prove a negative.
All right, so you have no answer to this. This is fine.
Oh, I have an answer. You have
better be productive.
A belief. I have an answer. You have a belief. Yeah. You have yet to show actual supporting evidence.
Well, this explains your concept. Yeah, actually, this is how I know. Like, yeah, when you mention flat Earth, I know exactly how.
Shut up, dude.
Well, that is interesting.
He just Newton.
Oh yeah, that was real interesting. His freaking social commentary, super interesting.
Well, I think it still doesn't change the fact that there's definitely like they're building stuff underneath the ground. It's not going to take that away. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's not.
We're going to go back to how he knows they came from another galaxy.
Well,
how do you know they came from another? How does anybody know?
You, bro.
How does anybody know they came from another galaxy?
Well, you would claim they don't exist. Galaxies?
I'm asking you for the evidence.
Because the isotope signature is older.
How does that tell you it's where it came from?
Because our galaxy is a certain age.
Okay. How does that tell you where it came from? Does it give you a direction?
I see what you're saying.
It actually does. Like, when it slams into
Earth, it gives you a direction? Okay, so which direction does isotope blah, blah, blah come from?
So something that was
up, down, left, right?
Yeah, I have answers. There's no reason to get crazy. It's modeled by the ESA right there.
Oh, modeled. Modeled.
Yeah, the thing you don't have.
Models are well,
because your reality is flat.
We have. Well, reality is flat Earth, but models. So do you think there's a globe model, Newt?
No, I believe. Yeah, when people have a flattened reality,
is there a globe model, Newt?
It's a spheroid, bro.
Yeah, okay, so show us this globe model.
I just did, but you're going to play games with me, and I'm not here for that.
I'm going to point out your ignorance.
I provided the science, you're just ignoring it.
No, you haven't mentioned any science. You wouldn't know science if it bit your ass, bro. So show us this globe model. Is it going to be Google Earth? What is it going to be? What is that? What is that? What the fuck is that, bro?
I'll go get my pizza out of the oven. Flat.
Where's the globe model that you were supposed to post?
Bro, I watched that video and it was the most retarded shit ever. It showed the Milky Way galaxy, quote unquote, spinning.
That's a fucking cartoon.
I know. While this other galaxy, came in, went down, under, swirled back up, came back down, went through the galaxy again, and then it did like some Aladdin genie thing when the genie comes out of the lamp. You can't prove any of that happened, dude.
Dude, the people that wrote that shit can't prove any of that happened. And they would admit that they can't prove it happened.
Still interesting, though. I mean, you got to be real. Like, it's still interesting. I mean,
Well, why not just tell a different story? That story would be interesting too.
well, I mean,
so Tony, how do
none
we
of us know what's really
differentiate
going on.
one explanation and the other? Which one is true?
I guess you just have to
guess,
logically look at science and see.
Logically look at science. How many can you fit more buzzwords into that sentence?
I guess logically, yeah, I probably could if I was thinking properly.
Logically look at science. That's fucking a nonsense. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, you're probably it is what it is. It does. Well, if you think the Earth is a globe, if you think the Earth is a globe, and then you know, and then
why
we're
should
all
I
just
think the Earth is a globe?
masses. Well, you don't have to. It's just
why
if it is,
should I?
You shouldn't. You shouldn't. It's just
Damn right I shouldn't.
Yeah, but I mean, like, your imagination can go. I mean, like
I'm not using my imagination.
Sure has.
So
I mean, there's
okay,
still true models.
Newt's back. Newt's back. Where's the gold model? Where's the gold model? You said Flat Earth don't have a model. Then you must have one. So let's see it.
Google Earth.
Google Earth's the cylinder. Nice try. Try again. Yeah, it displays as a ball, but the mathematics of Google Earth is a cylinder. It uses the Webb-Mercator GL. Yeah, it's a cylinder. So, can we get that gold model?
So it's curved to it. All right. So there is a center to it. There is a hollow Earth.
This is what you don't understand. The whole coordinate system that we use is based upon the sky. It's not based upon the Earth. You can't find your latitude and longitude without looking in the sky. That means there's no ground reference from which even to find your location. You have to look at the sky to have a location in the latitude and longitude coordinate system. So when I ask him to show the globe model, I already know he don't have one.
I almost forgot about the astrolabe, dude.
Well, 69 degrees is, or 69 miles is 1 degree, right?
Okay, no.
And who came up with that math?
Who came up with that measurement?
There's 360 degrees in a sphere. That would make sense, right?
Yeah. These units of measure, they always relate to things.
You didn't even mention a unit of measure.
Cubits, for instance, that the Egyptians created, very different.
Yeah, you're not going to monologue Newton and ignore what is said to you, okay? That ain't going to fucking happen. So, what units of measure was 69? What instrument measured the 69?
Travis, that's a condensation of information. When you ignore it, that tells me about you, not it.
What are you fucking talking about? I think this motherfucker's got me muted. So, he stays on mute. Until he unmutes me.
Hey, Newt, you need to unmute India.
No, he don't. He can leave. We ain't playing no games. If any real people want to talk. What's up, Brian? I love your new account. What are you up to, 9? You on count 9, Brian?
It's 8, man. It's only 8.
8? Oh, frick. Well, I'm predicting the future.
Might happen. No, I'm trying to be a good guy here, man.
Not here, but on freaking X.
Always on X.
Dude, you wear that shit like a badge of honor, man. Stick your chest out. Like, I got freaking kicked off of X 9 times from butthurt globies.
It's ridiculous. I can't believe how sad they get.
Who got you banned last?
Craig McNeil, FTFE. I mean, I said he ate his own sperm. I mean, he does. He admitted. Then he reported me. Babies.
Truth hurts.
Not me. But how come the lunar stuff, the tides don't work with the frickin' fresh water, man? What's up with that? Doesn't affect the lakes, my bathtub, or the pool. Nothing.
Honestly, like I think it could have something to do with the sun and the moon, maybe something else that we're not able to account for. But the reason why I think it happens in the salt water instead of the fresh water is that salinity. Is like most people don't know this, but salt is actually a metal. Like sodium, natrium, it's a metal. And sodium is polarized. There's a saying in biology: wherever salt goes, water follows.
Man, read this retard in the chat. What is the technology flat earthers have developed based upon their accurate model? Bro, you are a Dunning-Kruger moron.
Airplanes.
About the fucking wheel.
All you need to do is see the pronouns, and that tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah. Flat earthers invented the wheel. Beat that.
And sliced bread.
And Dunning-Kruger frickin' trolls that think models are reality.
I can build a model of a flat Earth and it can hold water. They can't do it with theirs.
No shit, right? You can actually build a physical one.
Yeah, with real water too. It's too cheap to make. Just a piece of foam, a board of foam, and you carve topography on its surface and you pour water on that ocean floor that you will carve there. Ask them to do that on a ball.
Foolishness in this frickin' text chat. Like these people, I don't understand where they come from, man. I really don't. Like, they're the epitome of the pseudo-intellectual. Like, if you look up pseudo-intellectual in the dictionary, this dude Fennec is gonna show up. 100%. He doesn't understand what a model is. He doesn't understand what they do. He doesn't understand anything about how technology works. How it's developed. Anything. And he's coming in here asking us about technologies. He doesn't know anything about it. No answer we can give he's even going to understand.
This chat is something else.
This is the more civil chat.
And I was seeing this dude come in here and do a live debate, man. It says he'll crush you.
That dude's all talk, man. Just a troll. Average internet troll. He won't unmute in here. He's a coward.
Hide behind that microphone. That's what I hear all the time. You're always hiding behind that microphone, Brian.
Yeah, dude. Remember they said that to you? He's hiding behind the mic. How do you hide behind the microphone? It's like an open. It's going to be like an open. It's an open space, man. Anybody can talk. Dude, is the Globe ever giving you co-host?
I mean, they don't really hold spaces, but Peter tried. I didn't want to take code. I didn't want to be. I can't stand Peter.
Yeah, he's such a fuck. Makes me sick.
Yo, how's everyone doing?
Good, man. I was just talking about effeminate people. I was just about to say, man, how come so many Globers are effeminate? And then you started talking. No, I'm kidding, bro. I'm kidding. No, you're not effeminate, bro. You're not effeminate. You're definitely not. When I think of feminine, I don't think of you. You're disagreeable. You ain't no bitch.
That I am. I'll agree to that.
You make me look bad.
So where are we on wraparound?
Are we on wraparound? Dude, like wraparound? Pac-Man Earth? Hell no.
Yeah.
I
can't. It's either that or Globe Place.
No, you wish. Be fucking 4-dimensional for all you know.
That's what wraparound is, basically. Appealing to, mathematics and dimensionality, and
maybe here's my hypothesis, that the way we think about the world from this external viewpoint of wraparound Earth, the only reason you think you need a wraparound Earth is because you're imagining the Earth from a third-person point of view. Maybe reality isn't a third-person point of view. Maybe everything is a first-person point of view. Reality can only be interacted with from a first-person perspective. Otherwise, it doesn't exist. Where our first-person perspectives meet, that's the orthographic view. It just solves a bunch of problems, naming like the tree falls in the woods with no one there to hear it, doesn't make a noise. No, it don't, because it doesn't. That's a meaningless statement. Because without a human or without a sentient being, things can't exist. Existence entails there's a sentient human being. That's not to say there is not an objective reality. I'm not saying everything is subjective.
I disagree with you, man.
I don't know, man.
It definitely makes a sound if it falls in the forest.
I never see deer or animals under these trees, so they're making sounds. Away, man. So
the tree falls in the woods with no one near to hear it. Does the deer run away from the tree fall?
Had to have. Otherwise, it would run from us. It's all due to gravity anyway.
Of course, everything is. Did you know that gravity makes the Earth look flat? Have you heard this, Brian?
Of course it does. They say gravity is the one of the 4 fundamental forces, but they don't even know what it is. And then they call it the weakest of the 4, the most easiest to overcome. And then they make it do all the heavy lifting.
The weakness is the argument that it exists. That's why it's the weakest force. It's the weakest argument. No, so I'm going to tell you why the gravity in the globe paradigm officially makes the Earth look flat. So you have gravity, right? Gravity formed the Earth into a ball. And then that gravity formed a density gradient of air. And when light passes through this density gradient of air, gravity that made the density gradient makes that ball look flat. Yeah, so gravity makes the Earth look flat according to globetards.
Refravity.
Ain't that fucking crazy, dude? Gravity made a flat looking ball. It's just nature, man. Can't argue with fucking Mother Nature.
Yeah, that's what they tell us. However, when it comes to refraction, refraction is not dominated by pressure differences, but by temperature differences.
That's right.
So they're screwed.
Yeah.
It also works in the opposite direction. So the pressure differences would cause light to bend down. They're correct in that statement. However, as light would travel on the globe, it would travel straight and then move into areas of less and less density, and that would cause it to equal out a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, but it would never reach back down towards the ground. They don't have the mechanism for that. That's just considering the pressure, which is what they do. They don't consider the temperature when they're doing this. They just consider the pressure and consider a uniform gradient. That's the problem. We actually live in an inhomogeneous anisotropic medium. And so there's differences in temperature, there's differences in pressure. And so temperatures dominate the refractive gradient. And so you have pressure working against the temperature. And so when the temperature isn't enough to overcome the pressure, you have equalized the refraction, and so it's no longer refracting. And then they call that ducting, and they believe that the light is going around the globe, just bending up and down and going around the globe. But that just doesn't work. Mechanically, that doesn't work. It's just an ad hoc excuse after the fact, when it's actually an equalization between the two, and you can show that using infrared and different wavelengths. If a wavelength refracts more, you should be able to see further if the globers are true, because the light is refracting more, and so you should be able to see further around the globe. If the wavelength refracts less, like infrared light, you should not see as far. It shouldn't bend around the globe. You should see the geometric horizon move closer in infrared. However, that's not what we see. We see the horizon appear to extend out in infrared, because we can see past the extinction, and there's less refraction, so there's less loss of the bottom rays coming off of objects, causing bottom-up disappearance. And so there's multiple factors, and when they try to affirm the globe, it's because they have a preconceived idea that the Earth is a globe. They were raised in that culture, the tradition that the Earth is a globe, and so they believe it's a globe. And so when they see something and that doesn't match their preconceived ideas, they're like, oh, well, it must be the air bending. And so they test the air, and then the air's not bending enough, and so it doesn't work. And so there must be the plumb lines are bending, but they don't actually measure the plumb lines bending at all. It just must be because the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, it's got to be a globe. That's why when the Earth looks flat, that's a globe proof. Everything you see is a globe proof, no matter what it is, even if it says it's not a globe.
Yeah. If the Earth is, if the water looks flat over here and we see too far over there, it's the gravity. Like the gravity underneath it is making the water look flat on that spot. But then you move to a different spot. Oh, well, it just looked flat on that spot. They keep extending it. Just
the
like
gravity
just like
is
with
curbing the water and curbing the air, but it's curbing the air in a way that makes the water look flat. The water that's under it, that's also curving. That's fucking so stupid.
Yeah, and it's only curving the air to make the water look flat. If you look at the density, alone, just the pressure, not the temperature. And so that's and it's mainly because the preconceived idea that the Earth is a globe, and so when you shoot the laser out straight, the Earth is supposed to be falling away from it, and so it carries that curved imagined air around with it, and so the laser beam is always traveling up into those lesser densities as a consequence. That's why it's stacked on assumption on assumption on assumption on assumption, and that's why it has to be a globe.
Yo, so I was talking about the Earth being flat in that main politics channel, and they levied an accusation against you guys. They said you guys are too scared to go into the politics channel. They asked me, how come we never see the guys down here, like up there?
Will they talk about this topic
I don't know,
in
they're
there?
their own people. Huh?
Will they talk about this topic in there? Or are we going to get
sometimes we
booted?
talk about flat Earth. I defend it from time to time, maybe once every, 2 visits or so.
I mean, that's not a bad idea. If they
I
want
would.
us
I didn't
up
know we
there,
were welcome.
Yeah,
They're
we're
squatting
go
dog,
and talk to them if they want us up there.
He's saying that you guys are scared.
They're welcome to come down here and be like, bros, you want to come up and talk to us about flat Earth? We're willing to listen. We'd love the opportunity.
I'm not going to go up there and get abused and just have them play the mute game. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, we're not gonna force our views upon them. If they want to hear our perspective, we're willing to share it, but we're not forcing it upon them.
Also, they're going to take it away from empiricism, and it's going to become, why would they lie? And we're going to be talking about fucking what people think, how they feel, what they would do, what they wouldn't do, what governments do, how the Soviets was against the United States, and there was a Cold War. Like, it's going to devolve into just bullshit. Just opinions about what people do, or what they didn't do, or what governments do, or what governments didn't do, and why they would do it, and what their motivations are. It's just all speculation. Why would we do that?
Yeah, my experience.
Do you know why people do that? Why do you think people do go to that argument?
Because they have no other evidence.
Bingo. And it's the only thing they know is midwits, and because they're midwits, and all they know is fucking gossip. Look, Sally slept with fucking Billy. Blah, 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 blah. It's a bitch level, dude.
But I don't believe it. He would never do that.
No, he definitely didn't do it. Why would he lie?
Yeah.
You don't know why he lied. He didn't do it.
Yeah, that's how they act.
Top level fucking retards, these guys. You have to give it to them, like. It must take some frickin' hard work to be that dumb.
Well, the smart ones don't come in here, open their mouths without understanding what the room is about. The smart ones come in, listen, and are like, oh, shit. Or they're like listening on YouTube and they're like, oh, shit.
Yeah, exit stage right. The smart ones leave.
Yeah, and so we end up like filtering out a bunch of the smarter ones who are like, I don't want to hassle with this. This seems like beyond my pay grade. And we end up left with all these dumbasses who don't know anything, and they're just like, I know everything because I don't know anything.
Man, that's what Krauss says, man. Once you understand nothing, you understand everything.
Yeah, so like we get a lot of in here. I mean, the bold ones, right? They're the ones that like they'll come in and they say they're an aerospace engineer, and then 10 minutes later confess that they're taking aerospace engineering, but they're not actually taking any of the courses yet, but they're going to be as soon as they stop being a sophomore at university and take the upper level classes the next year. Like, that's the crap we get. But they think we're so stupid that we can't tell the difference. It's so just the bigotry, the bias of how people think about flat earthers is it is just something to behold. It really is. I mean, there's prejudice, right? Thinking all black people are dumb, thinking all, pick a race, thinking they have some characteristic, any group of people. Oh, all the jocks are dumb. You know, all the frickin' geek nerds are weak. You know what I mean? You could pick anything.
Yeah, stereotypes.
But you will get a variation in, bias. Where, some people won't be biased, but there will be the bias. The bias is pretty much ubiquitous. I'd say maybe 1 out of 1,000 people come in here with no bias. With no preconceived notions about flat Earth, with no preconceived notions about flat Earthers, would that come here with a blank slate?
Yeah, it's very rare. Almost all of them come in with the pizza in space idea, and that we hold this belief. Yeah, we hold this belief either for some religious reason or just because we're crazy.
Or we want to feel special.
Yeah.
You guys just want to feel special. There's lots of ways to feel special, dude.
You don't want to come from a gay monkey fish frog? Come on, man. That's awesome.
Cave monkey fish frog. So that's,
man, I didn't even know
family.
Right. I didn't even know this thing was a topic like 3 years ago. What? You mean Earth is flat? Space is what? Fake? No. What?
Oh, I get you so hard. It's been over 10 years for me, bro.
So I was that guy, man. I didn't get all. That's why I say, man, these fucking people get mad. What are you so mad about? Because I don't agree with the science that can't prove anything? It's a bold stance to take there. I mean, come on.
We had someone quit the other server. I said, you do know that science doesn't prove anything. He's just like, what? Do you hear what you're saying? I can't take it. That's it. And then he left the server. The whole idea that science, he's obviously probably a high school or something, by the way he was talking before that. But I'm just saying is these guys are so brainwashed that when they think science is it's like the golden cow, right? You cannot say anything against the golden calf.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, that's why it's so much better to talk to a little bit educated people, because they at least understand, because they've been further in the education, that they don't teach it early. They teach it later that oh yeah, we don't understand this. This is our best guess. This is our best theory, but we can't actually test the cause. So we have different theories, but this is the most popular one. Once you talk to people who've gone through education, you get a little bit of a different response, especially if it's in their field. If it's in their field, they're like, yeah, you're right. There's all these different theories, and we actually don't know these parts and those parts, and you get a really interesting conversation. But when you talk to someone outside that field, they're like, well, I believe this is all correct, and I believe all this stuff. They don't understand the nuances of the field. They never looked into it, and they don't have interest to look into it. They think it's enough just to have faith in someone, and the consensus belief, the supposed majority belief that's publicized. This is the same way that Project Mockingbird controlled the population by controlling what you see, what's the thing that you're taught. And so, of course, the majority is going to believe X when they're taught X. That doesn't mean X is true. X needs to conform to actual reality.
I mean, what's shocking is if we weren't in this topic, right, and we just started talking to these guys in some other chat, right? I'm like, yeah, man, everything on TV is bullshit. They'd be like, yeah, man, TV's fake. Everything, they just propaganda and bullshit. And then you go, well, the Earth is flat. And you're like, what about pictures from space I saw on TV? 5 seconds later, they would contradict their own position.
Yeah. You'd be like, like the government's always screwing us. They're like, yeah, I don't trust the government. Nothing government says is true. And you're like, yeah, all the media is telling us lies. Yeah, the media is telling us lies. Yeah. But then you're like, the earth is flat. They're like, no, the media, the government is telling me the truth. It's crazy.
That's the one time. It's just crazy to me. Like, I mean, you'd think that, like, we've talked to so many people, and we ask them, how do you know the Earth's a globe? And like, you would think that after they're in here, right, for 5-10 minutes, and they're like, I don't know why they don't say to themselves, this is really hard. I really can't think of any globe proof. The only thing I can think of is like the images they showed me on TV and just my teacher showing me a toy globe in the corner and just like space movies and like I got nothing. Right? You think that just that alone, the inability to prove it in like 2 minutes without pointing at the television set would make them go, man, something's wrong here.
Yeah, wait a minute. Hold up.
Yeah, exactly, man.
The problem is...
It ain't right here.
yeah, exactly. The problem is you got a bunch of these people who've gotten addicted to thinking they're intelligent through Google. And now it's morphing into thinking they're intelligent through parroting AI. And so you got all these midwit, half-wits, nitwits who want to be intelligent because that's a certain status in life. And so
it's a fad.
Yeah, so they start memorizing this garbage that they hear from other people. They don't understand how it works. They just know the words to repeat, and they think they win. Refraction, I win. Gravity, I win.
Yeah, I think of it like the Marlboro Man, right? People smoked Marlboros because they thought like it portrayed a certain image. I'm tough. I smoke Marlboros. I'm like cowboy. I'm like John Wayne. But it was just like an image fad. In the whole science suck up idea, right? I'm a nerd. Like they turned it into like this weird fad where you have people wanting to be seen as intellectuals, even though it ain't never gonna happen unless they get a brain transplant. Look, I'm not gonna freaking, I'm not built to play in the NFL. Okay, it's just not gonna happen. No matter how good I get at football, my body will not support an NFL career. At any age I was, not now, not in the past. No matter how big I got, it would not matter. I had to be like the craziest freak in nature. Okay, so I don't cry about it. But it's like me going, I want to identify as a football player and pretend I'm a football player and like run around like this is what these guys are. They're like pretend scientists. It's kind of freaky when you think about it. But it's easier to bluff intellectualism than it is to bluff being a freaking buff ass football player.
Yeah. Because there's a physical reality behind the big ass football player, whereas
and you can baffle them with bullshit, Jace. You know that.
Yeah,
you would try to come in here and just baffle us with bullshit.
Yeah, it doesn't work on me because my dad used to do that all the time to everybody else, and so I saw that real time.
I'm baffled by the fact they think they can baffle us with bullshit.
Right?
What'd you say, bud?
I'm saying,
Sorry.
like, people here don't actually believe the Earth is flat, right?
No, we know it is. You do too.
Oh, so this is just like a troll channel?
No one's trolling. You're coping right now.
No, I just refuse to believe people like that. In 2026.
You refuse to, no, we refuse to believe. You see, you're the one with beliefs. We aren't. You're confused.
Right. That's why you're in the
Okay, so when did you see the Earth as a globe? When did you see the Earth as a globe in real life? When did you see the Earth as a globe? Yeah, see, here's more cope. You left.
Yeah, disproving our point.
I've never been that direct, but I might do that more often.
That was good. They don't realize the optics of how they're acting. They don't realize if anybody listens to our live stream, listens through these interactions, it's very easy to see. They come in with these preconceived ideas. They don't know what they're talking about, and they can't defend the globe, and it's so obvious to anyone with eyes or ears.
Man, the first time I heard about this, back in like April of 2023, man, somebody said Elon hit the firmament. And I immediately said, what? What are you talking about? I didn't get mad. I didn't call him stupid. I'm like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? And he gave me some information. I came back for more. I don't get the anger with these people. I don't get it.
Yeah, but that's a testament to your character. That's a testament to your intelligence of being open to exploring potentials, not being afraid of your beliefs being incorrect. The bigger your ego, the harder it is for you to actually accept that you're wrong, that you were wrong, all the garbage that you told some guy was wrong. Like, I used to be so into space, I used to tell people all about space. And so it was very difficult for me. Like, I spent like 2 months reconciling with the Earth being flat and then trying to find evidence for the Earth being a globe, something to prove that the Earth was a globe. And the more I looked into it, the more I realized, oh shit, all of my beliefs are contingent on this faith in this other people who supposedly proved it in outer space, and I can't prove any of it. And so at that point I realized it has to be a belief for me, and I didn't like that position. So I was like, I need to look into this deeper, and that's where kind of my journey began.
Man, mine kind of began. I was watching, scrolling through YouTube, and came across this one channel that said the mountains are trees. And I'm like, this guy sounds crazy. Let me check it out. And I was like, if these things turn out to be trees, that's going to just piss me off. And I was like, he was showing stuff, and I was like, that's a rock, man. What are you looking at? That's a rock. And then he showed a close-up of some tree rings, and I was like, see, there's a tree. Then he panned out, and it's the side of the mountain. I was like, whoa. All right. Well.
Yeah, that's one of the things that Flat Earth kind of gave the world. Besides just being like, it brings you back to logic, to empiricism, to actual basic natural science, experiments. What can you actually prove? Not just infer and assume is true based on your preconceived ideas, because you can assume a different thing is true based on different preconceived ideas. And so that's kind of what Flat Earth did. It kind of stripped away all the assumptions, and people went like, well, then what is true? And so we got a bunch of people who went looking at history, who went looking at old architecture, and we got the mud flood conspiracy that was born out of this. The mountains are trees thing. Some of those ideas seem pretty compelling in that, like, some of those structures of some of those mountains look very similar to the structures of petrified trees. That doesn't mean it is, but it's a very interesting hypothesis. And Flat Earth kind of opened up the world to exploring outside ideas that weren't as cornered in or boxed in by the mainstream narrative. We don't endorse any specific other theory. We're just focused on the empirical and the things that we can verify and prove. It's interesting, though.
What's behind the ice wall?
What ice wall?
Another ice wall. It's infinite ice walls.
What's behind the
Ice walls all the way down, all the way up.
What's behind the ice
we're
wall?
not claiming ice walls.
Who said
that is
anybody
someone else.
believes in an ice wall? Only globe earthers believe in ice walls.
Yeah, in fact, the terminology of ice wall came from globers, talking about the coastline of Antarctica.
I gotta find more ice walls.
It was called the Great Ice Barrier. That's what it used to be called. It was on all the old maps. Yeah, it doesn't come from us. It comes from you clowns. So if you want to know why, ask a glober why there's an ice wall.
I gotta get
See, the flat earth you guys make up in your head, we don't believe in that flat earth either. So you guys say, oh, flat earth, it must mean this, it must mean that, it must mean the other thing. You make up a flat earth in your head. You try to take a flat earth and stick it in the heliocentric model and go, this don't fit. No shit, Sherlock. Square pegs don't fit in round holes. Thanks.
You should look up
more
Admiral,
ice walls.
look up Admiral Byrd.
Eric Dubé told me there's an ice wall.
Was he the top or the bottom?
What? I don't know.
Well,
You don't
maybe
know?
you should bring it up
You were a little
with him,
drunk.
maybe.
Listen, I have not listened to a word of what Eric Dubé. None of us have. We don't listen to Eric Dubé. Why are you bringing him up?
He's your king. He's #1 on YouTube.
What? I thought that was PewDiePie or somebody.
I said he's your flat earth daddy.
Nobody
sorry
even knows
to break
who he
your
is.
bubble.
You're just trying to guilt by association. It's weak.
Yeah, we are not a cult following like you. You come from a cult. We used to be in your cult, so we understand and sympathize with you. But we are not a cult, and we do not have a cult leader. Eric Dubé has nothing to do with us. This channel. He's never even been in this channel.
So here's the funny thing. You revealed your own psychology, Mansky. The way you think about the world is what you think is knowledge comes from somebody else and it's given to you. And then you parrot it. You say, that person said such and such. I'll parrot that. That's not how we think. That's how you think. So we don't we don't take Eric Dubé and go, oh, I'll parrot what Eric Dubé says. Don't know what Eric Dubé says. Don't give a shit.
So just to restate what you just said, there is more ice walls.
I was kidding, dude.
I said margaritas.
I don't believe in an ice wall of any kind. Unless you think a fucking glacier's ice. Or a wall.
Yeah, how do you define a wall? Is a cliff a wall?
There's definitely some sort of something made of ice.
Yeah, there's glaciers and cliffs at the coastline of Antarctica, and that was referred to as ice walls. That does not mean that we claim that. So attribute that to us is insane.
Well, all I know is there's one guy, Captain Cook, whose specific purpose of his voyage was to find a way through the fucking ice and find an inland route into what they said was a continent. He tried to sail around, looking and looking and looking for a way through the ice. And he sailed 60,000 fucking miles.
Over 3 years.
Didn't find out, over 3 years, and didn't find a way in. Okay? Now, the circumference of Antarctica is only supposed to be 14,000 miles. Well, the Antarctic race, the actual fucking coast, is actually shorter than that. 60,000 miles is 2+ times the size they say the circumference of the Earth is. So how the fuck did he travel that far? How come the bendy Antarctic so they have 2 races. They have a race in Antarctica. The fastest boat in the world, sailboat, they sailed around Antarctica. It took 73 days. It took them the same boat with the same crew. It took them the same amount of time to quote unquote circumnavigate the globe. 73 days. It took the solo record for the Antarctica. Basically, if you do the calculation of them traveling only 14,000 miles, they would have only been going 6 knots in a carbon fiber racing yacht, which is infeasible, right? You couldn't go that slow if you dragged anchor, okay?
Well, math is
because down there it's called the Screaming 60s, right? So there's a gale force wind, meaning the 60th parallel. There's a constant gale force wind of like 30 knots, constantly.
Well, math is a fake concept, but like the ice.
Math is a fake. What does that even mean? What's a fake concept?
So like
2 + 2 = 4 is a fake concept, guys.
There's no such thing as a fake concept. It's not even. That doesn't even make sense.
You got to give him some time to warm up his brain.
Okay, so if you say this is a concept, as soon as you say that word, it's no longer fake. So you can't even say fake concept for it to even mean anything.
No, will you say unicorn is fake? Well,
tell us the definition of concept.
Well, what do you mean fake?
Yeah, well,
they don't exist. They're not fake or not real. They don't exist.
No, but like you can have a mental construct of a unicorn. You know, just like how you can have mental construct of a number.
It's a real concept.
Have you ever seen number 1 in the nature? No, you made that number up.
I didn't make the number up. It's a representation of it. I made it up personally, so the number 1 didn't exist before I.
No, someone else made up the number 1, and you inherit
they made
that.
Up a word.
Right? Yeah, so it's a made-up number. It's a concept. It's an abstract. It's unreal.
Yeah, I know. It's a transcendental category. Yeah, I agree with it. It exists though. Just not. It doesn't exist in the physical world.
Well,
but do you know what does? The ice wall.
It's not a mental construct because mathematics would exist, and the rules that apply to mathematics exist independent of the human mind.
The ice wall exists independent of the human mind, bro.
Your trolling is going to exist somewhere else.
Oh! It's not trolling, bro.
Why are you fascinated with the ice wall, dude?
Wait, but if you think about it, it's a false concept.
True.
Yeah, you guys are fucking...
No, we're making fun
of
you.
You guys are 30 IQ points away from being a midwit in the negative direction.
Is that a physical or metaphysical concept?
Or metaphysical concept.
That's crazy. Chat, is this real?
Dude, this is the most low IQ, sped.
Got this nonchalant astrophysicist in here.
You're just dumb, dude. You guys can't have. It's beyond you to have any type of conversation that doesn't involve grunting and groaning. Why don't you say "goo goo gaga"? Did you drag your knuckles over to the fucking computer screen? Like Jesus Christ, man. Have some.
Sorry, I got homophobic ears. Can you say that again?
Just have some self-respect, man. Have some self-respect.
Have some self-respect.
You're a freaking human. You're an adult male. You're acting like a fucking child.
Fucking child. What are we talking about? Hey guys, can I talk to you about something? I'm sorry, go ahead.
You just did.
But I want to talk more though.
Okay, what would you like to say?
I just did this this ADHD test where they show.
Yeah, it's not topic. It's not the topic. Get on topic, dude. Want to try again?
I do want to try again. Okay, so.
Hey, that's not the topic.
Sorry, I know.
You and your butt buddy, you're not original. Not even mildly entertaining. Niggers. You guys are like amateur chills. Oh my god, he said the N-word. Oh my god, I'm gonna faint.
Who said that?
You know we record this and I'm gonna see that you said that and then report you on the server and then your account's gonna get fucking banned. Why would you do that?
Why would he do that?
Because he's dumb.
He's so dumb.
It says YouTube bot right there, 24/7 live. That means this is recorded. I'm going to see his name pop up and say the N word, and then I'm going to report him to the server mod team, and then he's going to get his account kicked off this server, just so he can appear fucking. I'm an edgelord. I said the N word. It's so stupid. Like, dude, like seriously, grow up. Like, whatever happened to self-respecting, like being a man?
I mean, it's the best thing the Globers got. They don't actually have any arguments, and we've gone through that 1,000 times. It's
I don't even know if these guys are at the level of a
fallacies. And so, if they're not intelligent enough to actually construct a logical fallacy, all they have is the N-word.
I mean, I have a lot more than the N-word. I mean, I have like the F-word, the K-word. I'm sure there's...
Yeah, I'm an N-word enjoyer myself, but I keep myself...
Oh, you guys just learned how to swear this week? Oh, that's cute. Fuck, dude.
I keep it PG for the flat earthers.
He called me cute. That's a great... I love that.
I am curious what the K word is.
Don't DM me, okay? DM me.
This is bottom barrel trolling right here, man. This is just weak.
This isn't even trolling.
Fun?
This is
Why
them.
can't we just have
This
fun?
is actually look, bro. If they were in a DM in a private call, they'd be talking like this because this is actually isn't trolling. This is their level.
That is the most insightful thing I've ever heard your kind ever say.
Your kind? What does that mean? What's my kind?
My legal counsel has advised me to not answer that.
The way these people think is
What is my kind? Do you think my PFP is me?
You flurfers. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, fluffer. Yeah, good save, buddy.
Well, it's better than being fluffers like you two.
Fluffers.
You know what a fluffer is?
I don't. Tell me.
Google it.
Don't tell him.
I don't tell
That's when you take a flare and you fluff the penis.
Let's see if he has the ability to think for himself and do some actual research.
Hey, Mr. Nate, I'm actually going to detain you if you don't change your name.
Dude, that's such a legendary name, dude. That's my username on Rainbow Six Siege.
So is this all of you?
Is anyone else
another
here?
one? Because I wanted to get you all at once.
Is anyone else here familiar with the big slam?
Yeah, I guess that's all you, all 6 of you, whatever it is.
You get 5 booms for that. Boom, 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 boom.
Where's the other one? Masky, is this your crew, dude? Because you've been in here before. You should know better.
I don't have a crew.
No, the topic is flat Earth, not your fucking, pet projects or whatever it is you're doing for your homework this week. You can engage the topic or you can keep acting like dunces. We don't need a case for flat Earth. That problem has already been solved. It's measured flat. We're just informing you. We're hipping you to what the situation is. This debate was won. You guys just haven't heard about it yet. This debate's already over. It's been over for 4 years.
You're like 10 years too late to this debate, and like 4 or 5 years too late to actually try.
Okay, really simple. So I debated a guy with a PhD in mathematical physics that debates flat earthers all over the internet. He's got millions of fucking subs and followers and all that shit. You know what his argument eventually became because he couldn't prove the globe? That nobody can prove anything, and I can't even prove that I don't have hands, and I could be a brain in a jar. This is a professor at a university that teaches physics and mathematics, has a PhD in mathematical physics. When it came time for him to present globe proof, he said, I could be a brain in a jar. These are the people that you guys rely on, that you think have the proof that the earth is a ball. These are the people. But when pressed and they actually have to present the evidence, they've got shit. We've got all the evidence. And we're just here to tell you that and maybe rub it in a little bit.
And the funny part is, most of the educated people or the semi-educated people end up in that place. They're a brain in a jar. Nothing can be proven, because that's the only way to ignore our position, because our position is empirical.
It looks like one of my underlings wants to debate you, Martins.
Your underlings?
I doubt any of them could even still man their own position.
Oh my God. That's so messed up, but you're probably right. That's so funny. Yeah, we don't believe in that flat earth ham. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Remind Martins is not my underling. He's a flat earther.
Yeah, I doubt it. Why does he want to do? What's he going to debate then? I know what underling means. I probably knew what it meant before you were born. What is he going to debate then if he's a flat earther?
I don't know, man.
Should I entertain this? You bored? Anybody bored?
He's gonna debate himself, bro.
He's gonna debate himself in the chat. Think he'll win? He'll still lose.
Yeah, he'll still lose.
Okay, Martins, what do you want to debate? Get some tips from your friends in the DM.
Oh, hey, what's up, dude?
Oh, Rich Evans, amazing. The lowest of the low. Oh, anyway, carry on. You said you wanted to debate. What do you want to debate if you're a flat earther? You're a flat earther, though.
I am.
You are? Okay, give me, what's the best evidence for the Earth being flat?
Well, you can see a curvature at 120,000 feet, or 60,000 feet. Weather balloons double that height at 120,000 feet. Still no curve.
You can see curvature, or you can't?
You can see curvature at 60,000, but weather balloons go twice that height. The horizon's still at eye level and flat.
You're contradicting yourself, dude. You can or you can't. If you could see curvature at 60,000 feet, then wouldn't it be a ball?
That's what I'm saying. That's what NASA says.
I don't think NASA takes a position on how high you can see curvature.
They do. They say you could measure curvature at 60,000.
You can't measure curvature at 60,000, dude. Who told you that?
Yeah,
I don't think you understand my position. I'm trying to steal man flat Earth.
You're fantastic, frickin' Brian. You called it.
Is this the part where you
cite
me?
where you're getting this information from. If it's NASA supposedly, please cite that information.
Yeah,
so
we want to see
at
the
it.
source that says you can see curvature.
Trying to go against what NASA says.
No, we don't know that NASA says that. We want you to show us that NASA says that.
Sure, I'll just fucking tag it.
It better not be ChatGPT either.
It's always ChatGPT, Indio. You know that.
God, at least they could use Gemini. Sometimes it's Grok, which Grok is the goddamn worst.
Yeah, ChatGPT is a little bit better because I've been training it. I've never lost an argument with an AI. And
why are you asking me why it matters? It's his fucking argument. This isn't about whether NASA's truthful or not. It's about whether they said it. We're not testing the veracity of the claim. We're testing whether the claim exists at all, dude. You people are fucking stupid. Like, I can't even believe how stupid some of you people are.
Okay. So, on this link that I sent you, You scroll down to a paragraph. It says, on November 11th, 1935, the pair took off from the stratobowl, blah, 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 and ascend the world record altitude is 72,000 feet. The photograph showed the troposphere stratosphere boundary and the actual curvature of the Earth. So, like, let's round it off at around 60, right? Just to appeal to what they want, what they prefer is the truth. What I'm saying is...
Round it up to 60? Are we rounding up or rounding down? Where are we rounding?
Sure, round down. Yeah, let's round it to 60. Just to appeal to their, preference of truth.
So they didn't say that.
Yeah, it says 72,395 feet. So that's where you could see a curvature in this specific
So you're only off by
photo,
20%.
right?
Fantastic.
And down would be about 70.
Sure. But what I'm saying is, weather balloons go to 120,000 feet.
But I don't see the curve of the Earth in this photo, though. It just says it's a photograph showing laterally the curvature of the Earth, but I don't see the curvature of the Earth in this photo.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense if you see curvature from that height.
Just because you say, well, yeah, I guess his argument's they said it.
He's saying you can go higher in a weather balloon, yet you don't see. You don't see curvature. Is that what you're trying to say, bro?
Yeah, I'm saying that weather balloons can go double that height.
And don't see curvature.
I have footage that it doesn't, it's still at eye level and it's flat. Right, that's my point.
Yeah, even the Chinese space station claims that the horizon is flat 280 miles up.
Yeah, so this is what this is the point of contention actually, is that that's actually a globe earther claim, even though it's on NASA's website. That's probably just made, that website is probably made by some stupid fucking intern that didn't know what they were posting. Because if you actually do the mathematics of what it should look like, you couldn't see any up down curvature. Because the horizon is equidistant in all directions. So how can it appear higher or lower? Anywhere. We see things in angles. Right? So the dip angle between me and any point on the horizon is one value. It's 10 degrees if it's anywhere on the horizon. So if it's in the image, the second pixel from the right, or the third pixel from the right, or the 20th pixel from the left, it's only going to have one fucking angle. Say 6 degrees all the way across. That means it's just going to be a flat fucking strip all the way across the image. Now, all I'm saying is, what a globe earther would say is, no, NASA don't say that. You can't. So that is not evidence that the Earth is not a globe. If you see no curve from 120,000 feet, they'll say the globe predicts that.
What do you mean by what do you mean the globe?
They'll say that is a prediction of the globe, that you can't see curvature until you're. If you actually do the math, it's something like 1,000 miles elevation, altitude. So what they'll say is So what they'll say is like the Chinese space station Trace just posted. They'll just say, "Oh, you weren't high enough. See the curve. You got to be higher." And now it just depends on how hardcore the glober is. But we've heard all sorts of shit. Like fucking, they said a fisheye lens fucking makes curved lines straight, dude. They'll say anything. And just looking at something is not really dispositive, right? Okay. So we can look at railroad tracks, looks like they converge, but we can't say, hey, they converge because they look like they converge. The visual information is just like it gives you like a gross generalization starting point. Because the Earth looks flat, that doesn't mean it is. It's a good indicator, but that's not proof.
Wait, it's not flat?
No, looking flat does not necessarily mean it is flat.
It's just optical. Yeah.
It's not proof, it's evidence. And it's a starting point, right? So the starting point is, what does the Earth look like at a naive first glance? Right? Let's say we want to construct what the Earth is from the beginning, from first principles. Okay? Go down to the ocean.
Yeah.
How does the Earth look? Looks flat. So that's our starting point. That's all the information we have. Looks flat. Can we gather more information to figure out if it actually is flat? Well, we can measure that, see if it actually is. Yeah, and when you measure that, it actually is. See, just looking, while informative, doesn't necessarily tell the whole story, because vision, there's a reason we make blueprints and, diagrams and things like that when we build things, is because we can't tell absolute sizes and distances just from looking at things. Like you look at the sun, the only thing you can't see, it doesn't say on it 93 million miles. It says angular size, 1.52 degrees. That's all you can say.
Yeah. I have a question for you real quick.
Yeah.
Do you think, without picking a side, could you visualize the heliocentric model and the geocentric model separately?
You can't visualize. Well, are you assuming all the same sizes and distances?
No, I'm saying personally, can you, like, whatever the globe heads think?
Yeah, so, okay, to scale?
Well, like, it doesn't matter
Visualize
if it's
it to
to scale, like...
Because,
like rationalize it, like, understand it, visualize it.
I understand the globe better than any globe earther alive.
I don't really understand your question. Are you saying can we differentiate between the two models?
This is another thing. This is another thing. All you're revealing is that you think something about us. You think we don't believe in the globe Earth because we don't understand it. No, we do fucking understand it. That's why we don't believe it.
No, I think most people do, because that's what they've been told their whole life. If you grew up in America,
They don't understand it. They have no idea. They have no fucking clue. They've never looked into any of the shit.
Well, yeah, I do understand that. I know that talking to globe heads and you try to introduce them to the geocentric model, they can't really, like, visualize it properly. So, like, I kind of have to, like, explain to them how I see the world.
Wait, what do you mean, dude? It's literally kinematically equivalent.
Yeah, there's no.
It is equivalent. It just, you know how, like, the seasons change apparently to the globe heads, it's due to the tilt. Well, you can explain seasons change in the Earth model, just how the trajectory of the sun, it moves in latitude as it circumnavigates Earth.
But those are the same thing. Okay,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's the same. It's the same thing. Seasons in and of themselves only denote, because there's, so what you're talking about, you have to differentiate these things, because it's like a lot of this stuff has very sloppy terminology. So seasons, there's two types. There's astronomical, meaning, the equinox, the solstices. Those are astronomical seasons. Okay.
Yeah.
But there's also the meteorological seasons, which are the changes in weather, temperature, wind, water temperature, all those things, which also happen. They correlate to the astronomical seasons, but they're not exactly following them. So it depends on where you live. It depends on the local geography. It depends on the local climate. There's a lot of other factors that determine the changes in meteorology locally. Now, they correlate with day length, right? So the longer the day is, the more the sun's up, temperature changes, yada, yada, yada. And there's some lag that happens with the local meteorological changes. But when they say tilt of the Earth, they're talking about the sun, right, reaching some maximum point in the sky, or in the celestial sphere. The ecliptic has like a maximum point, and then in the coordinate system, and then they're saying because it's not aligned with the celestial equator, the motion of the stars, the sun's motion is different than the motion of the stars. It's different by 27 degrees. Now, but you're observing the sun different.
Yeah.
You're on Earth. You're looking up at the star. You're seeing the sun. If you track the sun across the celestial sphere, it will maximize off as 23.6 degrees. But you're not seeing any tilt of the Earth. You're not seeing any fucking orbit. You're not seeing any of those things.
No, exactly. It just moves an angle. an angle of 23.4. That's, you can actually see that on the analemma. It's like the trajectory of the like the ecliptic over the each month, you know.
Well, the analemma's funny. I don't want to get way into that, but
I don't want to
there's more
that
to it.
out,
There's more to it than meets the eye. It's asymmetric, in case you haven't noticed. It's not.
Are you looking for like?
Yeah, it's asymmetric. Yeah, because it depends. Also,
Asymmetric asymmetric in space and asymmetric in time.
Oh, so you
so if you look at the months, how they're in the figure 8 are asymmetric.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I can see how the months are also correlated to that as well. But you can see how, like, when the sun's closer to the horizon, you could tell, like, you know, that would be presumably December, because technically it is a little bit further away. If you were standing in the northern latitude, for example, if it's close to the horizon at that same time of day and each month, then it would be December. But if it's like further, it was like ahead, further away from the horizon, that would be the solstice, for example, like the summer solstice. Whereas like the bottom of that number, that figure 8, it would be the winter solstice. Just because of how the sun's trajectory moves, apparently, right?
Yeah, I mean, so this is really the crux of all these issues when it comes to things like this. It's the coordinate system. Where's the origin of coordinates? And when we talk about the celestial sphere, the origin of coordinates is your eyeball. Yeah, your eyeball. It's not the center of the earth. It's actually your eyeball. And where
observer centric? No way.
Yeah, amazing. Imagine that, right? Imagine that reality is actually observer centric.
Holy crap! You don't say.
Well, that whole system, like the azimuth system, like using a distance and bearing, you could sort of translate that over to a coordinate system.
That system
exactly
uses a hemisphere, right? So it uses, you're on the ground plane, that's the horizon, and you got azimuth and solar elevation angle, right? But to use this system, though, you need, to get the azimuth, you need the time, and then to get the solar elevation, you also need the time for that too. But to get your like latitude, you need how high is the celestial equator in the sky. If you know where that is, then you know your latitude. Right?
Yeah, you gotta use
they're the same thing. It's but people conflate the thing. They think that somehow having a latitude means you're at a place on Earth that is just like relative, has like some relative proportion to all these other places on Earth. No one's ever actually demonstrated that. All you know is, see the frickin', I see the celestial equator at 45 degrees. I'm at 45 degrees latitude. Really don't matter where the fuck you're standing. It only matters where it is in the sky. And if you know you're there, and you know the date, you know where the sun's going to be. Relative to that fucking point, relative to that fucking celestial equator. You could be on the back of a fucking turtle. You could be flying on the back of a bird. You could be standing on your head. Doesn't matter what you're on, because the model is observer-centric. It starts at your eyeball.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, Shane just did a presentation on that tonight, literally, on the terrestrial and celestial sphere model being conjoined into one, and that's what they call the WGS 84. Essentially.
So would you draw a correlation, that 23.4.6, right? Like where the sun goes, does that also, do you think the zenith, like is the sun the zenith of that 23.7 latitude celestials from the celestial equator, you know?
Now, there's a see, this is where we get into like a problem with their model is there's like a discrepancy. I'm gonna brag. I discovered it. Well, I mean, kind of. Kind of. If you look at the equinox, so on the equator, when you're on the equator, right? How do you even know when you're on the equator, right? So if you're on the equator, on the equinox, right? The sun will rise due east and set due west, right? Correct?
Yeah, it rises in the east and it sets in the west.
Yeah. It takes a straight line across the sky. Okay. Well, if you're on the equator, that means that day, the time the sun's up to when it goes down, that should be the shortest day of the year. Because the arc the sun takes there is no arc, it's a straight line.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But it's like a week later. The sun is going to be, say, north a little bit. And that's going to have an arc to it, right? It's not going to be a straight line, so it's going to take a longer amount of time to cross that, so the day is going to be longer.
Yeah, that would be until it reaches the solstice, then it comes back.
Exactly, and that would be the longest day of the year on the equator, and then it starts coming back, right? And how you can tell, right? So when you should be able to tell when the equinox exactly is by timing sunrise to sunset on the equinox and just time it day after day after day. And when the days, they get shorter and shorter and shorter, right? On the equinox, it'll be the shortest day. And then when the days get longer again, right? You know it went to the other side, right? The southern hemisphere. It crossed over your head and went to the southern hemisphere, and days are getting longer again. Well, that fucking shit don't happen.
Well, that's if you're standing at the equator.
That shit don't happen, dude. In the real world, that don't happen.
No, it doesn't. But like that's the thing.
If you go on time and date, the shortest day of the year on the equinox. Same with sun calc. The shortest day of the year is not on the equinox. It's in April.
No.
It's in April.
Yeah, because we're depends where you are, right?
No, I'm talking about on the equator.
On the equator, it's April. Well, yeah, wouldn't that be the equinox?
It should be, but it's not. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It should be, but it's not. And then on the vernal equinox, which is the September one, should be the September one, the shortest day of the year is August. It's like August 21st.
So isn't that just precession?
Listen. This is why the analemma is asymmetric. Because those 2 days, those shortest days of the year, that is when the fucking sun is in where the analemma crosses over. Where it's the center of the figure 8.
Yeah.
When it's that day, the sun is in that center of the figure 8, and that's the shortest day of the year on the equator. Though it's a month late or a month early, depending on how you look at it. Now, tell a globetard this, they'll sit there, the globe model works perfectly. Yeah, until you look closer. It's not perfect. It's far from perfect. It's good enough for practical purposes. That's it. If there even is.
So where do you think on Earth? Like, there's got to be a place on Earth.
I don't believe
where it's actually the shortest day. Like,
yeah,
it changes, right?
Look, all I know is like, hey, I want to find the equator. Oh, let's go find the place with the shortest day that there is. I mean, it might take you a while if you did a brute force trial and error, but there is no such place because the Earth's not a fucking ball.
Yeah, well, I honestly thought it was because of the precession of the equinox, which changes over time. So at first, when the calendar was
that's
set,
like a 26,000 year cycle, and whether that even happens is in dispute. I hate to tell you.
I mean, it's a noticeable change. Like, for example,
they built a temple in the 1600s. They built a temple in the 1600s so that the sun shines through this hole in the equinox, and it's still shining through that hole.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, the point of Aries, right?
If the equinox precesses, why don't the planets precess?
I'm saying, like, there's like a little bit of change, which is measurable, which is like Aries.
You're just saying that, dude.
You know, like Aries, like, you know the star of Aries?
Gotta be measurable.
Like the constellation. You know the constellation Aries?
Yeah, okay, so the sun, what the precession of the equinox is the sun, where the sun rises, it's going to rise in a constellation, right? And those constellations slowly precess around the sunrise over a period of, I don't know, the great years, like 26,000 years or something. Maybe it's 12,000. It's one of the two. So the sun should be rising in a different place against the background stars. It should be rising in different background stars. But they've built temples where the sun just rises relative to the temple in the exact same fucking place.
I would say there's a slight change. There's a little bit. I mean, it's still there. It's still at the right place. Maybe just like inches or
hundreds of years
a whole foot off. Yeah, I'd say so. Like you can even measure it.
You're guessing now. You could measure it. Has anybody?
Yes.
Because I have a published paper on it. On whether the precession, because here's the other problem with the precession of the equinox. The planets should precess as well. If the Earth was wobbling, the planets would precess.
Well, you can have an explanation on the flat Earth model.
Why don't the planets precess against the background stars?
I would say it's because of the sun's movement, not the stars. Because the stars have always been there.
Well, I'm talking about in the globe model. Why don't the planets, the solar system, precess?
I think they're trying to say that the stars precess just because there is a Earth wobble, right? But for us, it's relative to the sun because it lines up to where the sun rises, as you said, right? And if it's just a few degrees of an angle off over, it's supposed to be 26,000 years for it to just make a full wobble, right? Which means going all around, right?
Yeah.
Then, it would take 26,000 years, but it's only been what, like 2,000, right? So just like a tenth of that, or a 12th, 13th of that. There should be like a 13th of 365 that it has like changed, right? Or 360 degrees, a 13th of 360 degrees where Aries has moved relative to where the sun would rise at that point. So Aries used to be in January, but now it's in March, like the cusp of Aries. Which I would say that it's because of the sun. So we're relatively comparing the star system to the sun. Therefore, the sun probably moves, which also explains the analemma as well. And the days.
Sun precesses?
Sort of, yeah. Yeah, I'd say so.
All this stuff's interesting. But quite honestly, it's academic. You're never going to know. You can come up with dozens of models for how the planets behave and move. Because I just come to my head, like Tycho Brahe has a model which does all this stuff and predicts all this stuff. And he's got the sun and the moon are orbiting the Earth, and then all the planets, the sun and the planets orbit the sun, but the sun and the moon orbit the Earth. That's in that model, which also technically works.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right, but we can sit here and come up with models all day. I mean, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we're just I'll just the easiest thing.
Yeah, I like how it's like an ideal pool that continuously grows. It adapts, right? It's not like one thing that's stable. That's stagnant, right? It changes with the times.
Look, let me read what Copernicus wrote, because people were smart back then. They didn't lie to themselves like we lie to ourselves now. He said, "For it's the duty of an astronomer to compose the history of the celestial motions through careful and expert study. Okay, then he must conceive and devise the causes of such motions or hypothesize about them. Since he cannot in any way attain to the true causes, he will adopt whatever suppositions enable him to enable the motions to be computed correctly from the principles of geometry for the future as well as the past. The present author has performed both these duties excellently, for these hypotheses need not be true nor even probable." What they're saying is that they're going to make a model based upon some fucking made-up idea in their head, okay? And it doesn't matter about the made-up idea. It only matters that if the geometry they use makes an accurate prediction. It's a purely pragmatic viewpoint with no philosophical underpinnings about whether it's true or not.
Yeah.
Meaning the concept. So I'll give you an example. James Clerk Maxwell came up with the current theory we use of electricity and magnetism. The entire mathematical formalism was based upon a mechanical model of the ether. Now, nobody believes the ether's real anymore. But his mechanical model is what's still in use. It's still, the mathematics are still in use today. And he thought there was like little balls rolling against each other or something, and it's fucking, or some rarefied fucking ether gas or something. It's unclear exactly what he thought the substance was, but he modeled it. He made he modeled it as a physical mechanical model, just like the same way you would model like a grandfather clock or something. Okay. Now, it would be justified to take the same philosophical position as they currently take, well, people that come in here and argue with us, that because the model makes accurate predictions, it's physically real in the physical world. Such as, we use a globe to predict where the planets are, so the Earth must be a globe. But even in Copernicus' day, they said that doesn't matter. We're just using geometric concepts and adopting freaking hypothesis, and they need not be true or even probable because they don't care about that, because what they were trying to do was astrology.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So they didn't care the reason. They weren't trying to look for an ultimate truth. They were just trying to look, hey, fucking, I wonder where Mars is tomorrow. How do I do that? Oh, it's going up with these mathematics. Oh, shit, that works. Then some retard come and said, that's real. And now they're in this chat, talking shit, saying, the globe is real. Show me a globe Earth model. Oh, Google Earth. Google Earth's a cylinder. So what? Still looks like a globe. We just hear dumb shit. So the only point is, it's nice. You can reify a geocentric model. You can reify a heliocentric model. You can reify Tycho's model or any other model. But, like, you know, whether that model is the physical reality of the situation, that's another question altogether. So the analemma is interesting, I think.
Yeah.
I think there's some clue there. I don't know what it is.
I didn't know that the equinox at the equator was not the longest day.
Yeah, look on time and date.
Or the shortest day.
Look, go down the time and date and look for the day that it changes, right? So you'll be able to see day length, right? And the days will get shorter. Like in the fucking in the spreadsheet table. So you look at the table, it's shorter, and then it'll start getting longer. The day it starts getting longer when it does the transition, that's the shortest day of the year. Right? Obviously, it goes down.
I mean like the duration?
Oh, that's the low point, right? That's the local minimum.
Are you saying like the duration of sunlight at the equator throughout the year?
Day length, meaning sunrise, sunset. Sunrise to sunset. How long the sun's up? Because the day length is based upon how long the sun is in the sky, right? And how long the sun is in the sky is based upon the arc that it takes through the sky. And the arc that it takes through the sky is the shortest on the equinox because it's a fucking straight line.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make sense. Not my problem. I don't get paid for shit to make sense. I don't get paid for, well, I don't get paid for anything in here, but I should be paid for pointing out things that don't make sense or inconsistent or freaking contradictory.
Yo, isn't it the solstice that's the shortest day? And like the equinox is half.
That's when if you're not on the
where you're
equator.
standing. Yeah, it depends where you are.
It makes you wonder how they found the equator in the first place. How did they know they were at the equator?
I don't know.
That gets into the metaphysical / philosophical, though, India.
Well, I mean, that's actually not like it has to have certain properties, right? So they go to a place on Earth that matches the properties that the globe Earth equator would have. And like which ones, right? Is it the length of the day? Is it equal day and night? Like, what did they do? Like, what exactly did they do? They didn't do time-lapse photography. You know what I mean?
I think it's based off of the clock as well, and they basically use pi, or like also the spherical model of the ball, like a circle, and they modeled it with pi, and they figured out like minutes would be like if you turned it into from degrees to like on your calculator, if you use degrees to like angles or degrees to radians or anything like that, it would be like there's a conversion rate to that too. So whoever came up with that had probably a hand in how the latitude system was made. So like if you want to turn a number into minutes, like you'd probably have to multiply it by 15 or divide by 15. And if you want to have the seconds or the hours or whatever, like you multiply by 60. That's like the conversion rate on your calculator from like degrees to radians. Or hours and minutes, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think they did all this math thousands of years ago.
The easiest way to know where the equator is on the March and September equinoxes, the sun is directly overhead at noon along one continuous line on Earth. So that's the equator. That's why it's so hot. So the sun is pounding it. Round and round we go. There's no seasons at the equator. That's why it's always hot and tropical along that exact line. And then also you can tell because of the bulge, so it increases in curvature, and then as you leave the equator and start heading south, the curvature starts to dissipate slightly. So that's physical demarcation of the equator. So one single latitude is perfectly symmetrical. The equator is that is the equator.
I would have thought it was just where they saw that the stars went straight.
Yeah, that star's also on top of the sun. The stars are straight up and set straight down. There's no circular rotation. So that's how we knew it was tilted, because all the other everywhere else on Earth, the stars trace a tilted arc. The angle of the celestial pole equals your latitude.
Yeah. I just found something here for if you look up on Wikipedia what a nautical mile is, it directly connects to the supposed Earth's polar circumference. So, and it has a lot to do with like the whole time thing. I think it has a lot to do with how the nautical mile was invented too. Like when you say knots or whatever, it's basically like 1 minute would be 1/60th of a degree. So that 360 degrees, that would be like 60 minutes basically. So it's basically a circle, like a 360-degree circle. And for every minute of a degree, it would be 1/60th of a degree. For every minute, right? It would be 1/60th of a degree. So 60 minutes would be 1 degree on the latitude or longitude system, basically. That's what it says here. So the derived unit of speed is the knot. 1 nautical mile So if I go into this, they'll tell you how they came up with the knot, the origin of the knot. They use a chip log. Basically, they tied a bunch of knots on a rope, and they went at a certain speed, and those knots are certain distances away. I don't know how they chose the distance between each knot, but the rate of how many knots go into the water would on a ship would assume how many knots in an hour it would be. Like here, this is the
that sounds like a
derivation. I'll just post it. I probably can't explain it that good.
No, I've heard it before. Like the knots on the rope. It sounds like a gimmick.
That's how they did it. So I'll just post it if you want to read it. I'm not saying how, it's not, you could say like, oh, it's just, it's futile how they came up with that or whatnot. But, it's true. I don't think it's fake. This is how they really did it.
No, I'm saying like the system of having knots in a rope, it's probably something that they used in on individual ships, but I don't think it was some standardized thing between, like I think each ship just tied a knot, tied a rope with a bunch of knots, and the first mate relayed it. That's just how it was.
Yeah, dude, the intricacies of navigation, for the sea and the air, bro. That's that goes into why it's important to trick the public into thinking, about your worldview. Like they gave us a worldview, said everything's already explored. This is how it was done, but the true history of it is wild, dude.
Yeah, dude. Here's the thing that I was talking about. How it's called a chip log. It's right here. Common log, ship log, or just log. Navigation tool mariners use to estimate the speed of a vessel. So here's the history. A nautical instrument that measures the speed of a ship through the water are known as logs. The nomenclature dates back to the day of sails when sailors attached a piece of lumber to a rope knotted at regular intervals off the stern of a ship. Sailors counted the number of knots that passed through the hands in a given time to determine the ship's speed. Modern sailors and aircraft pilots still express speed in knots. So yeah, maybe this is how they came up with it. I don't know how accurate it is, but that's
exactly. You're exactly right. It was literally knots were a physical knot that you used to determine their speed, and it just stuck.
So at some stage they would have had to standardize the distance between the knots.
Specific thing to each ship. It's not like they had radios or walkie-talkies or anything to share the quantification of what a knot was, to standardize it. It was never standardized.
But that's the whole point of the knots. The knots was a standardized number that they used. So each had
for example. For example, ship number 1 has his knot interval 2 foot apart. Ship number 2 has his knot interval 3 foot apart. Ship number 3 has his knot interval 8 foot apart. Them sailing and doing their drop test is going to give different readings. So at what point and how, where and when was this standardised? Because at the moment it's a cool story.
Yeah, and it was effective for that individual ship. Like if the captain wants to know how fast they're traveling, the first mate would say 3 knots.
Why would it
was never standardized?
They wouldn't have used
this idea that 1 nautical mile, 1 knot equals blank. It's just something that was agreed upon later.
It's relative to the ship, right? I see what you're saying. That's how it started out.
No, it's not relative to the ship. It's relative to the guys doing it. Was there a port somewhere with markers on the ground that says, this is how far you must tie your knots?
The first widely adopted standard was 47 feet 3 inches apart. And the timing glass was 28 seconds. So everybody just used their own knot system. It didn't matter because it didn't matter how long the distance was. So if it was short, that means there would be more knots per mile. But if it, a long, so you would want your knots. If your boat was slow, you would probably want knots closer together because boats only go 4 or 5 knots at a time. And so you're not it's like you wouldn't make a chip log with 8 foot space between the knots because you're only trying to count 3 or 4 knots. It's not that complicated. You guys are way overthinking it.
Yeah, but there was a certain time where it was standardized, like the nautical mile.
Right. Well, now it is.
Yeah, now it is. Now it is.
Right.
But that's like the history of how they came up with that.
That was just the history.
Yeah, we just got to understand how this connects to the fucking the latitude system, how that works, because the nautical mile is directly connected to median arcs.
Yeah, you mean how like they fixed the distances between, points on land, and then compared it to, the celestial sphere essentially, and then like kind of combined both of them. I mean, it's just a ratio, right?
Yeah.
Like they have like the 39-59, right? Radius of the Earth. But what they do is they use a fictitious observer at the center of Earth, right? They don't actually, like, the angle is not coming from just a direct angle of measurement on the surface. It does in reality, but I'm saying in their conceptual model, how they do it
is like based off the degrees off of this supposed globe, but we consider it the North Pole of our geos.
That was rap, by the way. Come on, dude. What are you doing? Sorry,
yeah, maybe the equator is probably not even like the actual celestial equator, so they're just kind of assuming that is the true. So who knows? Who knows?
No, it's all an abstraction, bro. It's it. It's a conceptual model that's useful for things like celestial navigation, finding out, certain times when the tides are low or high, according to where the moon is, etc.
Yeah.
I want to taste your box and have you suck daddy.
You guys meet that guy, dude? His name's Rap. Don't you love when hyenas enter the chat to ruin a nice combo?
Guys, how far away is the sun?
93 bajillion trillion miles.
Almost as far away as the moon.
I need a specific number.
93 trillion bajillion miles.
Hey, Eden, why didn't you eat that too? Drop your camera, bro. That wasn't impressive.
I don't know what you just said.
You picking your nose. What are you trying to impersonate McToon and the other clown that likes having a good dig whilst on camera?
Can you say that one more time, please? Sorry, your mic's messed up, bro.
No, it's not.
There's nothing wrong with me, Mike. It's you that's messed up.
Maybe it's
Turn
just your
your
accent.
camera
Sorry.
off.
Maybe it's just your accent.
Okay, turn your camera off.
I take myself
You little
out.
shrimp on the bobby.
All right, you're a clown.
Bye, Ian.
Matrix, are you gonna let him talk to you like that?
I think that was kind of rude to mute him. Maybe he just had an itch in his nose and he was just trying to relieve himself and he forgot that he was on camera.
That's not the point.
What's the point?
The point was he was told to take the camera off.
Are you trying to body shame him? Are you saying that he doesn't fit your conception of camera worthy?
Yeah, I'm fat shaming him and I'm gay shaming you. FOMO.
That's a shame. I think you should really.
It's too shame.
You should look inward and realize that the hurt you're trying to put on me is a hurt that's in you.
Gee, what are we doing? What are you guys talking about?
Talking about energies right now. And I just don't like the energy in this room right now. I think it's been very hostile for no reason.
Okay, why do you think you're on a spinning water ball?
I don't. We're all inhabiting an energy array. Everything is about energy transfer. Everything is about vibrations. And I think if we all understood that we could all vibrate together and harmonize our frequencies and achieve peace But you guys want to draw lines, flat lines, and divide between those who believe the Earth is a globe and those who believe the Earth is flat. There are bigger problems at stake in the world. It's not about whether the Earth is curved or whether the Earth is horizontal. It's about whether we as human beings can come together and create a world that is peaceful. That should be the shape of the Earth. The shape of peace.
No, it is here in this channel. It's about the shape of the Earth. It's about the geometry. Screw your fucking peace, love, hippie bullshit.
So you don't love peace?
Don't give a shit, bro.
That's
don't give a shit. Jesus said he didn't come to bring peace.
Flurfers must be punished.
That's right. Amen. He said, I came to bring a sword.
And what was that sword? Was it a sword made of steel? No, of course not. It was a sword of his words that he spoke to all of humanity. And the reason he said I did not bring peace is because the expectations of peace of the Jewish communities he was preaching to was that he was going to stage a military overthrow of the Roman government and establish a new kingdom in Jerusalem. That is the peace that the Jewish people were expecting. And that is why Jesus said, I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. The real peace. The real peace.
Did I get moved
comes
into
from
the
when we
wrong
all
channel or something? What the hell is this shit?
sit down together as brothers and sisters.
Okay, brother. Earth's flat.
The shape of Earth
It's a globe.
is the shape of peace.
Don't you globe on TV, Mansky. Go watch more TV.
Why do you carry such hatred in your heart towards those?
Who do I hate?
Clearly, you hate Globers.
Clearly, you are you're very bad at determining people's internal emotions.
Well, no, that's why you all gather together, because this is a
you're
safe
going to
space.
tell me I'm specifically saying that is not my emotional state, and you're just saying
This is a safe haven for you and your brothers who believe together in the shape
who
of the
the
flat
fuck
Earth.
are you?
And
who died and made you fuck?
What that tells me.
No, I
what
listen.
that tells
Fuck
me.
you, Goose. Look a dick. Fucking go piety signal somewhere else in some other stupid channel. Probably fucking humping a wafu pillow right now.
Brother Indio, please see the way. Like, what the hell?
That
What
guy
are
sounded as
what are we
insensitive
doing?
as Eric Dubé.
Dude, you guys are very magnanimous.
Oh, I like that word. I don't know how to use it in context of
Indio.
What is it?
It's not about the shape of the Earth, but about the shape of the heart.
Is your heart flat? Is your heart flat? Is your heart level? How can your heart beat in light of the Coriolis effect?
Yo, Indio, you see what it tagged you in?
No, I did not.
Oh, you might have to go back in the side chat a bit, but
Okay, I'll scroll up. Hold on.
you were talking about projections earlier, and I saw I saw this guy who basically created this myriadrial projection.
What was that adjective? Myriadrial?
Pronounce it, but basically it's the Greek word myriad for like an innumerous amount. Yeah, of projections.
That's pretty cool looking.
And you see that? I also put the paper with it too, and what he actually does.
Well, there's a paper.
Yeah,
Where's that?
I
Is that
replied
above?
to it below.
Okay. Oh, I see it. Got it. Download this shit. Unfolding the Earth. Myriahedral projections. 2008. Okay.
Yeah, some of these projections are wild, dude.
Oh, that was a bird. Huh? What was that? Dude, that was a cool ass projection. Dude, it was like all coastlines on the externally.
Yeah. And then if you go down in the paper a bit, it shows how he does it, like what he defines it. So it says gradicular projections derived from a 5-degree graticule, 2,592 polygons. And then you got cylindrical, conical, azimuthal, 2 hemispheres, azimuthal, polyconical. And then he does polyconical projections from a 1-degree graticule, and those look crazy, dude. The icosahedral projections as well, which is all like triangles essentially.
I'd like to see him do this with the celestial sphere.
Dude, I know. I was thinking the same thing.
That would be weird.
Dude, look at, and then he does like another type of mesh using the Jobard and Leafer. Yeah, it's software. Well, I don't know if you can get it. I tried to get it, but I think the link was dead.
Well, you probably get it from freaking one of the stupid AIs to recreate it, right? Hey, make this fucking thing he used in Python.
Oh, that's a good idea, actually. Thank you. I was actually thinking about searching archive. You know, they have old software hidden. You might find it there. It pops up to you, though, that I might have missed. That's interesting. Like, I want to know why he chose that number of polygons for those projections.
That's a good question.
Sorry, I'm boring the chat with like nerd shit. My bad.
They can suffer. Azimuthal projection random weights added. What the fuck is that thing?
You still keeping your website up to date?
Which one? The wiki?
The wiki, yeah.
Oh, that's freaking toast, man.
That's why.
Yeah,
I was actually gonna ask.
You can get it. You can get it off of archive.org. It's still up on that. On the Wayback Machine. You can get it on the Wayback Machine, but like, I thought I was backing up, but it wasn't backing up. It wasn't backing up like the database. It was backing up everything but the database. So the database is actually the structure of the website. So, you know, what says what on what pages or whatever. So I got all the assets, right? So I got all the links and the freaking images and all that stuff, but I don't I'd have to completely recreate the website. I had to upgrade my web server that I was hosting it on. So, to upgrade, I had to wipe out the OS. It was like I was using CentOS 7, which was like fucking almost 10 years old, and it had more security holes than what you could shake a stick at. So I had to wipe it out and upgrade to a new OS. So I'm like, okay, I'll just save this. And used a backup script, and that backup script didn't save the SQL database. So, not knowing this, because it saves as a zip file, as a tar file, so I just assumed it did what I thought it did. The size looked big enough, but it didn't do it. Yeah, that was a bad hit. I was actually talking with somebody. I think I'm going to recreate it, but I'm not going to recreate it as a wiki.
I was going to say, you could definitely recreate it. Maybe you should make an Obsidian. Or maybe even a web project.
Yeah, I don't know how, like, the format I want to recreate it in. I mean, I'll do it in Flash. No.
Dude, how cool is Flash? Dude, they had to get rid of it, man. Flash is so cool.
There were some really cool Flash websites.
Yeah, it's too powerful. Anyway, always good to talk to you, Indio. Yeah, let me know what you think of that paper. If you find anything useful, if you find the reason why he uses a certain amount of polygons, that would be awesome. Because like trying to figure out, like, why is that an arbitrary thing? Like, that seems like it would be important.
I don't think it's arbitrary. I think it correlates to the degree of the graticule. So the smaller the degree, the more polygons.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
4,800.
What did he start with, though? What was his original, what was his reference image? Like Google Earth or something? Like, where was, because if these are projections of the globe, what globe did he start with? He obviously didn't start with a physical one. He didn't, like, scan a physical globe into the computer.
He says he projected the globe on a polyhedral mesh, label edges as cuts or folds, and unfold the mesh.
Yeah,
we assume that the faces of the mesh. Yeah, right, true.
That's what I'm saying. Which globe was it? The WGS 84? Was it one of these other datums? Like, which globe did he use?
The blue marble.
Looks like he used the fucking Mercator map. See if there's any reference. The globe is a useful model for the surface of the Earth. There you have it. The globe is a useful model for the surface of the Earth. And that's all it is, and that's all it ever will be.
Exactly. I like what he says here. He says where was it? The geography of the Earth, or whatever image on a spherical surface has to be displayed, is mapped as a texture on the triangles. So, like, he uses triangles just like you would do in a video game, same kind of thing, and then create a mesh. But let me see here. He says he used 100-fold super sampling per pixel with a jittered grid, following by with the Mitchell filter. Okay, so that's just fancy talk for how he related it to pixels. The simplest way to define a mesh is to use the graticule itself and to cut along parallels or meridians. The results can be used as an introduction to map projection, a weight for edges using the value of phi, and I don't know what that value is, of the midpoint of an edge can be defined as that. Okay, that formula. What the heck? Yeah, so I mean, the purpose of this is to basically find out which projection has the better representation of the four things that happen with maps. What is it? It is, he lists it, the distortions, either an area or the boundaries or the coastlines. Yeah, all the projections have distortions.
It's quite clever what he did.
I know. See, I can't remember. I had another paper that linked to this that actually showed the. There was like a graph that showed. Oh, dude, you know what? I'll find it. It's an EA somewhere. I know I posted it in there one time. But yeah, it shows a graph of like which projection covers which areas, but it shows the strengths and weaknesses of each one. We see.
Well, I think all of the globe projections are basically based on the sky, essentially. So.
Yeah, they are. That's what we did. You hear us asking, like, they're saying it would be cool if he made us celestial sphere version of all this, where he took a celestial sphere and then did these all variations of projections with stars. It would be fucking pretty dope, I think.
Yeah, it would be really interesting.
I don't think this is new, because like they say that the most accurate map or whatever is that Japanese one with all the tetrahedrons, all the like triangles, and this is basically like, you know, it's.
Well, for a while it was
like,
the double-sided disc.
Smaller little, you know, meshes or whatever.
Yeah, the double-sided disc is probably, well, I wouldn't say, I don't like using the word most accurate because I don't know what the accurate one is. So the one closest to being a globe.
Right.
Yeah, it matches the best to the globe projection.
Yeah, basically.
But we can't really go out and verify all of the small intricacies and the distances. We don't know if they're skewing something with the flight paths and the systems that the people are using these days. So a lot of the pilots these days are just like going through the motions, using the things that they think works, using the flight corridors and stuff like that. So I don't think like we have enough data to actually establish what the world looks like from a like God's eye view. At least not the public.
I agree to that extent. Yeah, it's just best guesses. I posted the graph there. It kind of does a comparison. It's like, what are the properties of each one? The extent that you can use it, and then suitable orientation or latitude. Notice how all of them have their strengths and weaknesses, but they're not all encompassing. Hey, look at that. Is that orthographic?
Yeah, this is like the orthographic. Yeah.
Yeah, look at the orthographic and look what it covers. It doesn't cover everything. Oh no. Is the globe not the all-encompassing globe?
But it's basically what's being outlined in that in that PDF you posted.
But you can see it also with this. It's a really good example. Like they need a hodgepodge of different models to explain different things, and they call that hodgepodge the globe model. But some of these things are actually contradictory internally, and so you have to accept these internal contradictions to kind of accept the globe model as a whole. Like you can see that only north-south is the only one with green in one of these. All of the other ones don't actually explain that, and that's what GPS is based on.
Yeah, and for those who are unfamiliar with the projection types, orthographic is the globe, essentially. It also makes perfect sense why they use the orthographic in terms of the representation of the celestial sphere, because where does it keep in context? The equatorial, mid-latitudes, and polar, what's it say? Polar / circular hemisphere and continent or ocean. And then what does it keep? It keeps the true direction from perspective, aka celestial navigation. That's why they use that. And they say, "Oh,
percentage would like it."
Yep.
Wait, which one are you talking about?
Look in the orthographic section.
Yeah, the orthographic. Yeah, because like the cool thing about that is you can slot in the like repeating parts, like so that it basically is like a multi-dimensional repeating plane. It's like look at
no, exactly.
Yeah, once you've used the essentially the sky as the map, you can reformat the ground in however ways you want to create all sorts of projections.
Right. But I'm just saying the orthographic in terms of like the celestial sphere, why they conflate the two. And they're like, oh, look, we navigate using, the celestial sphere. And that's, if you compare that to the orthographic projection of a globe, if we put it on a sphere on a sphere, look, it matches. But it's like, no. What about at the poles? Doesn't match it all encompassing wise, which means you can't equivocate the celestial sphere and the globe in terms of the perfect conceptual sphere, because that's not what Earth is, even in their paradigm.
It's also orthographic doesn't quite actually consider the perspective change. Like they say it's perspective here, but orthographic is devoid of perspective. It's a side-on profile where you have the sizes of object be constant regardless of distance. So that's antithetical to perspective. You can draw in orthographic view and try to describe it that way, and that's why they use orthographic to try to conflate it with perspective. But then when you're doing that, you're using a flat plane. You're not using a curved surface. When you're dealing with such distances, when you're thinking like the building should be this much below the horizon blah, blah, blah. What you're dealing with is actually a very, very, very small, very small angle. And so that light in that very small angle can deviate very slightly on its path to your eye. And that can appear like massive differences, like the bottom of the building is missing, therefore the Earth is curved. No, well, it could just be slight variation in the path of the light as it reaches your eye, and that could cause things to appear to be obstructed bottom up, but they're not actually.
All these people in the chat is dead.
I don't know. It didn't sound dead to me. Discussing stuff.
Good job, guys. Staying silent until he left.
What's up, Matthew?
Hey, how's it going?
I know you're a math guy. Just kidding.
Somewhat.
Oh, there it is. Matatrix posted it. Yeah. I was trying to find mine. All those different projections. Dude, look at the one I posted right here. This one that I posted, that's an area preserving projection, by the way. So when you preserve the areas of land, that's what it looks like.
Interesting.
Just so you know, the name's Matrix.
Oh yeah, I'm retarded. Sorry.
Don't worry, I'm not offended. I've heard worse.
Everyone can be a little retarded at times. It's the ability to understand that you're being retarded and correcting yourself. That's the important part.
Yeah. My apologies. Yeah, area
so this one preserves the area, but hardly anything else, right?
Right. It's just interesting.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I like the thing that Matrix posted at 57 past the hour, all the different projections. So many different ways.
Because it's all based off of the spherical coordinate system called the graticule.
Yeah, I guess I would assume. Yeah, I would assume so. Different projections.
Which one's Earth? Matthew?
Well, I would say none of them are exact.
Including the orthographic projection, right?
Right.
Including the WGS 84, right?
Well, that's not a map. That's more of a model, right?
I mean, it's a celestial and terrestrial combination. The terrestrial sphere and the celestial sphere basically sharing a z-axis, and then so it combines it into that projection or whatever. But that's the globe.
I guess I assumed the WGS 84 was a three-dimensional model of the surface instead of a flat map. Like you wouldn't print out the WGS 84, right?
Yeah.
Right. Sorry, go ahead, Jason. Drake.
Yeah, no, it's a datum. It you don't print that out like a map. You can use it to construct a map. So, Matthew, is your only proof still just, I believe it's a globe?
Oh, no, I don't have any proof. I just think that the evidence points towards the globe. I would say it's the best explanation, not a proof.
Okay, so just for the audience, that's a professor of math telling you he doesn't have any proof for the globe.
Right. I mean, I would also say I don't have any proof that water is H2O, but we have like evidence and you can do electrolysis and some chemistry stuff. But still, I wouldn't call that proof. I would say prove what?
Prove it.
He just admitted he can't prove it. He believes there's some evidence, and we've gone over that over
I'm
the
just
years.
kidding. I'm just kidding with Matt. I know he said it's the best explanation is the scientific one. I know.
Yeah, it's the best explanation for the observations like sunsets and moon phases and seasons and eclipses and all that.
Well, that's your opinion. You believe it's the best explanation. However, in my opinion, if the Earth isn't curved, assuming the Earth is curved in the explanation is a faulty logical premise.
Well, yeah, we're not doing logical premises. We're not doing deductive arguments here. We're looking at different explanations.
We know. But in that case, it becomes the worst explanation.
Oh, really? You have a better explanation?
Yeah, exactly. It becomes the worst explanation if, for instance, you go out and you assume the Earth is curved, and you go out and measure the surface, and the surface isn't curved, then the explanation that relies on the surface being curved is naturally the worst explanation because reality itself objectifies.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know I can't prove the globe. I'm just here reporting a belief of mine. The globe has the best explanations.
Yeah, and a crack addict thinks crack is a great idea.
I would suspect most crack addicts know that it's not a good idea, but that's a separate topic.
It really doesn't have the best explanations. Not when it comes to the geometry of the surface. And like Trace said, what you're saying is subjective. It's subjective opinion about if it's better than something else that explains the sky.
Yeah, no, I admit that it's a subjective thing. When you're looking at different explanations, those are subjective things based on criteria like does it work, is it simple, those kind of things.
So, does it work if the claim is the Earth is curved and the surface is curved at this rate, but then when you measure it's not curved at that rate? To me, that feels like it doesn't work. So I don't get where you're thinking it comes from.
Well, yeah, I would agree with you if you could do a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth, but I just don't think you can. We have these things like laser tests and stuff, but those aren't direct measurements, and they're subject to other.
Yeah, I understand. We understand that light is subject to refraction. However, the globe presumes that when you see too far, light is being bent down to allow you to see too far. We know that wavelengths refract at different rates. So wavelengths that don't refract as much as visible light should then not be able to see as far. Do you understand this premise? This logical premise?
Yeah, like visible light versus infrared might refract slightly differently. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so when we look in infrared light, do we see further or less far than visible light?
I guess it would depend on which way the light's refracting, right? Up or down.
Exactly. So when light is refracting up or not up or down, because if it refracts up, then there's a point where it doesn't refract up or down. Can you show me an instance of the geometric horizon where there's no refraction?
I don't have much actual data.
So you have no evidence to support your belief that there is even a geometric horizon?
Yeah, not the type of evidence about light in the horizon. My evidence is more like sky phenomena.
Yeah, your evidence is belief in how the sky phenomena works. We all understand this.
Right.
However,
yeah, that's the main reason.
However, I look at how light works in reality, in the air. I look at infrared versus visible, and I see further in infrared than visible. So, why is that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah, that's the opposite of what would be required if refraction were allowing me to see further around the globe. That's the opposite of what I would expect to see. However, if refraction is limiting how far you see, that is exactly what I would expect to see, because infrared refracts less, so it would cause less of the rays to hit the ground before they reach the optic, and so it would cause less bottom-up disappearance. And so the simple fact that all long-range world record photographs are in infrared simply proves that the Earth is not a globe.
So you're basing everything on just these errors in, like, how much you should see or shouldn't see?
No, I'm basing everything in how actual refraction works. So if you're claiming that I can see 10 times beyond the geometric limitations of your imagined globe, then the light refracting those 10 times to give you the angle, basically, like you'd have to refract it a bunch of times, more than 10 times, because air is not very refractive to begin with. It's like at the 4th decimal point. And so it's not very refractive at all. And you would have to refract it many, 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 many times. And in so doing, different wavelengths refract at different rates. So that would separate all white light. And we would be able to detect that in all images that show beyond the geometric limitations of your imagined globe. None of the images show any evidence of refraction. It's all ad hoc assumptions because it has to be a globe. And so when we test it using different wavelengths, we find that when there's low refraction, we can see further invisible. When there's high refraction, we can't see as far.
Yay.
It's simple.
Flat Earth channel's back.
Yeah, refraction.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I will admit that my belief in the globe is so strong that it doesn't matter what you show me from the horizon, like to the 4th decimal point, going this way or that way, you can't see the bottom of the this or that, or you can see too far or see too close. I just, based on the other evidence, I'm not going to change my belief based on squinting at the horizon, So, but yeah, I admit this is sort of ad hoc.
It's okay. I don't want to force you into believing anything. And I accept you as you are, a globe believer, and all this stuff. Like, I don't mind you just believing in the globe. I have no problem.
Did you guys go to Antarctica, though?
It's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant.
Yeah, Antarctica, man, the final solution. Remember that?
Relax.
I know. Yeah, that turned you into such trolls. I knew you were all trolls.
Okay. I'm trying to have a conversation with a nice glober, Matthew, who's actually a math professor and is actually more reasonable than the majority of the globers who come in here. He's actually, like, I understand, like, the not willing to just abandon the thing you were raised in. Like, it feels comfortable. That's how you see the world. And I understand that. I don't fault you for not letting go of that, because you work in the education industry. It's a thing that you kind of need to uphold. Otherwise, you will kind of get ostracized in your academic circles. Like, the education system is not kind to people who go outside the mainstream. I applaud you for actually trying to listen to us and showing reasonableness and
what is the mainstream?
It's what most people believe. It's what you're taught basically in schools as the consensus.
So it's not the smart thing.
It's just what works to a degree, and that most people believe.
I don't know. You'd believe that common consensus was pretty smart, right?
So I think that some of the mainstream scientific ideas are correct, but I also disagree with some of the mainstream scientific ideas. For example, I think the mainstream scientific description of the surface of Earth as roughly spherical is correct, but the mainstream scientific description of life coming from a single ancestor through unguided evolution is just plainly false. So, I don't take everything that science says as truth.
You just don't understand evolution.
No, I understand evolution. The problem is that evolution has grown long in the tooth and has no description of where information comes from.
It comes from the letters. It comes from the letters of the genetic code.
Right, but genetic code encodes information. Where did the information come from? There's no
The molecules
reasonable
themselves.
No, you can't just have random processes create information out of nothing.
Yes, you can.
No, it's never happened and it never will.
It happened once. Actually, it happened many times, but the best one survived, and that's why we're here.
Yeah, it's if you analyze that, you're not gonna fucking get a data sheet of everything that comprises it and where it came from. You compare that to other data you've collected, and that's how it gives you your
It's called selection.
answer.
It's very real.
There was the solution space for DNA encoding for proteins and enzymes that actually work is so minusculely small that there has not been enough time to even create a single protein. So how is it that new proteins come into existence through unguided evolution? The answer is it can't.
Well, with information encoded in it,
Hold on, guys.
Nonetheless.
Yeah, that's a wild claim. Can you back that up?
Right. It's based on the mathematics of protein structures.
Wait, he's got to back up his claims? You don't? That's a bit hypocritical. Sorry, Matthew.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, sorry.
It's
Go
a
ahead,
mathematical model on what? Mutation rates or what?
On the structure of protein folding, like 1 and every 10 to the 17th will actually work. And so how are you going to get to that if you just every once in a while have a genetic mutation caused by random gamma rays?
Because you have other enzymes.
There's not enough is the point. The mathematics don't work.
Well, a little bit of enzyme goes a long way.
Not enough.
Why
don't we look at what is the best explanation?
Go ahead, T-Dub, you're up.
Yeah, Twonga. What's your best explanation?
I'm just what's the best explanation?
What do you? Try to specify your question a little better.
Wait, T-Dub, who are you asking?
It's a dig at you, Matthew.
Oh, the best explanation is an intelligence injected information into the system at some point. Information comes from minds. Information comes from intelligence. It doesn't happen randomly.
But okay, real quick before anybody else says anything, why can't it just be natural pressure as opposed to intelligent interference, right?
Because of the numbers are too astronomically difficult for random chances to make that kind. The amount of information you need in order to make this.
No. I didn't say random chance. I said natural pressure because things evolve to their environment.
They do once there has been a random mutation in the DNA. I'm saying the random mutation in DNA has turned out to be insufficient to be anywhere near making working proteins.
It's not true.
It is. Just look at the book I referenced at 23 past the hour. There's the math in that book.
I'll take a look at it.
Look, if you want to presuppose that God does not exist and there is no intelligence out there, then you are correct that the only game in town is natural evolution caused by genetic mutations and guided by natural selection. That is the most reasonable answer if you presuppose that there is no external supernatural intelligence.
Hang on a sec. That's after. That's after the fact.
Right.
That's only dealing with what happens after the fact.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Well, not really after the fact, because if you're talking about an external effect that through whatever caused that, you'd have to determine when it caused those changes and that whatever. Because what's the Darwinian excuse that we went from unicellular to multicellular, and then we can trace all of life on the planet back to unicellular life, right?
But they can't, though.
And over time, and not through, supernatural manipulation, things evolved to the point where we're talking on Discord right now about it. So, I mean,
but how did the first cell develop?
Exactly. So T-Dub is right that if you're going to have natural selection and evolution,
I think there's pretty plausible explanations for how the first unicellular life appeared on Earth. I'm not familiar with it off the top of my head, but I know I've read or listened.
It's just a story. It's just someone's story. It's just someone's imagination.
Oh, but there's
no evidence to suggest that how they propose it happened.
Nobody was alive when all this shit happened.
Right, so it's just somebody's imagination. There's no supporting data that goes with their explanation. It's just pure fantasy.
There's a lot of observable data that supports a lot of explanations.
Even worse than
not the creation of the first living cell. No, there isn't.
Yeah, even worse than that, scientists have been trying to replicate this idea that you can create life from non-life for decades, and they're not getting anywhere closer because the complexity of a simple cell is too much.
Of course we're getting closer, dude. Just read into it. Trust me. Don't even take. Actually,
that's not what the experts.
So, I mean, if anybody's willing to listen to it, I'll just give so the first single-celled organism on Earth is believed to be the last universal common ancestor, ULCA, a primitive anaerobic and thermophilic prokaryote that lived about 3.5 to 4.2 billion years ago. Luca likely existed in harsh geochemically active environments such as deep-sea hydrothermal vents. It was a simple cell, possibly with RNA enclosed in a membrane, from which all modern life, bacteria, archaea, and eukaryotes descended. I mean, that seems like a pretty definitive answer.
Yeah, no, that's
pretty definitive with the word possible.
There's not much open to interpretation when you read something like that.
Hey, Oakland, go and read it again. Pretty definitive with the word possible in the middle of it. So it might be not possible also.
Yeah, it's a story. It's kind of like if somebody told you that he comes from a Ooga Booga religion and Bobo is the god that lives inside the organisms and causes disease. This is a story. Provide actual evidence to support the story.
So look, I will admit that Twanger and Oakland are correct that this is the best explanation if you assume that there's nothing supernatural going on. If you make that presupposition that there cannot be any intelligence outside of the physical world, then lo and behold, here's life right here. So if you
I feel like they also took my possibly
when you go with just being a scientist, right? When you go with the science.
No, it's more than that. You're making a philosophical choice to exclude the possibility that something beyond the material exists. That's a philosophical choice, not a scientific choice.
Well, no, it is.
Even more than that.
It is a scientific choice because I can be Christian and I can have faith and I can also be a scientist. Whether I believe in God or not has nothing to do with me being a scientist. I can put the scientist hat on and then I can go home and I can take the scientist hat off. Okay?
Yep.
But they overlap.
Yeah.
But dude, it doesn't matter. In the real world, when you grow up.
So why haven't you presented anything scientific, Twonga? Why are you just going with explanations?
Because no one does the same here. No one reciprocates.
You're a load of crap. You know that as well as I do.
All I've seen.
You're a coward. You've never presented any data. All you do is come in here, talk shit. Someone will call you out to present something. You'll reverse it round and go, "Oh yeah, I'm not going to present anything." So what are you going to present? You've just told us you're going to put your scientific hat on, put it on and present the data. Because that's what good science is all about.
I don't want to argue with you.
That's right. You don't want to argue. You want to come in here, be a bigot, and then run away like a little schoolgirl.
A bigot?
I was going to say, are you incapable of arguing with him, or you don't want to argue with him?
I don't want to.
Okay.
These guys are my friends. Even though they call me coward and all that stuff, I'm still friendly with them.
You got some great friends, I guess.
Yeah, I try to be friendly with everyone, even though they abuse me. Like Jesus would, you know? I'm a good Christian.
All right, so anybody else got something they want to talk about?
How far away is the sun?
Can't be that far.
Well, I think
one AU.
If the sun gets extinguished, it would take 8 minutes for Earth to notice. So the sun is 8 light minutes away, or something like that, right?
Something like that.
That's
Yeah, I'm not sure that.
Or 1 AU.
Oh well, that's the average, I guess. So yeah, I guess you can use that.
Doesn't AU stand for astronomical unit? But if you're a flat earther,
It's the average. It's the average distance from the Earth to the sun because it has different.
Flat earthers don't believe in astronomy, right?
What do you mean by believe?
No, dude, space is.
What do you mean by believe? Exactly. Oh my God.
Astro naming, star naming. Yeah, I believe in star naming.
What do you mean by believe?
Oh, did you guys see they found a piece of the firmament? Did anybody see that?
Did you dig it up in your backyard?
Wait, of the what?
It's like a bright blue thing. And it's like, yeah. Apparently they can't. They can't. When they try to like break it down, the blue color goes away.
Wait, how much is it on eBay?
What?
Isn't it telling that the guy that couldn't produce evidence of what he was talking about before still can't do it? What are you talking about?
I was just making small talk about they found a piece of the firmament.
Have you ever heard of the term clickbait? Do you know what clickbait is?
No, tell me.
That thing you just described.
Tell me
That's clickbait.
What, the firmament is clickbait?
No, the idea of someone finding a piece of it, wherever the hell you said they found it.
In their backyard.
All right, dude. Yeah, it's just small talk. Nobody's talking about anything.
And you thought that was the best way to fill the time?
Flat earthers think it's flat earthers usually think that there's a firmament, dude. You don't know anything about anything, Tony.
That's a.
I want to know.
Well, okay,
how far away the sun is.
Tony, bitch. So.
I don't know if I believe in Earth. I think it's like it's not real.
It's not Earth.
It's just like imagine the Minecraft world. It's just flat everywhere.
Well,
just like it says in the Bible.
Minecraft has
just read the Bible, okay?
Right? I mean, I don't think you can. It's been a while, but I don't think you can mine bedrock.
Separated the waters from the waters.
Oh man, I didn't know the flat Earth chat would be dead. Holy shit! All right, you guys have a good night.
I love you. Kiss, kiss.
Yeah, kick rocks, Tony.
Why would you be mean to him? What did he do to you? What did he do to you?
He wasn't being nice.
You should always be nice to people, all the time, always.
I don't take advice from people on Discord.
Fair enough, but that was also not being nice.
Especially from someone like you. You're like a professional troll, but I don't even want to give you the word professional because to insinuate anything you do is professional.
You don't have to go this mean, you know. You could just relax a little bit, you know.
I'm fine. I'm relaxed.
I don't feel that. I feel hostility in the air.
Well, I'm relaxed, but I am hostile to you.
What the fuck? Look,
by the way, I think the word is fanatic.
I am not. Okay, I'm a troll, but I'm not always trolling. Think about it. Think about it.
Yeah, you ruined it.
Look, I have feelings too. Okay.
Yeah, nobody cares about them.
Yeah, my mom does. Yeah, you don't have an answer to that, do you?
No, I don't.
That's right. My parents care about me. Got him. By the way, I'm checking the side chat right now. This guy named Beyond Space Time says there is no proof for flat Earth. We're doing this for fun.
There is no proof for flat Earth, bro. It's just a pseudoscientific cult. We're here for the laughs.
Yeah, you want to check this out? Beyond Space Time? Teach kids or Twonga? What's your best ball-tard proof?
What's your best? I love your accent. Can you just keep speaking?
Yeah, I love Matrix when he's not yelling.
So there you go. See, Beyond Space Tard. No proof of curvature from either of them. Very simple.
I don't know. That sounds kind of retarded. Like the whole flat Earth thing. It just sounds kind of retarded, you know?
Well, instead of just dropping here saying how retarded you think it is, why don't you look at some of the measurements?
I don't think it sounds like you at all.
What do you mean? What sounds like me?
Flat Earth.
I'm not flat Earth. What the fuck? I don't believe in any retarded bullshit.
You said, oh god, it's lost. See, point made.
Point made. Checkmate, atheists. Liberals defeated. I was on a winning streak, and now I've lost like 2 or 3 games in a row, and I'm kind of ticked off. Should probably sleep soon.
That's just a skill issue.
Maybe it is. I mean, I've been to space in the sense that like Earth is flying throughout space, and I'm on Earth, so I guess.
How do you know that Earth is in this imagined outer space?
Dude, that's so fucking deep.
Exactly. Prove to me that the Earth is a natural dirt space ball.
Earth is not
it's a
made
spaceship.
of dirt.
A natural spaceship.
It's not.
Earth
It's just
does not
it's a
exist.
ball, dude. It's not a spaceship.
It doesn't fucking exist. It's the Minecraft world. What the fuck you talking about, loser, idiot, dumbass, baka, baka?
Yeah, it's the only spaceship that you can have where you live on the outside of it. It's not contained. Every other spaceship, it's got to be encapsulated,
right?
Closed.
We can't make something
filled with air.
Planet, brother.
So you tell me right now.
Excuses.
You tell me right now. What's holding the air to the ground?
Then you'll understand.
What's holding the air to the ground?
Gravity.
Oh, so if I take a vacuum chamber here at the ground level where gravity is the strongest, will gravity prevent the gas I release at the bottom of the vacuum chamber from expanding up and filling the chamber?
No.
Oh, so the second law of thermodynamics supersedes gravity at its strongest, and you just got debunked.
I just wanted to give you that, man. That was cool.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
Guys, let's not be mean to our fellow brothers in Christ.
Yeah, me not caring has nothing in relevance to our brothers in Christ.
Oh, sorry, Trans, you missed out. There's a difference between his scientific hat and his religious hat. At the moment, he had the wrong hat on. So
I got many hats, bro. I make music and stuff. I can't keep track of all these hats.
Got a lot of hats.
Really, it's the same hat, right? It just writes a different word on it.
Yeah. So, do you guys have any evidence that the Earth is a globe? We're willing to listen. You're free to present your evidence.
Who's the bird? Who has the burden here?
The globe, obviously, because you experience, just like me, the Earth being flat and stationary. That is our objective experience. They tell you, beyond the locally flat tangent plane that you live on, that appears stationary because of Einstein's special relativity, it only appears to be stationary, but you're actually rotating. It only appears to be flat, but it curves at the horizon. Oh, you see too far. Well, it just appears to be flat and measures to be flat because the light is refracting. We never actually tested that, and when you test that and you find out they're lying, well, then you must be a crazy liar.
I mean, I don't know if the Earth is always stationary and flat, because sometimes I get vertigo.
Yeah, that is something to do with your inner ear and your lack of balance. That has nothing to do with the Earth moving. That is a you problem.
I did not know that. I'm going to look into that, okay? Sounds interesting. Sorry, I'm not super focused. I'm trying to lock in on this video game. I think I'm going to win, but I might lose.
Well, good luck.
Sorry, I'm going to crush it. I'm going to crush this fucking loser. All right, he scooped. I got it. Good job, guys. Bring it in.
It's funny. Keto posted something. Well, I think it's a bot or something. Flat Earthers watching every conspiracy turn out to be true except Flat Earth. Bro, Flat Earth was proven 10 years ago. We were the people who pioneered most of those conspiracy theories that were turned out to be true, and all of those that turned out not to be true. We were
It's the Federal Leatherwicks in the car wearing that leather jacket. How we doing?
Wait, he was speaking. Let Draco AI finish his sentence, or he's cooking.
Yeah.
Go ahead, buddy.
What's that? Fentanyl schizo.
Like,
don't be rude to him.
You guys are very interesting.
The floor is yours, my friend.
Yeah, no. most of the current conspiracy theories that have been confirmed were conspiracy theories that flat earthers were already considering and researching, and many had come to that conclusion before. However, flat earth creates something of a change. You no longer accept just a random conspiracy theory as a flat earther. You require more substantial evidence. The fact that all of our previous instincts were proven correct has no variance on the fact that we have evidence that the earth is flat.
I don't know, man. I'm not super convinced.
Yeah, our goal is not to convince you. We have no desire to create other believers, just like the globe believers just have blind faith in the globe and just accept logical fallacies as truth because it's said from authoritative sources. We don't want you to just believe us. We say, check what you are supposed to believe in concerning the globe, and then go out into the world and test your beliefs. Then, once you test those beliefs, you can find out that, oh no, the beliefs don't actually match reality. And then you can come back here and be like, wait, this didn't match. Why is that? And we can talk about it. Or you can be like, well, this appeared to match, and we can talk about it. Either way, our only goal is to make you understand your own belief system and check it for yourself so you can have some foundation in reality and not just be a insane zealot.
No, I respect that. I think testing people's epistemology and making them like think about, well, why do I believe this is actually more important than the conclusions that you come to, in my opinion.
Yeah, I get you, and I agree.
Allegedly,
with you.
in my opinion.
I don't.
Allegedly, in my opinion.
Yes, you have to say that.
I agree with you. I don't care if it's flat or globe. I like in the beginning when I came to this, I wanted it to be a globe, bro. I didn't want
Hate to say it, boys.
At all.
Flat Earth chat was right.
Yeah, I didn't want it to be a globe. Like I wanted it to be, like I didn't want it to be flat. I wanted it to be a globe. Because that's what I was raised in. That's everything I knew, and I loved space and sci-fi and alien stuff, and I researched all of that stuff, and I was into all these conspiracies just because I liked exploring the alternatives. Not because I believed all of them, but like there were some interesting tidbits like the Nazis developed flying saucer technology before they were taken over, supposedly, and there's documents that support that. I don't believe even in those documents anymore. I just say that there is these documents and people can believe or not in those documents. I understand today that it's very easy to just believe something because something appears one way or you only have a limited view of the situation. I'm a flat earther today because I try to debunk the flat earthers seriously. I went through all of the experimentation, all of the supposed proof for the globe, and I understood the requirement the flat earthers had, or that it had to be verifiable, something empirically provable, like you had to show measurements of the earth curving, not just calculated based on assumptions about the earth being curved. That's circular reasoning. And so
I get you. When it comes to I want to pivot a little bit. When it comes to the flying saucer thing, I don't think those things are very aerodynamic. I don't think they can fly like that. I think you need like propulsion.
I agree with you. They're not aerodynamic. They're not using like if like our current understanding of aerodynamics and how things fly in the sky and like just think about Mach speed, or like when you're moving fast enough, faster than the speed of sound, you're hitting the air at such speeds that the air eventually explodes. So, in order for these kinds of crafts to be working, you would need some kind of thing we don't understand currently with our current physics. The diagrams, I have some of the diagrams and stuff from the supposed Nazis, because I like to collect random stuff. And the diagrams are not detailed enough to actually give us a working saucer. And so, if that's why I'm like, I don't believe. I'm like, this is interesting data points. We got data points here where we have all these technical diagrams of what are supposedly saucers, but the internal mechanisms are not displayed in these diagrams. So I don't know that these things actually work as displayed, or if this is propaganda internally. There's 1,000 different options that you could consider if you're not just auto-believing one thing. Like, it's very easy to jump to a conclusion. It's harder to actually evaluate what actually is happening. For that, you need kind of a multi-perspective. You need as much data points as possible.
Okay. I mean, yeah, sure. That's all true. For me to believe that a flying saucer is possible, I would have to see something like it, like a way.
You've never seen
okay,
it?
so you're presenting the idea of something that defies observed aerodynamics, right?
Well,
I'm
yeah,
okay with.
I
Wait,
get-
hold on a second. I'm so close. So it's like I'm willing to believe that. I'm willing to change the way I think about aerodynamics, but I got to see that, and then when I see that, then I'm willing to become more amenable to flying saucers. But if I'm not going to jump in the deep end, you know what I'm saying?
I get you. I get you. I'm not asking you to believe in saucers, although like Obama is. Like recently, Obama is telling you to believe in flying saucers. Okay.
He said aliens.
He's saying flying saucers, unidentified aircraft. They're not saying they're alien or not, at least according to the news reports.
Another psyop's coming.
I'm not saying that they're aliens. I'm not saying they're humans. I'm not even saying they're like what they are. I just know that I have looked at the sky outside the light pollution, and the sky is glorious, my friend. I recommend you go outside the light pollution and look at the sky. It's totally lit up like a blanket of stars, okay? And if you spend time looking at the sky outside the light pollution, you'll start to notice weird things. You'll start to notice weird motions of things moving in arcs, curving back, stopping, going in random directions at really high speeds. And because I used to do this from like 18 to like 25, I used to bring all my friends out to do this. We would go out into the countryside. We would look at the stars, and it was amazing. And I did this because when I was a young child, I think I was 8 years old. I was skiing down a hill with my friends, and after a long night of skiing, we eventually laid on the hilltop and just stared at the sky. And I saw what appeared like a saucer appear above me and then zoom off. And it like stopped like momentarily and then zoomed off. And that's what made me like interested in sci-fi, interested in space, interested in NASA, interested in all that. I've been studying this since I was like a child. And so to me, flat Earth seemed ridiculous. I knew all this space lore. But I didn't understand the basic physics, and because I was like, well, light is going to save me. Refraction is going to bend the light all around the world and make it appear flat. And gravity is going to bend everything so everything looks like conforms to the sphere, and the light is bending all around the sphere. So even though the water is curved, it must be flat. I believed all that stuff. However, the more I researched refraction, the more I understood about the composition of the air, the more experiments and things I looked at, the more my belief started fraying. The more I was like, wait a minute, this is the opposite of what I'm supposed to believe if I believe in the globe. I couldn't just lie to myself at that point. I had to like just accept, okay, if reality is showing me X and not Y, then it is X. It's not Y.
What do your family and friends think about? What do they feel when you changed your mind all of a sudden? You know, when you're like, "Hey, mom, hey, dad, hey," I don't know your family. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
I get you. Yeah, I didn't just like go like, "Hey, Earth is flat. You got to believe that." I spent like 2 months arguing with my astrophysicist friend and a robotic engineering friend, because to me they were like, oh, these are experts in their fields, they know their experiments that justify everything. But the more I talked to them, the more they started arguing with each other, because one of them held a view that Einstein was correct and that was his belief, and the other one was like, well, I use Newton for everything and Newton is correct, so you're just...
No, Newton's not. No scientist thinks that, like...
He did. To him, he uses Newtonian mechanics in his job, in his engineering job, all the time, because that's just a simplification of how things work in reality. The astrophysicist is required to use Einstein to try to explain what you see in the sky. And so they had a fundamental difference there, which made me go like, wait a minute, I thought Einstein and Newton were unified whole, and that's how I was taught it in school, like everybody else. Like, these are compatible things that just Einstein refined it a little bit better, that's why it's better. But when I actually started studying Newton and Einstein and their different theories, it turned out that their theories were completely incompatible. They were just describing the same effect. So the effect never changed, but how they got to the effect was completely different. They had completely different geometries, completely different inertial reference frames, and so those two things are completely incompatible. And then I could understand why they were having these differences. It's because one had more specialized education within general relativity and Einsteinian mechanics, and the other one didn't. And so that's where that conflict was. But what I got out of it most was they didn't actually have any solid experimentation or proof for the Earth curve. It was all like inferences, logical fallacies, circular reasoning. And so through simple Socratic questioning, I didn't even believe in the flat Earth. Like, I was a glober. I just wanted to present to the flat earthers the globe arguments the best I could. So I talked to my experts and acted as a flat earther, or like used their arguments to see what the responses would be. And they just both broke down, bro. They were like crazy. Like, one of them was like, I'm never talking to you again. And I'm like, bro, I still believe the Earth is a globe. I'm just like, can we get some evidence?
Right. I don't know.
Yeah, in essence, I never believed any flat earther. I just employed some of their basic argumentation. I studied logic because flat earthers use logic, and I wanted to understand what the hell they were talking about.
Good for you, man.
And you don't have to ever become a flat earther, but you can still use this topic as a way to sharpen yourself as an intellectual, as a debater, as just a full human being, because this is a very controversial topic. This is not a topic like, I think blue is better than red. This is a topic that strikes to people's cores because they have this self-image of them on the globe. They think they're on a globe, and there's this outer space and balls out there that they might be able to go to if technology advances. And so you're just implying that the Earth isn't a globe. It feels like an attack on their ego. And so people react very negatively. There's a lot of things that you could draw from learning, both like physics, psychology, and other aspects. Just by listening to the conversation, you don't even have to believe anything. Just like I spent most of my time looking at globe believer stuff, like scientific stuff on the highest echelons of science, but I enjoy doing that because to me it's just a different perspective. And once you start doing that, you start realizing, wait, this guy has a different perspective from this guy at the highest echelon of science. They're both respected in their fields. And like, who do I believe? And so at the highest end, it becomes kind of a you choose who you believe system. And at the middle part and lower end, people are just like locked into, I believe the consensus, the NPC view. I'm like everybody else. I do what everybody else says. And if they say tomorrow that the Earth is a square, I believe the Earth is a square.
Interesting perspective, of course. Many of our ancestors have navigated throughout the waters, especially throughout all of the Atlantic. But the thing is, it's a common concept in the early age of antiquity for human species, generally our cultures, many tribes around the world. In that time frame, that demographic of the area of the peoples living in that day. But the thing is, in modern times, in modern context, that's something very nuanced, of course, with speculation and all that. And of course, the Earth is not flat, obviously, but we learn and we garner that from our ancestors and how they viewed it.
Not really. Like all of the
obviously,
all of the ancient worldviews were flat Earth worldviews until Pythagoras went to the flat Earth Egyptians, learned their math, then went supposedly to the Magi and the demon summoning Magi, and then went back to Greece, created a cult, taught his religious view that the Earth was a globe. And you had this special knowledge, made you special and different from everybody else who knows the Earth is flat because that's observable reality. And you have this special knowledge. And then they took over the government of their region until the public discovered them, put them to the sword, and the rest of them scattered throughout Greece, creating the Greek schools of thought, the different schools of thought, teaching the globe as an internal doctrine of a cult. It's a cult system that violates objective reality and is designed simply to keep you in control.
Yeah. Tell us how that, like, because you said the Earth is not flat, obviously, and then chuckled. I mean, how isn't it obvious? How is it obvious that it isn't flat? Because that's all you observe.
No, actually, he has a good point, actually. He's basically saying that the Greeks taught about the peoples, the different peoples, not just indigenous peoples, but very, very practical peoples, even in Tacitus, not sure if you read Tacitus, but different Germanic peoples, they saw not so much the understanding of the world, the circumference of the world. I think Germanic peoples, tribes, are people who are based in that kind of diaphragm, but not so not
The
seeking
Germanic tribes had a
different.
flat Earth worldview.
Yeah, of course, but not seeking much more outside their diaphragm, their understanding of their, I guess you can call it truth or understanding of certain paradigms, something that is outside their understanding of that type. It's something very.
Every culture is limited by that.
Yes. The Greek, like you said, he was a great teacher and configurer. Even a seeker, a person of thought and process of the circumference of the world. So with many of the Greek, persons who have actually thought and measured certain aspects of well,
the first time they supposedly measured, air quotes, the circumference of the Earth, it's when they're using shadows and sticks and the sun. And then they assume that the Earth is a sphere and that the sun is casting parallel rays onto that spherical Earth. That would cause shadows to look like X. Shadows look like X. Therefore, Earth is a sphere. You'll notice, if you understand logic, that if you start with the premise, if Earth is a sphere, shadows would look like this, shadows look like this, Earth is a sphere, you have what is called circular reasoning, or a backing the question fallacy. And the way I framed it, an actual affirming the consequent logical fallacy. So, with the backing the question fallacy, your conclusion is inside your premise. And so if you start with your conclusion, naturally, your conclusion is going to be baked into the premise. The same applies. The Ming Dynasty did the same thing as Aristophanes with sticks and shadows. However, because of their ancient worldview that the earth was flat, they actually started by assuming Earth is flat. Shadows look like this. If the Earth were flat and the sun were a small local sun casting diverging rays like we see with crepuscular rays, therefore, we see the shadows like this in reality. Earth must be flat. This is circular reasoning affirming the consequent. It doesn't matter who's doing the logical fallacy or whose conclusion it appears to match. A logical fallacy is a logical fallacy. It doesn't bring you any closer to the truth. You need to actually verify the premises. Like if a part of your premise is the sun is this big, this far away, verify that. They never did that.
Yeah, that's why I don't believe in any of the 6 gorillion nonsense.
Interesting. How address AI.
It's just more wise
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you study the Vedas or with other teachings or even
the Vedas.
Yeah.
The Vedas. I've studied a little bit of the Vedas. They speak about the Earth being flat, and in different tiers, and then there's a gigantic mountain in the middle, and then it's encircled by an egg shape, and many Hindus like to use the egg shape circling the flat Earth in the descriptions as evidence of the globe in that, but If you read it, it's clearly not.
It's not the proper term to use, Hindus. It's very nuanced, that term. But I digress, of course. Many different topics like Vedic teachings and scripture, Vedantic teachings. Scriptures are very not so publicly available to human beings. Of course, humans can acquire certain topics on the Vedas, but under certain circumstances, it should be studied under a group, an actual realized group. But I digress. Your topic is very it's equally challenged for different topics and different spaces. So I'm not saying that it's not. I can critique it, of course. Anyone can, but your premise of understanding of that topic in general, it's up to the critique. It can be challenged.
I welcome the critique, and if you could cite a chapter in the Vedic.
Not just the Vedic,
literature that presented as a sphere, I would gladly cover that and counter that with other passages that show that it isn't.
But why? Do you have nothing better to do?
But why? Because I care about truth. I don't like people lying or misrepresenting something. You can believe something. You can believe something like the Vedas claim that the Earth is a globe, and I'm fine with you believing that. But if you wanna claim it's in the literature, you have to cite it, and I will gladly go through that with you.
No, that's good actually. I do actually welcome that type of acknowledgement, that understanding of a human, a practitioner. Any human who actually questions is very distinguishable, of course, at the highest levels. Someone who actually talks and questions life itself is very wonderful, to say the least. Nothing is. There's a word for it in English, of course. We are all finite in this world, but I think everything is up to debate. Everything is questionable. And that's the beauty of it.
I agree with you. It's really interesting to actually question everything and look at everything, because that's where you learn. If you just accept and repeat, it's very easy to accept something that's wrong and then just keep repeating what's wrong. It's in the testing, it's in the doubt that you find out if it's right or wrong. Like, someone can tell you that, like, heat doesn't boil water, and as retarded as that is in our modern society, and we understand how that works, someone can tell you that, but once you do it, you boil water using heat, you know better, and so no matter what he says, it doesn't matter to you.
Very good. Very good. How, if I may ask, Andres, AI, how do you seek and understand humans on a general prognosis, especially with Abrahamic practitioners, peoples around the world, not just Abrahamic peoples, but from different aspects of life, indigenous peoples? How do you engage with them? How do you understand their beliefs, and how do you
connect? That's a very complex question. I appreciate it.
No, I do on a daily basis.
I try to be accommodating to other people's beliefs. So, like, I interact with Globers on a regular basis, although all of my family are flat earthers at this point. But outside of the family, I interact with Globers on a regular basis, and I don't try to push my beliefs or how I see the world onto them. I simply try to get people to think. And so, like, if they make a claim that is connected to the globe, I might ask a question or something that might get them to think a little bit about it, but I don't want to force them into it. Here, I kind of allow myself to actually tell people what I actually think, and with no filter, whereas I try to filter myself more in reality versus online, because I don't want to alienate or stop people from being able to understand my perspective because of some preconceived ideas about what a flat earther is. But once they show understanding of basic scientific principles, the philosophy of science, and I can talk to them on a peer level, then I'll start like showing them a little bit that might break their preconceived ideas and cause a little bit of dissonance, and that dissonance is what we deal with a lot of times here, is because when you hear something that doesn't conform to your beliefs, it's easy to get upset, and when you don't have rapport with that person, it's easy to lose them into a spiral, and that ends up in trolling. But when in person, if you build a little rapport, they understand you, you understand them, and then you show them systematically how the globe doesn't work. I've never met a person who doesn't become a flat earther.
Wonderful. I think I might be a flat earther because I'm an animist at heart. So I am very in depth and very rooted in animistic beliefs, of course, with Mother Nature, of course. Not so much a flat earther, but just saying in general, I connect with the trees and the plants and the natures and in general, like who we are.
Just strict empiricism is enough to make you a flat earther, because they can't actually empirically prove any of the globe, and you experience the world as flat and stationary. So as a strict empiricist, that's your observable reality, and until they present you actual evidence, you don't actually have to believe it. And that's a very neutral position. That's just what everybody experiences. Like, you're not making a claim about the true shape of the entire world, or how big it is, or anything like that. You're just saying, hey, here's reality. It doesn't match your model. Like, you have an excuse for why it doesn't match your model. We tested that excuse, and it fails under tests. So why would we believe you?
Wonderful. But to be fair, I think many of our ancestors, ancient ancestors, probably were very rooted in the earth, of course. Mother Earth. Of course, like you said, flat Earth, which is something very sacred and primordial to the human consciousness, the human psyche, which is very old in context of understanding. It predates human. Well, it's very Paleolithic, but I'm a linguist, so language is
It's
something
very primal. Yeah, it's very primal. They actually did Indio will talk about this sometimes and show the research. They did a research on like toddlers who hadn't been introduced to the globe yet, and to see how's your perspective, how's your worldview before you're indoctrinated into the globe. Like, all of them were flat earthers because that's how they experienced the world, unless someone else had introduced the concept to them. It's just basic experience. That's how you live on the world. That's how you operate on the world. There's up and down. There's not in and out. You live on the world, not in a ball on a ball in outer space. If you were in outer space, which is supposedly a vacuum ever expanding, then the gas would expand to fill the available volume. That's the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, and that is not violated by gravity at ground level under any experiment. So why would I believe that gravity that cannot hold gas at ground level where gravity is the strongest is supposedly preventing the gas from following the natural law of thermodynamics and expanding to fill the volume?
Did I get sent to?
Well, actually, I'm so much. I don't negate what you believe. I am very open to your discussions and to your understanding. It's very interesting to cover that. For humans in general, we are a species of much imaginations and different cognites, and translating and transmuting our understanding throughout human species is a wonderful phenomenon, to say the least. Language and linguistics is something I garner, and studying humans is something I do on a daily basis. So your understanding is valid to me, of course. I listen to Catholics, Christians, Orthodox, pagans, occultists, different peoples of all walks of life. I have nothing against them. I am very open-minded, so when I listen to people and their, their beliefs, their constructs, it's something very innately, very embedded in my DNA. Of course, as a conscious person, I engage, I listen, and I engage.
I get you. That's admirable.
Yes.
It's very rare, actually, to find people who are just willing to engage, listen, ask reasonable questions, and just to see the other person's perspective. I admit I wasn't that reasonable before Flat Earth. I have become more reasonable in that sense after Flat Earth. I did look at things everybody said, but I would quickly dismiss it, out of hand wave it away, because of my prior beliefs. That's what the general majority of Globers do. They don't really like to listen to the other side. They would rather claim like, well, the trees and the wind goes around the tree, therefore the earth is a sphere. I literally had someone tell me this, and I was like, what do you mean? How does the wind going around the tree prove the earth is a sphere? And he just spazzed out, called me names. It's very rare to actually be able to have a reasonable dialogue with someone. At least concerning this topic online, because there's such massive preconceived ideas about flat earthers are dumb, this or that.
Interesting. But I think it's always for some it's always available to find common ground and like understanding connections between that type of philosophy, that type of understanding, human connection. Whether you are a monist or a animistic type of person, you're embedded in the Mother Earth. Of course, you're very naturally in the ritual, of course, with the Norse, of course, they were animists. Many of the Greeks were animists. Many pre-Abrahamic beliefs, even traditions, were animistic in their aspect. And this is something very rooted in the DNA of human consciousness, our people, our species. And I think we can find common ground once you understand those similarities in the human consciousness, the human psyche. It's very rooted. We are all rooted as humans.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. However, modern mainstream, it's more materialistic, so they don't really account for the spirit or essence of things and things like that.
Modernity, of course, has played a bad role in our society. I understand that notion. It plagues us as humans, of course, with modern technology, of course, with TikTok and the phones and blue screen and all that. And we should limit our spaces. That's why sometimes I try to limit my phones and all that, my technology. I at least every day I try to do a digital detox, of course. As a scholar, I read a lot of books.
I totally get you, but there's also like we're kind of like expanding into different directions, and there's certain part of humanity that is being like stifled by so-called mainstream thinking, like this materialistic worldview, this consumer cycling. Yeah, like they're stuck on this treadmill or like going in this circle. We're kind of like, we understand that that's happening, and many people just go through the motions, and like we're kind of advocating for just like step off the treadmill, just look around, like you don't have to actually just keep going, you can actually just check out where you are at.
Oh, so check out, touch some grass at least a little, dip your toes in the middle. If you get my drift. I think humans are very comfortable nowadays, very comfortable in their homes, especially at work and daily life. They don't understand the extremities of life. Even we are preceptors. We are not predating our ancestors, so who are actually lived a very whole life, of course. They actually have to live, take care of us, to kill and give us a better life. We modern humans, are very fortunate to have a better life. We are too comfortable in our homes. So talking about things on the internet and all that, so comfortable, in our beds, not thinking that, our ancestors came before us. They paved the way for us, for, us legal humans, unfortunate beings who don't care much for Mother Earth. We try to, but we are so engrossed with modern technology. We don't understand what is good, what is bad anymore. That's just a concept, a human construct. Things like, things I've learned from reading pictures. They had taught me that humans are an interesting kind of species, to say the least. They don't understand themselves in their own spaces. That's why they create these constructs. This is a common phenomenon in the human psyche, even with psychoanalysis. Is a frequent bluster.
Well, they're not happy with not understanding. Although I can't look at a deer and go, it's contemplating. It's not contemplating its existence, or it is contemplating its existence. Like, I suspect it doesn't really like contemplate its existence that much, apart from its need to survive. Humans are concerned about that, and they don't like not understanding.
Yes, I think in general, if humans were to talk with not one another, of course, in different spaces, not just this space, but with Christians or Abrahamic practitioners, people on the diaspora of understanding, which I do on a daily basis. Of course, I engage with Christians of the Orthodox, Catholic faith, Protestants, and other denominations, which is very unorthodox and weird for me. Like, many of my friends are very kind of conciliated, especially many of my peers are always telling me, "Why do you engage with such persons?" It's a human daily practice, which I try to understand the human faculty, the human experience, and in which humans are engaged on a daily basis. I'm not just engaging with Christians, Abrahamic practitioners, gay peoples, all peoples around the world. It's something that humans should do in general for, well, the evolution of our human species. I think it's something very, generally very.
Well, I wouldn't call it evolution, but I would call it advancement. Like humanity as a whole can advance, and just like you as a person can advance, you can improve your life and the life of others, or you can make it worse.
Agreed. Indeed.
But I agree with you. Other people's perspective are truly fascinating, and studying the human psyche and understanding yourself and others is very important. And it's kind of underrepresented, kind of like education, I feel, is poorly structured because it puts more focus on you remembering dates, geography, the names of people who did things, instead of learning functional things like the old trivium or quadrivium, where you used to learn rhetoric, logic, and different aspects of how you communicate, so that you're better prepared for the world in communicating with other people. If you don't understand how you can be fooled by something that sounds true, sounds convincing, but it actually doesn't have any substance, then it's easy to convince you to do some foolish things because it sounds true, it feels true. But that's why logic is so important, and I keep advocating for that. And I do that so much because Flat Earth gave that to me. I would never have studied it to this depth without Flat Earth. Like, I went through my schooling, I learned supposedly what logic was, but most of that education was like, this guy said this, he believed this. This guy said that, he believed that. It wasn't a comprehensive education on rhetoric and logic, so that you had no exercise practice with actually using logic. And so once you get past that class, you kind of hop and skip, and you're learning a bunch of other stuff, and you just have to write the correct thing and get the grade and pass. However, because you didn't have that foundation in logic, you can't actually identify when there are logical errors within the things you are being indoctrinated with. And that's my issue with the current education system. If you just taught people how to think, not what to think, then
you
we would end up with...
You have a very good basis on that, actually, of course, with many of the different early Greek philosophers, of course, even Chinese philosophers, the early Platos in general, and their understanding of the logic itself, distinguishing between what is, very different in the human experience. That it's very, in this degree, of course, in the modern world, it's very hard to garner that understanding, which has been lost, and still is still a faculty that we humans still learn in university, of course, and generally as a human being, we learn it not just from university, but as a human being. You engage.
The thing is, it's employed within scientific disciplines. If you go into philosophy itself, you can learn more deeply about it, and that's where you generally can really get intimate with what the fallacies are, how they function, versus if you're in a specific field, you're taught methods and methodologies to help prevent you from making those errors. However, if you didn't actually understand how the errors actually function, how they're structured, you can still fall into that category. And that's why we find a bunch of fallacies and errors within scientific literature. Even though they're highly educated, they should know better. They're even trained not to do these errors, but because the conclusions match what they're already been taught, it's so easy to accept it because it's the right answer. You know what I mean?
Yes, of course. It's a flaw. It's a fallacy in different spaces, of course, in philosophy, and it does contradict their own beliefs, of course, when they do find faults, and it's something very very natural in that context. Of course, humans are faults. They always have faults, and find that conclusion that they are not always right in general.
Yeah.
So even with Abrahamic beliefs, we have faults in all different aspects of life. Humans in general.
Yeah, it's impossible to get rid of the bias. Everybody has a bias. You were raised in a culture. You experienced certain things that shifted you in a certain direction.
Yes, this is true.
Yeah, but that's also why I love this place, because I don't actually have to, I'm encouraged to fight my biases, to challenge my beliefs, to actually, if I'm going to state something, I better be ready to back that up with reasoning, with evidence, with citations. And so, everything I talk about, I've already looked up 10 times online. I have screenshots and citations everywhere.
That's wonderful. Very rare that you see that in different spaces, of course, with different Norse practitioners, of course. Alltså tror att people who believe in the Norse gods, and I see it, and yeah, they are very kind of biased.
Yeah, I found that limitation when I came to Flat Earth, because before that I loved watching and reading. I read scientific papers. I watched all sorts of scientific material. I loved watching everything. I'm kind of I don't go out much. I spent the last 10 years just researching things and taking care of my family. I have so much enjoyment from just learning new things. So I just love studying things.
Yeah, I love to learn.
Yeah. Learning and believing are two different things. You can learn things you don't believe. But learning those things you don't believe, even if you don't believe them in the moment, once you learn more things, you're like, oh wait, the thing I didn't believe earlier now makes a whole lot of sense because I learned all these other things. And so limiting yourself to just like, I believe this, so I'm only going to look at this, I don't look at anything else. That's just making sure you stay ignorant. You stay locked into that belief system and never allowing yourself to explore what actually could be.
Wonderful. Yeah, I do kind of that same mention of operation, of course, in the daily life, especially with the academic studies, of course, and just understanding humans in general. I think it's something very, and it's very, it's something to garner for all humans. I think humans should study this type of discipline, of course. You know, open-mindedness. Not sure if that's the proper English word, but open-mindedness, or to be more open to different beliefs, discussions, and philosophies, and people around the world. I talk to numerous people around the world. I engage my psyche, my mind, with people around the world. That's something that's very, very special and very.
And that's very beautiful. Have you heard of like the phenomenon of wishful thinking or wishful seeing?
To some context, I think I have.
Yeah, wishful seeing is essentially what a hypnotist uses when he's making you see something that isn't there. He's manipulating your belief to such a degree that it overrides your visual input. Because what you see is generally, normally, up to 50% edited by your belief system. So it edits out what you think you should see and not see. And that's one of the reasons why you can have a gorilla walk straight through a group of people throwing a ball between themselves, but nobody notices the gorilla because they're all so focused on the ball. And that focus kind of excludes other things. And so you can tell someone like, look for the black things, and they'll notice all the black things much more easily because they've been primed to look for them. But they'll not notice other things at the same time because they're looking for those things. The same applies with the globe, where they were programmed with the globe belief at such a young age that they kind of want to bend everything into the globe belief when they look at something. So, like, I remember this as a child when I would look at the horizon, the flat horizon, I would imagine that I was on the top of a ball and that was the edge of the ball. And so, like, the globe lives in your mind because that's where you experience it. You experience it in movies, in textbooks, and you read about it, but flat line.
Why do that?
But it's pretty late for me. I should be going to sleep. I enjoy these conversations so much. It's literally like 7:40 a.m. And I stayed up all night just listening to fun conversations, chatting in the text. But I'm real tired right now. And Björn, if you want to talk to other people about the Earth being flat, I highly recommend it. I mostly make music. We have many people here who are even better than me at arguing all of these things. I simply have been an observer for like 10 years and an assistant. Like I collected evidence, looked into things, and confirmed everything people were saying because I didn't want to believe a single flat earther. Like I didn't want to just fall into some cultist religious belief system. So like when they said this, I was like, oh, let's look at that. Google, search for that. Okay, I see some things here. Okay, read through all that. Okay, I see they're claiming the Earth is a globe here, but what does the data say? Okay, the data says the Earth is planar, and then they bend the plumb lines. Why do they bend? Where did they measure the bent plumb lines? Oh, they didn't actually measure that? Oh, they bent the plumb lines after the fact to make it match the globe? Well, that's an ad hoc rescue. That's not actually evidence. So what's the measurement? Well, the planar. That's what they measured. Oh, damn it. Like, I didn't want to believe it was flat, bro. That's weird, Björn, because you don't look muted on our side, so you don't have a red mic. There's nothing I can do. Maybe your mic died, or maybe there's a connection issue, maybe wiggle the wire or something.
Hello?
You lit up for a
Hello?
second. Yeah, it worked. It worked.
Oh, sorry. Not sure, but I know all different servers. People are. I'm notorious for being muted up over to different servers, Muslim servers and Christian servers. So it is something of a it really occurs for me. So on here, so I try to be least. Like you're saying, it's a very lovely thing that you're propagating and saying. And you said you're here for like 10 years or 9 years. Wonderful. How did you find the community on here on politics? This particular server on Discord. I don't mean to pry, but
No problem. Politics is an outpost that we created, or a member of our community created here. We have a home server. You can look at our bots at the top of the channel. We're broadcasting to YouTube, sometimes Rumble, and other platforms. And you can find in the description of those bots a link to our home server where we're originally from. We also go on English Hub and sometimes other servers, although we try to like remain on our servers mostly. Most of us, there are people who go around, you know. But originally, ODD TV created a Discord server that ended up getting taken over, and most of the people moved over and created their own server, which was based on meritocracy. And that's the beginning of the server we come from, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and 2.0. And they built that up for a couple of years. I was just on YouTube commenting. I joined a couple of YouTube live streams with Beyond the Imaginary Curve and Antonio Superats and Nathan Oakley. I don't know why I blanked out on his name for some reason, but essentially, like I was part of the community since the start, like commenting and in the live stream as we were going through the different evidences. Like we were discovering things before the major censorship that hit Flat Earth, as Flat Earth became the most searched topic on the internet, which prompted the ad apocalypse and shadow banning and destruction of some of the biggest Flat Earth channels. Before that, it was just a wild, wild west of like random people doing random experiments and testing things and finding all sorts of old documents and things that corroborated these things. So it was a very interesting time to be on the internet. And then everything got kind of stifled, and I was watching on YouTube as the channel was growing, and the people on the channel were like, "Hey, come in, join us, come in, join the Discord." I'd never been on Discord, and so like I joined, and then I joined that community, and I was just typing in the background. And eventually, they turned me into like higher and higher rank and forced me to moderate other people and stuff like that. And then eventually I was just like a part of the group. And then that's my journey.
Interesting, of course. You sound very like Swedish or Finnish.
Yeah, I'm Icelandic.
Interesting. Wonderful. I know a lot of people like say that Iceland is very homogeneous, of course. It's very, lucrative and not so many people live in there. I have a lot of friends that actually do live there, practitioners and yeah.
Sorry, it was homogeneous.
Well, with
the liberal agenda reaches even to my little island.
It's true. I have a lot of friends that are practitioners, so that's in that kind of main friend. So I try to keep up, but it's hard, But it's a lovely space in general. If you talk to people there.
It used to be a very lovely country, almost no crime. I used to know every single criminal in the country until they started mass immigration, and now like 20, close to 30% of the population is slated to be immigrants. And in about 3 generations, if trends continue, there will be no Icelandic people left.
Interesting.
It's a massive problem. Our Senate has like some people trying to fight for it. The majority is not doing squat.
Actually, it's interesting that you bring that up because I do propagate for Sami people, of course, with different peoples of Norway, Scandinavia, like Sami, but they are different, losing their lands and all that, their traditions, their people who are being discarded with marginalization and all that. Humans are a lucrative species, to say the least, of course. They don't care regarding any love for indigenous peoples, of course, whether it be like or Norse or indigenous peoples of Norway or Scandinavia, upper north, of course. But
yeah,
I do have love for for the old ways, traditions.
I think it's pretty crazy that they act like indigenous people of every other place matter, but as long as they're white and indigenous, it doesn't matter. Like, wipe them out. Like, I don't, like, what? Yeah, I'm not for that. I would like everybody to be happy and homogenous, and then if we're doing great, we can help them do better. Don't import bad things to other places. Build every place up to be great on its own.
Yes, one of the things I love to do, of course, in venture, especially in Sami lands in Norway, Scandinavia, not just there, but Mongolia, and the Tuvan lands, of course, in Greece, in Russia. I love traveling and trying to see different spaces there with indigenous peoples. It's a wonderful thing when you engage and talk to people from different aspects of life, tribes and cultures, and enmeshing your different. Just enmeshing yourself with him is a lovely experience in general, whether you're in that mainframe, that area of the world, or whether you travel to Mexico or South America or America in general.
Yeah, right. Yeah, 100%, man. It like each people group's culture is distinct and interesting, and it's a wild experience to go through and understand how some people live that are not like you. It's so easy to understand uh, yourself and then assume that everybody else is like you. That's just not the case.
Yeah.
And it's so enriching. It's so enriching to learn like other people's cultures, other people's perspective, because when you learn that and you bring that back, you can actually look at things from a different perspective on your own stuff. Just like when you teach other people about your perspective, they look at their stuff from a different perspective, comparing it to your perspective. It's a learning experience. That's what life is.
It's very ironic, of course, like in different spaces, especially Norse, like pagan, Germanic, like discourse. They don't take the time to understand different peoples. And I get ostracized. I get put on the platform saying that I am using. I'm being what's the word in English? Cultural appropriation. I'm not. I'm not saying I'm culturally appropriating a certain practice. I'm learning from a certain people. So I'm trying to understand their certain paradigms. I am culturally experiencing their narratives, their culture.
Yeah, I don't believe in cultural appropriation. I think cultural appropriation, so called, is actually, if it's most of the time cultural celebration. You can celebrate a culture. You can
cultural
experience it. Yes, it's cultural exchange. The other thing is just a misuse of language to try to distort what is actually happening in most cases. Sure, you can take someone who's trying to stealing from a certain culture, and that can be that, but that would be a very specific case of a specific individual, not a generalized incident.
Yeah. The internet is a very lucrative space, to say the least, of course, with modern practitioners. And modern that's something which is lucrative, of course, on this platform. And we have to be very careful with people's.
Yeah, imitation is a form of flattery. So if one culture imitates another, that's not cultural appropriation. That is appreciation of the other culture, so much so that it morphs the first culture. It's really hard to be like, oh, everything is a cultural appropriation. You're stealing my culture because you're doing the thing you're using braids. Well, Vikings used braids. So who did it first? What kind of stupid game is this where who did it first matters? What matters is that we both enjoy braids. We should bond over that common ground instead of trying to create a divide through some crazy tribalism.
Interesting, of course. Especially with the Semitic peoples, which I engage with. I have a lot of backlash, of course, in that space, of course. With Darwin peoples, people who speak Hindi, of course, Vedic, Sanskrit. It's not an easy place to talk to people. Not with English, of course. When you have to speak Hindi with Punjabi or other types of languages, it's something very hard for like a person who is coming from a different space and culture. It's and
yeah, I'm here to talk to Indio. What's up, bro? Yo, I'm talking to you. I don't know if you hear me, but you can't fucking ignore the
Don't be rude. Hey, don't be rude. There was people talking already. Wait your turn.
Nah, you're right, man. You're right.
No, it's fine actually. You can engage in your conversation.
No, Bjorn. I want to hear what you had to say.
Probably not the right space to talk on these certain matters, but no, do please. I will add you, Trace AI. We will talk again soon.
Yeah, we can chat anytime you want. You can send me messages or whatever.
All right, so like I'm here to talk to Indio. I gotta talk to Indio. It's my turn. What's up, bruh? Like, are you here or not? Because if not, then there's really no point to me being here. What about you, T-Dub? Matrix. Pickled Minds.
What's the issue, Mage?
What's up, Matrix? There's no issue here. Just talking
Really?
about some flat earth, yeah?
You got any proof of curvature?
Well, every time you guys ask me something like that,
That's a no then.
I can't really. Well, I do produce it, but like you guys always have issues with it.
Yeah, because you end up running away or saying something stupid or producing something that's false.
That's not true. It's not. It's never false. It might be circular.
So it's false then. Incorrect.
Circular doesn't mean false. It just means backing the question.
So you're not providing any data then.
I mean,
That's why
to
we
be
don't
honest,
accept it.
no. I mean, there was the Rainy Lake experiment, but I kind of looked into it a bit more, and they're kind of begging. They're doing a bit of question begging with the way that they do the.
Well, at least that you've admitted that one yourself, so that's cool.
The way that they do the whatchamacallit, refraction, was kind of question begging, because don't they just take what would be? I forget the details, but it was. I remember I looked into it. It was question begging. So. Yeah, I don't know. I guess most people don't really take interest in doing it properly, which is disappointing. But I mean, hey.
So what other ones have you looked into? If Rainy Lake's out.
There was a documentary on Netflix I was watching, but they didn't really provide measurements. So, like every time I look for sort of, because on the documentary, right, they proved the globe. They took a bunch of flat earthers and they did like a test with flashlights. But I don't.
Oh, you're
like
talking about the mockumentary where they were going to shoot the laser through the holes.
I think that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were some holes.
If you go and watch it again, they start off with a laser, and then they end up with a flashlight. So halfway through that, they broke the little piece that goes on the front of the laser, so it focuses the beam better and keeps it straight up for longer. So they broke that thing, the columnator, and they just went, you know what? We've already invested so much time and effort into doing this. Let's just keep going. We'll grab a flashlight and do it instead. Now, both you and I know that laser light and flashlights ain't the same.
They ain't the same.
But the problem is, all these clowns running around going, oh my God, flat earthers proved it was a globe, rah, 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 we win. All they actually say at the end of it is, that's interesting.
Yeah, I remember
So I don't know how you can come to a conclusion out of, that's interesting. You know, like, maybe the batteries didn't work and it's like flick, flick, flick. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, who knows?
I think because the guys that said that's interesting, I think they actually tried to go to the flat earthers and convince them.
Oh, who knows, man? Who knows? But if you can come to a conclusion out of, that's interesting, all to you.
Look, if I'm being honest, like I said earlier, I think that the flat earth sort of movement is really just to wake people up to other actually true conspiracies.
No, it's to wake people up that there's no curvature. That's all we want. There's no curvature. We want you to go outside and check that shit out for yourself. Nothing more.
I don't believe you.
So I'm just looking in the home server in the laser test channel. So you've got the FE core, they call it an experiment. Flat Earth FE core, Mike Cavanaugh on Flat Earth. Dr. John D laser test. There's another laser observation there. It's just laser observation. Roxanne the Globalist deny a flat laser from Brighton to Worthington observation. Peer-to-peer results and observations. Dr. John D. D Marble, undeniable flat Earth proof. 10-mile Puget Sound laser test. Salton Sea laser observation. 9.7 miles, no curvature. Flat Earth Perth. 15-kilometer laser test. Mandurah. 7.5 mile laser test on Frozen Lake. I mean, it just goes on and on. There's a fair few, right? Scrolling down, there's more. Why don't you check out those? Like, you've just seen two things, like one on Netflix. Like, what was the other one? Here's another one. Italy, Romania, flat Earth laser experiment. There's some repeats in here. Here's another one. 16.4 mile laser test. Then you got the 21 mile Great Salt Lake, Utah. You got Sea of Galilee, flat Earth proof laser test. Canada laser test. It just there's so many here, man. There's another Utah one, another independent one. There's heaps, and they're still coming. You know, like there's still more coming. Like there's people going out there. Why don't you check that out? Why don't you check those out, man? Let's see if you can fault them.
See how when you guys bring stuff in here, Mage, we all rip it apart? Why don't you do that to the laser tests or long-range observations? See what's wrong, and then come back and say, I've looked at X, whatever thing you've looked at, and this is what I believe is incorrect about it. And we can run you through it.
Well, I've done
Like,
that before.
Well, the problem is, this is what a lot of you guys do, and I'm not just pointing the finger directly at you. You'll get the black swan, and you'll go, refraction! Like as if it's some kind of saviour. And it's like, seriously? That's it? And then it goes into off topics. What's refraction? Yeah, it's just refraction. And you get a lot of stuttering and a lot of stammering and a lot of clowns, and then we just point and laugh. And then we'll ask you sensible questions about it. Okay, we'll give you your refraction just because we're feeling nice or bored. I'm not sure which way. How about we just grab an infrared camera? You know?
Because infrared doesn't negate refraction. It's still light.
It reduces it.
I don't know by how much.
Yeah, it reduces it due to the wavelengths used. So that's what should happen now. If you're claiming X refraction, so what you should have, and this is how you guys are going to have to prove this. Number one, you're going to have to prove you've got a ball tard in the first place. Then number two, you've got to supply us the formula to add on top of the ball tard. So you'll have X on top of formula to give the result. And then we go out there and we measure that. So we go, right, we're going to assume a ball tard, we're going to add this kid's formula for refraction, and then we're going to measure to see, to make sure the distances match up to his formula. And when they don't, then we're going to come back and go, well, your shit failed, mate. So when you come in and just squirt refraction out, have you got some kind of formula to use to go, okay, we've input the data, we've got temperature, air pressure, time of day, whatever else goes into your formula. Run the numbers through. Yep, this is the distance we're going to add on. Then we go and check it. No, you don't. All of your refraction stuff is all reverse engineered. It's pulled back to get a K factor. That's it. So you aren't even doing that properly. That's why when you come in here and bark that out, and here's the other problem too, as soon as you say it, that means you sell out any geometric claims that you thought you had. Just to the bending of light, because that means it could be anything now. Could be flat, could be round, could be bumpy. Who knows? There's an unlimited number in between of things it could possibly be. And you have just sold that out. Light bending, I don't know what the ground is. That's why it's pointless, you guys. Anytime someone says it, most of the guys in the panel just shake their head and just, yeah, nah.
Yeah, I mean, nobody ever came in and said, just watch the refracted boat go over the refracted horizon. That proves the globe. No, they just said, watch the boat go over the horizon. And then when we say, oh, but look at this instance where we waited until it to disappear and it didn't. Or look at this observation here where we can see much more of the surface than we should. And the horizon's much farther than it should be, according to the globe geometry. Then you just cry refraction, right? But what? So on the other days, all the things that were presented to flat earthers way back, all the boats disappearing over the horizon, half cut off by the horizon. There was no refraction that day. That was the pure geometry we were seeing, or the result of it.
Listen, once you guys take into account refraction, that's when we're going to be able to conclude the Earth is flat. All right.
Why don't you go and watch the FE core laser test, because they do take it into consideration. So you just shot yourself in the foot there.
All right. Well, where's your paper?
I'm glad you asked. I'll get it for you, since I'm feeling generous.
Okay. I appreciate your generosity. That profile picture is scary, but it's meant to be, my friend.
What profile
Talking
picture?
to Bjorn. Talking to Bjorn. Bjorn left.
Anyways, so we need that one, and we need the video because some people like videos more than documents. There you go. Loading, loading, loading. PDF and video to go with it. PDF's about 120 pages long, and that should keep you entertained for 5 minutes.
I don't see anything here.
How do you take into account refraction?
Well, the way that they normally do it, so if you, so the way that it's usually done is there's like expected curvature, and then there's observed curvature, and they take the difference, and then they isolate whatever variable is for the
7/6R.
I don't, well, because I thought R was the radius, no? That's like the effective.
Well, that's a problem.
Well, I'm saying with regard to like, I forget the exact equation that was used, but basically they take the difference between the expected and measured, and then they see like what it should be, right? Which is question begging. If you don't do that, I don't know how.
Right, so we may as well just give you the globe, right? Because you can just say that any observation is explained by the bending of light.
No, I'm sure there's a way to make it rigorous mathematically. I'm not educated enough to know that at the current moment.
We've experienced it. I mean, it doesn't matter what we show them. Like 21 miles over the Great Salt Lake in Utah. 21 miles. No sign of a geometric horizon at all. Lasers shine straight across. Daytime imagery just showing the shoreline on the other side. Like buildings, smokestack, not obstructed by 200 plus feet of curvature.
There's a pretty discrete temperature inversion layer between the surface of the ocean and the air layer right above it, so that increases refraction. So I mean, like, I'm not saying your results
Now,
are wrong.
that's a claim. See, Mage, that's a claim there that you've got to validate, not us.
Oh.
So what's the height? What's the temperature range in that specific that event that's happening? So number one, there needs to be a height. Number two, temperature variation, top and bottom figure. See, these are all things that you've got to have to now factor in to your equation. Why does that thing ring when I'm busy?
Well, if you're the one that's claiming that the Earth is flat and level, then that's on you to take into account. The burden of proof is on you for claiming the Earth is flat and level. It's not, I'm simply just poking holes in it, which is what skeptics ought to do. Doesn't mean I have to prove it. And it's basic physics that refraction is increased by temperature inversion. Don't feel like I have to justify that. Oh shit, there's 5 new messages? Hello?
Man, you still in here. I went to sleep, woke up, and you still here, man. Hell wrong with you, boy.
Don't tell me what's wrong with me. What's wrong with you?
Ain't nothing wrong with me, boy. Another day-night cycle on our planet. Another spin across our axis.
Hey.
Sorry about that, Mage. I missed half of what you were about to rattle on about. You spoke about refraction and how it's my burden to prove that it exists. No, you're the one that needs it. Vector, please turn your camera off. We don't really need to see any of that kind of whatnot. Vector.
What do you want, old man?
Camera off, thank you.
Why?
Because it limits the channel, and plus we don't really need to see your useless stuff. Yeah, it actually limits the channel. People can't come in and out.
I didn't know that. I thought it was only until it hits like 25.
It's just if everyone gets on streaming, it just smashes the server bandwidth, and that's why they limit the channels.
Oh, yeah.
When it's a part of the program, it's horrible.
I mean, like, why do you care about Discord?
Why do I care about Discord? I care about this channel.
I literally
so people coming in and out.
I can upload like really high bit rate.
That's awesome. So while you're thinking of your bit rates, have you got any proof of curvature?
No. Do you?
Oh shit, no. Because it's flat.
So
that's why
difficult.
I got none.
Well, no, it's rather difficult because your Earth is really big.
Earth is really big. So, just out of curiosity, if we're both sitting in here waiting around, having a great old time, and the next glober comes in here and goes, my proof of curvature is ships going over the horizon, are you going to stand up and say, no, it's too big? Or are you just going to sit back and hide?
Well, I think it's big enough for you to hold your position. I'm not sure
Big
what
enough
you
for
would.
me to hold my position.
I'm not sure what you would say when seeing boats going over the curvature.
Well, you said it's too big to see that.
So you're holding that against me because I said it was too big?
No, there's other globers that say that.
But are they right? Like, do boats go over the curvature?
Well, if they're right, that means you saying that it's too big and it's too flat, that makes you incorrect. So which one are you going to go for?
So I'm incorrect?
Well, if they say that, you will be.
What do you think?
What do I think? I think it's all to do with the optic being used.
So it's this third thing, right? So you don't even care what I said.
No, well, number one, you're trying to go along the lines of it's so biggy, it's flatty, and then we get other globers that come in and go, we see boats going over the curvature. So which one is it? Are we looking at boats going over the curvature, or is it so big it's flat?
Well, I think that's up to you to decide.
Nope.
But I'm not the one wondering if it's flat or round.
Well, you think I'm wondering if it's flat or round? Oh, no. I know it's flat. There's no wondering in amongst that.
But you asked me for my opinion, and you got one.
No, I asked you for proofs of curvature.
How can I have that? Like, I can't prove it to you because the Earth is too big, and it's too easy for you to hold a position that it looks flat.
To hold what position?
Because it does look flat.
Okay, so your opinion is it looks flat, so why would you believe it's a ball tard? If something looks a certain way, why would you turn around and say that it's the complete opposite?
Because it's too big for me to see how round it is.
So how do you know how big it is then?
I never
So
said
you're claiming
that,
too big.
What? No, I said it's big enough for you to hold a position that might be wrong.
It's big enough for me to hold a position that might be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Are you baked?
So what?
No,
yeah, he's off his fucking head, man.
Why are you insulting me? Like, why are you guys so...
Because you are. Because if you were talking any slowly, you'd be on the nod.
Oh yeah, if I was smart, I would agree with you that the Earth's flat. Is that it?
Got nothing to do with it.
What?
What?
No, what did you say? You have a UK accent. I'm trying.
No, I don't. It has nothing to do with it. Your intelligence level has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
That's correct. I just didn't hear what you said. It's actually that simple. You don't want to argue with me because I'm too good at this.
No, you're not. You're an absolute idiot. Most of the other people are staying quiet because they just think that I'm the only one here that's going to put up with clowns.
You're so rude, like, and you're not even hurting my feelings. So see, you're not that good.
You haven't got the intelligence level to understand that you've been insulted. Fair dinkum.
I'm not stupid. What you meant to say is that I'm not intelligent enough to know what's wrong with you.
No, that's not what I meant. So, nice straw man, but please try again.
It's hard to believe you're like 3 times my age.
That I'm 3 times your age.
Are you?
Your claim.
That's what it feels like to me. You can correct me if I'm wrong. So what accent is that? Is that Australian?
Yep.
Nice.
So what are you telling me? You're only 15. You probably shouldn't be in here then.
Why?
Well, I'm 3 times your age.
Are you like 60? I'm 18. Are you close to 60? Wait, so you're saying you're Australian, but you can't take a picture of the moon and show me the dark side?
Why would I have a picture of the moon for the dark side?
Because you would see the dark side.
No.
From Australia. So what's the path that the moon takes on a flat Earth?
What's the path the moon takes on a flat Earth? It follows its circuit.
Yeah, but it would have to go in front of Australia.
No.
I mean, even if it didn't, like, you would still see a good portion that we can't from Canada, for example.
No.
No, but only because you say so. Like,
No. Only because I go outside, take photos of it, and I see an inverted version of what you see. Ta-da! That's why no.
Sounds like you think you're God's gift to trolling Globers.
No. That was a nice try, but failed again.
My God, your small talk is low in IQ.
English, son, English.
Yeah, he's speaking better than you.
It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like you're speaking mumble.
You're just an arrogant prick, and you're so insulting.
Hey, now we can talk. Hey, you just realised, didn't you?
Oh, you want me to go down to
You sound like you're on the nod, seriously. Give yourself a shake, wake yourself up.
So you want me to drop down to your level?
You'd be reaching up then, so you can come down here if you want.
So what's your proof that the Earth is flat?
Oh, it's measured as flat. Would you like to see the laser test?
I already seen it. Thanks, Bob.
Well, you'd understand what's going on then.
Yep,
thanks, mate. That saves me posting it.
Right.
So which bit did you like about the laser test?
And the one where Bob saw the curvature.
I don't think his name was Bob. You're probably talking about some other shit.
Thanks, Bob?
No.
Same Bob?
No, there's no Bob in there, mate.
That
No
was
Bob.
way back. Damn. So what happened to the Bob one?
Oh, fuck if I know. It's your story. You tell me.
I see. So you put effort into forgetting?
I wasn't talking about Bob. You were.
I was.
Yeah, so what happened with Bob? Tell me all about him.
No, I'm good. I think you know.
Ah, so all of a sudden you've got nothing. So now you're trying to make a straw man out of absolutely nothing. Yet again. Straw man accounts.
I mean, you already demonstrated your capability of lying through your teeth, so I'm not going to sit here and try to convince you of why we thank Bob.
Fuck off then, the door's over there.
I'm too good at this. I knew you'd get
No, you're not. You don't realise you're getting smashed.
Are you like the final boss of the flat Earth?
Oh, shit, no. There's plenty above me that have ripped you a new one for practice.
Yeah, somehow I don't...
They don't even, I'll tell you something now. Most of those guys don't even bother conversing with idiots like you because it's a waste of their time.
I'm 160.
No, they don't want to. They don't want to have shit conversations with trolls and other clowns. They'd rather have a decent conversation with someone that wants to learn and let someone else deal with the clowns. So I get to play with them. It's great fun.
I already learned everything. Like, I can see that the Earth is flat.
You've learned everything. Oh, what have you learned today? That purple crayons are your favourite flavour?
No, the Earth looks flat as fuck.
I was that yesterday.
Yeah, you know what's interesting? Earth looks so flat, right? And then when I look out in the distance, and when it sort of seems like it's curving, when I go over there...
It's not.
It's flat again, right.
Isn't that amazing? So no curvature.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame.
But you don't know why, do you? So I found
why it
something
looks flat. I can tell you why. It's because it is flat.
Well, do you really think intelligent people would jump to conclusions like that?
Well, the reason I say it is flat is because it's measured as flat. So that's not really jumping to a conclusion, is it?
But we can always thank Bob for finding the curvature.
Well, you still haven't provided me anything about Bob. You've just chosen a random name. So,
Bob
no thank
is
you.
a random person. He's actually a flat earther.
Is he? So tell me more about Bob then.
Well, he died from COVID because he didn't believe in it.
We don't talk about COVID in here, man.
Why?
Because all the medical bullshit over the last couple of years.
That's not nice to say, right? I mean, there was plenty of people who did believe in it, who also passed. So that's pretty damn, disrespectful thing to say. No, you don't know.
I didn't
you don't
say
know the details, man. Don't go talking about people's passing in here without, that's personal details, man,
No,
that
I'm
you
glad he's
don't know
died.
shit about. Yeah, you don't know shit about
believe in
it. So.
He died. That's the consequence.
No, you don't know that. You don't know that, man.
That's what I heard. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what you heard. So you just fucking believe for everything you fucking hear?
I mean,
don't go talking about shit you don't know about, man.
Well,
it's
I'm going to
disrespectful.
talk about whatever
especially
I
of
want to talk
the
about.
dead.
I only
Especially
take
of the dead.
advices from my father, not some random strangers.
It's really got nothing to do with what you're appealing to anyway. What did he do?
Just mute your mic.
What did he do? What did he do? What did he do to prove the Earth is a globe? What did he do to prove the Earth is a globe?
He measured it.
How?
Thanks, Bob.
What method did he use?
Bob, thank you.
What method did he use?
I don't know, lasers or something.
I'd like to appeal to the mumble.
I said lasers or something. I don't know.
So you
Whatever
don't know.
Guys.
So here you
are.
So he didn't measure the curve. He was fucking around with gyros then. So what is it? Gyros or he measured?
You know about it, but you told me that you don't. You are a liar, aren't you?
No, because there's multiple Bobs, isn't it? Do you honestly think that there's just one Bob? That's it.
So there was
what are you laughing for?
Bobs?
Yeah, do you know what we do to trolls? We make them shut up so we don't have to listen to them. Yeah, bored idiot. He had no idea. He's jumped on to the internet and he's gone scratching through it and it's come up with a meme. Thanks, Bob, for proving the curve. There's probably a picture of some other clown there too. Probably done a basic search, looked at the first two headlines, not done any, didn't click on the page, just looked at the headlines only. Welcome. Who just popped in? The real Birdman. Oh, Matt, he plays Factorio. Oh, he just ran away.
Why is TOA or TOA constantly lit?
They're not on my screen.
Alright, glitch on my end.
Like they're unmiked. Oh. Three, two, one, and T-Dub's back. Yeah, on my screen they're unmiked, but yeah, they're not lit up or flashing or anything. So
yeah, it's fixed now.
Now, as for Degas's comment back at 18 minutes past the hour, yeah, it was very interesting how it was just a mad hand wave. Sorry I didn't get back to you. What is very interesting, T-Dub, is that Mage used to be exactly the same as what Vector was just like. And now Mage is actually starting to sit back and look into the logic side of it and the argument side of it. Yes, TOA, camera off, thank you. How about I just ban you? Would you like me to do it the easy way or the hard way? You can turn your camera off, we've got no problem with you being in here. Just turn your camera off.
He can go.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to listen. He wants to block people from getting into the room. He wants to limit us. He can get the hell out.
Right, touchy.
You're about to get banned, dude. Goodbye.
See, let me rail that one, but it wouldn't let me get rid of one earlier. No. Oh well.
Hey, why not just turn the camera off? I don't understand why it's such a big deal. Just turn the dang camera off.
Yeah, they must think that we want to see them. Like, if someone said to me, sorry, bro, you got to turn your camera off, and you wanted to be in the room, be like, oh, shit, no worries, thanks, guys, click off. Well, I'm sure you don't want to see my stupid head anyways. Like, crazy. That was interesting, this Arvo, T-Dub. Listen to that fella talking about all the maps. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that was cool.
You getting any rain up your way? We are at the moment. It's really nice. And humid.
Not a lot. Just, yeah, little bits here and there. Not much, so.
Oh, that's alright. At least you're getting some.
Just enough to green things back up again.
Yeah. That was us, 45 mils in a couple of hours.
Well, it's good to hear from y'all. I'm glad that you guys... I mean, it sounds like everybody's doing well anyway. Y'all keep on kicking ass. I'm gonna mute up. Hopefully somebody will come in here and start a conversation. Start asking questions.
So it's really early in the morning for them, isn't it? Not them, but for our American mates. Mansky's gone to bed finally.
3:46 for them, I think.
Ah, right.
Nah, I'm wide awake. I'm just gonna digress. I'm not gonna sit here ranting. I don't got much to talk about. I just want to listen.
No, I was just wondering what time it is.
Yeah. He was correct. It's 3:46.
Right. So that means the troll car has finished. And now we wait for the early risers.
Yep.
Yeah. Those that want to get their adrenaline injection before they go to work. If they're not snowed in.
Better than coffee.
Say what? That's some messed up spelling right there. Don't do it,
Weird.
Kingsley. Don't do it. You all know you want to ask it.
Yeah.
Do it, Kingsley. Yours, man. Do it.
No. It's all yours.
Let's go, mate.
Are we able to change the little note thing that goes under the title of the room? You know, we can do that over in English Hub. We have like a sentence there. Usually we change it up every day.
Yeah, we can change
There's nothing there now. I figured somebody could add something. And if we could do an event, that might get more people in here.
What do you want it changed to, man?
I don't know. It's really just about coming up with a catchy sentence or weird question that draws attention. Just got to create some kind of sensationalized headline.
What do you reckon? Show us where the flat Earth hurt you?
There you go.
Hey, AG, could you come into the lobby for a minute and just post those things you posted the other day about kind and nice? I got some dude dissing me for saying that it comes from the word kin, and nice means stupid originally. Thanks, man.
You made that the title. Awesome.
Cheers, bro.
Yeah, man.
This guy in the lobby thinks that he saw 1 or 2 centimeters of curvature from an aeroplane.
Did you say 1 or 2 centimeters of curvature from a plane?
Yeah. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know.
Holy shit.
I don't know what he's thinking.
That's crazy.
this guy said, but your line of sight follows the curve. What did he say? I'll read out what he said exactly. Actually, Josh said, but the laser only appears to bend. Okay. This guy says, actually, it doesn't because our sight bends along. Right? I'm assuming he means bends along the curvature of the Earth. And I said, prove it. And this is what he wrote back. Well, the sun rises 8 minutes early and sets 8 minutes late. This is because the light of the sun bends due to atmospheric refraction. The sun only appears to rise early and set late. Oh, God, man.
So on. What? So the time changes by 8 minutes due to refraction.
Yeah. I don't know what he's talking about. That's like, so he's standing there with his stopwatch or his watch waiting for the sunrise and it's like late. Like, I don't, what the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah, I got nothing.
Think his chat GBT is broken.
That's a bit more than broken, dude.
Well, at least he's doing learning.
Yeah, some of them I'd just like to go full hardcore, like old school on them. And just like, dude, do you know how to eat with a knife and fork? Can you actually walk without dragging your knuckles? Like, seriously. What, are your eyes painted on or something? Like, what is wrong with you, boy?
I'm going to post the link to here and see if they join. See if we can get one of them in.
Where is it? Where is it?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, get that dude in here.
Yep, lasso him, teed up, get him in here. We can have a laugh.
I'm unmuted.
Wanna bet? He'll be back in about 45 minutes, 44 minutes. What I find interesting is a lot of these young kids that come in here and just carry on like clowns. If I was up at 3 o'clock in the morning on the computer and it wasn't a Friday night or a Saturday night, and also we weren't doing anything the next day, I reckon I'd have had my old man's boot print in my freckle. Fair dinkum. Not that computers were awesome when I was younger, but the Commodore 64 and the Amiga 500 were pretty hot in their day.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
In the beginning, the universe was created. This made a lot of people very angry and has been widely regarded as a bad move.
Funny books those were.
Oh look, Stupid's back with his video running. Vector, I'm going to ask you once very politely. Please turn off your camera. You're more than welcome to stay in here, but we don't want your camera on. Vector.
In the last, let's see, Vector's been banned from 1, 2, 3.
Oh, so he's a serial pest.
4. Yeah.
Oh, we can add to that then. Not a problem. If he's a clown and he's doing that to everyone, he can not come in here then. You can have a 2-day break.
Yeah.
No, not a problem. How you going? Sorry, man. Go.
I was going to say his mischief started at 1:17 my time. It is now 4:28.
Oh.
Yep.
So he's got a couple of good hours in.
Yep. Good shift.
Ah. Very interesting.
Are you a certified shit stain?
Your mom is.
Show us on this doll with the flat earth hurt you.
Ouch.
Matrix! He stole my fucking name!
You finally caught on.
He stole my name.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
You can't even spell it properly.
No, you can't spell it properly.
No, that is incorrect. Mine is spelled properly.
What is that? Gaelic?
I'm the master matrixter.
Matrixter.
Yeah, the certified shit stain.
Let's do this a professional way. When was your account created? 23? Oh, you got nothing. Looks like I was here first.
Can I move to Australia?
I'm not stopping you. Plenty of room in Sydney.
Can you make sandwiches?
Can you
And
make
then they got
sandwiches?
giant spiders there too.
You can go to Alice Springs.
Yeah, well, that's better than fucking Donald Trump.
Oh, shots fired.
What did how does Trump affect you?
Rather get raped by a giant spider than live here with Donald Trump.
Okay,
How does Donald Trump affect you?
He takes all the money away.
He does?
Yes.
There's no money there in the first place. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I got money.
I'm making more money since he's in office.
Yeah, good for you. You're lying.
You must be broke.
It's not gonna last.
Get a job.
So let me guess, you're a brokey with blue hair. And
Yeah, she's got blue hair. or he does, yeah.
Better off saying it.
But doesn't he want more domestic production and sales?
Communists.
Thinking we could nearly get some kind of country song going on. I'm a blue-haired brokey wokey.
Oh, I'm glad you think that's what I look like.
I do think that.
Well, you're wrong.
Good deal.
Blue hair? Right.
Might be
Yeah, right. That's fucking gross.
green.
Well,
Whatever
you
to
upset
fit your
somebody.
narrative. Nope.
You upset somebody.
No, but you'll lose your crypto eventually.
I don't have any eventually.
Oh, who's the real brokey then? You don't have any crypto? Wow, you're
No,
fucking
why would I
poor.
have crypto? I have cash. Why would I have crypto? I have money like sitting on right across the room from me. I have money across the room from me. Why do I need pretend money?
You're not evolving with the times I see. Who's going to be broke in the next 10 years?
Evolution is fake. Evolution is fake.
You don't have any coins in your...
No, coins is fake. That's fake shit.
You don't have any coins. By the way, I've never dyed my hair. It's a natural color.
LOL.
Gray.
Bald. Come on, give us a clue.
Give it 30 years.
In your 60 years, you've never had to dye your hair.
I bet your dick stinks like fucking cheese. Please stop talking to me.
It came from
You're
your
more
mom.
I don't want to
more
talk
than welcome.
to you.
Mate, you're more than welcome to leave the room. I'd probably suggest it, or you might get helped out.
Even the female or supposedly female Globers like to talk about dicks. That's so weird.
Yeah. They don't have anything else.
Because they chopped them all off.
Actually, Jimmy, I'm going to have to say no. That would sound better. And that's coming from a boilie. The only thing that would top that image off, if that was an, what was it? Iowa triple disc changer that they had in the 90s because every second household had one. They're a great little setup. They're heaps loud. Took an absolute flogging. I had mine for like 8 years and actually gave it away because I bought a new system. And it was still going hard.
I bet that when that came out, it was like the coolest shit ever.
Yeah. I actually bought mine when I was 17. Yeah, I was nearly 18. Bought it when I was 17. So yeah. Mid to late 90s. Scary thing though is, what I changed. No, I had another one before then. I was just thinking the stereo system I've got now is what I swapped up to, but no, there's another one I had in between for 2 years. And the one I've got now I've had ever since then.
Hey, how's it going, everyone?
What's up, Link?
Hey, you a flat earther?
Yeah, are you?
No, but I'm open-minded. Like, if you can convince me, why not?
All right. Well, I need you to convince me the Earth is a globe, since
I don't think it's a globe.
case at one point in time, right? And then I looked into it, and then apparently, according to every glober I've ever spoken to, I'm actually like on the wrong.
What's your like biggest evidence that it's not a globe?
Lack of curvature.
Lack of
Because
curvature?
if it was a sphere, there would be curvature that could be measured. Since there isn't, then I have no reason to think it's a sphere because it's flat.
Yeah, the argument I've heard is like, the Earth is so big that if you get high enough, you can see a curvature.
How high is that?
No, I don't. I'm just telling you what I've heard. Like, I've heard these debates before.
Yeah, and then I'm asking, like, how high is that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Okay, 250 miles high, you're seeing 3% or less of the Earth's surface, and that's not far enough to see a curved horizon. You're looking at a flat horizon. So officially, the only people who've ever seen the Earth as a sphere went to the moon, and that shit was fake as fuck. So,
You know what's crazy? I think it's common knowledge now that we didn't go to the moon, and I think more people are starting to accept that.
yeah, that's why the Artemis astronauts, they were, proud and boasting that they're finally going to send somebody to the moon. They're going to be the first ones to go to the moon. So, no one has ever seen the Earth as a sphere. They've always seen a flat horizon.
So I've heard some flat earthers say like that the sun and the moon they're not real. Is that true? Not that they're not real. Like it's not what we think it is. If that makes more sense.
Well, yeah. How could you ever know what it is if you've never been there to take a sample or measure it or, actually experience it? Because the only thing you've ever done is sit on the ground and look up at the sky and see the lights, right? And then everybody's been creating stories since forever. The Aztecs were telling their people, hey, the gods in the sky are mad at you. We need to rip people's hearts out. And they're like, okay. And then see, the eclipse went away. They must be happy with us now. Right? But today, it's like, yeah, that's a burning ball of gas inside of a vacuum with no container, and it's not going anywhere. Which is a violation of entropy, right? Breathing is an exercise.
Oh, you're lagging.
You're roboting pretty hard there, Jimmy.
Yeah, you're lagging, bro.
Lungs, you compress your chest. Yeah, I'll come back.
No, you're good.
You compress your chest. It creates a high pressure inside your body. The air flows out of your body into the lower pressure, right? You experience entropy all the time, except for the Earth being a sphere covered in water and gas inside of a vacuum. So, outer space is fake. And if you have this idea that we're saying there's some flat disk out in outer space, it's the third disk from the sun, that's wrong.
I mean, okay, so do you think we've found all the continents on Earth, or do you think there's still more continents and stuff?
I don't know. I've personally been to 3, so I know land exists outside of the area of my home. So I'm told there's 7 continents. I'm told what continents are, but I don't think we're in a position to know.
Yeah, that's fair.
So there's 7 continents. That's what they've told us. We got maps to prove it.
Yeah, and if you get like $1,000, you can visit all of them, but you won't, right?
Yeah. Nah, you could do it for free and join the military. Get paid to do it.
What about all the people that send their satellites into space? What are their video feed?
What about them? What
So
about
you send like a little cube. You send like a little cube satellite into space, yeah, and they orbit Earth because of they don't have a propellant. Basically, they send a goddamn cube into space.
Well, that's a
and they
claim
have
you're
a video
making.
feed of them.
Hey,
Right.
Gunslinger, how about we make this nice and simple? You've got your satellites, you've got them up in space. They've taken a photo of Earth. So are you still with me?
Yeah, and
you're still with me? Right. The photo shows a sphere. It shows a round object interpreted as a sphere. Now we're going to accept this as true. Now what we're going to do is we're going to measure the ground to confirm the validity of that photograph. Now, we go and measure the ground. There's no measured curvature. What does that say about your photograph?
It was good talking to you, Matrix.
Excellent. Have a nice day. Sorry, Jimmy. Clown shoes got in the way.
Yeah, the gear diver just wanted to have a conversation because typically when we have a conversation with people and it's going okay, they jump into the gears and then the person quits having the conversation and leaves.
Is that always how it happens when people join here?
Typically.
Quite often, yeah. If you've got two people that are having a really good conversation, all of a sudden some random clown will drop in and just throw a spanner in the works. They'll jump in swearing, breaking TOS, all sorts of random shit, mate. It is amazing if you sit back and watch it. Oh, it's a show in itself. But anyways, that's his word, Jeds.
And another server we've been having the feed go for about 430 hours, right? And we're recording to YouTube, and you could go to that and watch on YouTube if you can't be on Discord. There's also one of the bots streams to Twitch. If you care to watch on Twitch, I think it's Flat Lloyd that's got his on Twitch, and yeah, you'll watch people do that all the time. But anyway, what other questions have you for us?
Let me think. Because obviously, we're grown up taught these things, and it's kind of like ingrained in our brain, and you kind of have to like deconstruct everything we learned.
But you don't have to deconstruct everything. You just have to toss out the pseudoscience. The pseudoscience being the thing that's claimed to be science but doesn't actually use the scientific method. And then accept what your senses are telling you because they're telling you the truth. You use your senses to experience the world around you 100% of the time. And the only time anybody doesn't trust their senses is in a conversation about their senses.
So, how would you explain, like, oh, sorry, bud.
I was going to just, carry on since there was silence. You trust your senses. You wouldn't cross the street while there's traffic. You would wait for there to be a lack of traffic, and you know that because your senses would tell you that. Right? You're flying in a plane. People have previously had their senses misdirected because of the way their senses function, and they've spiraled into a crash. And so now there's instrumentation on airplanes that helps them identify which way is the right, which way is up, which way is horizontal, right? How high are they above the ground? So essentially, they could black out the windows and fly on instrumentation alone and survive. So we've grown to trust our senses and use our senses to help ourselves. Why is it in conversation people can't trust their senses, especially on this topic?
It's interesting. I was just gonna say, like, how do you explain like internet and stuff like that? Like, yeah.
They tell you that 97% or more of the internet is actually based on fiber optic cables. So essentially, if satellites fell out of the sky, everyone would still have internet. If the 97% claim is true, that means 3% of the people would lose their internet. And it's likely that the 3% is actually not the commoners. Right? If you're getting your internet from, say, satellite, like you got a dish out in the yard, it's more than likely you've got some tower distributing a bandwidth, and that dish is picking up a bandwidth. Your cell phones, they actually connect to towers, and they tell you that directly. Nobody's cell phone is going to connect to a satellite in the sky. And you don't use GPS on a TomTom or a Garmin, right? You use GPS from your phone. So if you actually travel away from your home and you go out into the middle of nowhere where there is no service for your provider, you won't get signal and you won't be able to get a planned route from Google Maps because you're not connected to the internet. So there's also processes where people can send a signal out, have a receiver transmitter pick up that signal, and then repeat the signal off into a greater distance. The military has been boasting about how they can transmit a signal from a ground station to a plane to a drone, and then provide internet to somebody who's far outside the bandwidth of the ground stations, right? So aircraft are able to talk to drones and transmit signals from the ground, acting as a repeater. So that 3% doesn't necessarily have to be 250 miles high in a vacuum, traveling 17,000 miles an hour.
How long did it take you to like learn all this and officially become a flat earther?
Well, in November of 2015, the Army put me inside of a room with another NCO. We were on night shift for the longest time. And we were talking about dumb shit, right? So that was the time period where flat Earth got put on my radar, but I wasn't necessarily thinking, hey, the Earth is flat. It wasn't until like 2018 where I was convinced, because by that point I had so many conversations with all of my peers. They were giving me all of the questions that I needed to find answers for. So it really was, somebody would ask me a question, I would look up an answer. Somebody would ask me a new question, I would look up an answer. Now everybody's asking the exact same questions, and it hasn't changed. And apparently, there was a magazine back in the early 1900s. I think it was the Flat Earth Review. They were issuing a list of questions that are being asked today, and they were answering those same questions in 1900s, right? Well, today we've got, well, what about satellites? And I'm sure they didn't have satellites back then, so why would they ask, what about satellites? So satellites is more of a reification, right? If this is true, then this should be happening. This is happening, therefore that should be true. That is true. Like, I have a map, so the land must be oriented like this map, because this map is accurate. I'm walking around with it. Doesn't necessarily mean it's true, right? Because some maps can tell you, hey, there's a cliffside here, but you look at the mountainside and it's not really a cliff. So,
What was the sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say, what was the thing that did it for you where you were like, okay, yeah, the earth is flat 100%?
Well, I had gone through 3 years of looking into answering everyone's questions and listening to other people make their claims. I went through looking up, hey, I'm seeing too far. Look at this, mountain. It's 100 miles away. How are we seeing it? And they're like, well, the bottom of it's obstructed. So then there was like that doubt that's like, well, maybe it's curving like a sphere. And then for me specifically, somebody had started pointing out how the ancestors, in their descriptions of the world, it was also flat, right? You got the Bible saying that the earth is stretched out, or the earth is spread out. It's laid on foundations, and heaven is stretched out like a tent to dwell in. God sits on it. It's his throne. It's our sanctuary. Sanctuaries are buildings, right? Tents are building structures. And then you got the Quran claiming that there's 7 heavens and the earth is spread out like a carpet. You've got the Viking claiming that the god killed their father and then used his corpse to build our environment. which is a contained environment because his skull was used as, the dome of the sky, essentially. And at the base of his skull, where it meets the land, there's doors all the way around us, so that in Ragnarok, the warriors come stepping out of the doors. The Aztecs, they had their description of the world as being a flat plane, and the gods were existing in the sky. Like the Romans, the Greeks, they had theirs, right? I think it's Atlas, who was the giant who's holding up the sky for the Greeks. And then you've got the Egyptians, where Nut is the female goddess who has the stars painted on her body, and she's bent over, I think it's Ged or Gad or something. Anyway, her husband, brother, he's laying down that we're on his body. So that was the turning point, right? But for me, I accept Christianity. So when the Bible said, hey, this is what, the writers are describing the earth as, it was settled, right? I didn't have to doubt. So that was my turning point. But I don't use the Bible to prove the earth is flat. I use the earth to prove the earth is flat. And then I can also say, hey, look, the Bible also saying the earth is flat. And that was written long before anybody ever went to space, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because up until them claiming that they went to the moon, no one had ever seen the earth as a sphere. No one had ever been high enough to actually see the earth as a sphere. They go to the moon, hey, the earth is a sphere. Look, we take a picture of the earth from between earth and the moon, and look, it's a sphere. So up until that point, everybody was just making claims. Hey, I see a boat disappearing bottom up, so it must be the boat is traveling down and around the sphere. I look at the stars in the sky, and they make, arcs above my head as if I was to lay a protractor on the ground and then take angles to the stars, right? And they're making circles. They had the celestial sphere as a model of projecting the motions of the stars, the celestial bodies. So they just took that and said, hey, the earth is also a sphere. And it was never actually verified. It was just asserted to be true. And some people bought it, some people didn't. And they go to the moon allegedly in the 60s and 70s. And now it's officially a sphere because, hey, somebody went there and seen it. But we're learning today, hey, no, they didn't actually go. There's a lot of reason to believe that they didn't. And the Artemis astronauts are saying, hey, we're going to send people to the moon finally. So which is it?
Yeah, I also heard that a lot of the countries weren't able to replicate the technology, quote unquote, that the U.S. had to go to the moon. Like they said, it was impossible.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Don Pettit from NASA was saying that we lost the technology because we destroyed it in the process to build it back again.
Mm-hmm.
So they lied and they're covering it up best as they can. Now they got to do it again in an age where we can fabricate imagery easier than in the 60s and 70s. And people are going to eat it like it's, free cupcakes. And they're not even going to think about it. They're not even going to put two and two together.
Yeah, can you give me like 5 minutes? I'm still gonna be here. I just have to go do something real quick. But this is a good conversation, so I'll be back.
Good deal.
Yeah, we'll wait for him to come back. We'll keep our sticks sharpened for you, Jimmy. Keep all the clowns away. Isn't that amazing?
Appreciate that.
Every single time there's a decent convo going on, there's always some complete doorknob drops in and tries to wreck it. Every time.
Well, they make the flat earthers for us.
Speaking of, here's one in the side chat I prepared earlier.
Yeah, I saved that ironing gif. Repeatedly, they gotta, make an extreme condition in order to get the laser light to bend, right? Either they, you know, increase the salinity of a container, like he's doing, showing heat causing light to bend, which is, you know,
You're roboting pretty hard again, mate.
then the container. Oh, wait.
Houston, we lost you.
It's the topography. I'll be back. All right, I'm going to assume that the area is typical and I'm good.
Yeah, you're pretty clear there, mate.
Well, they create the extreme environments in order to get the laser light to bend, right? Well, in the fish tank with the salt water, it's a flat surface with a gradients of, a flat gradients in it. And then they make the laser light bend down. And then if you angle the laser just right, you can get it to make rainbows within the container, right?
Yep.
So if gradients is the reason for the, the refraction causing the towering or the stooping and the stretching and all that shit, right? They're just showing on a flat surface you can bend light. With the iron, he's creating a high temperature gradient causing the light to bend, which is shit we see in reality with less of a gradient in temperature. A few degrees can cause it. So I don't know why they're thinking, hey, I'm going to stick an iron in front of a laser light. Watch, it moves on the other side of the wall. No shit.
Well, that was his proof of the laser bending in open air. Because the last time he was questioned on it, he showed the fish tank full of sugar water. And that was his proof of the laser bending. See, his idea is it's up to us, and the burden of proof is on us, that lasers run straight. In his mindset, lasers curve, and it's up to us to prove they run straight. And when we prove they run straight, he will then converse with us about maybe all the other options like refraction and everything else. So from his mindset, he wants us to prove that lasers run straight. That's the level of stupid we're dealing with here. It is entertaining in a twisted kind of way.
Light fundamentally travels in straight lines. I mean, you don't need to prove that. It's just known.
On a globe, plumb bobs curve.
I mean, we agree that light can change direction, from influences of the medium it's passing through. But we don't have to agree that light's just going to naturally bend. Like, what is he talking about?
That's what he wants us to do. Because he's taken the side. Because it's just Roland being a complete slime. But that's his mindset, that lasers follow the curvature of the Earth. So, when we go out at point A and take a measurement from laser to water surface of the water, I'll just give random numbers. 4 foot high. Then we go to the other end, 20 miles away. We take the measurement. Because the laser is following the curvature of the Earth, we will measure it 4 foot high. So there's no refraction. They are curving with the Earth at the given rate. So
yes,
it's up
and
to
that
us
rate
now.
is 0.
Well, that's where he begs to differ. The rate is the curvature of the Earth, and it's up to us to prove to him that lasers run straight. And his attitude is lasers do not run straight. And the first proof of that was the sugar water, and that's what I said, no, we're out in the open air. We're not shooting lasers through some random fish tank with sugar gradient.
Who made him king arbiter of what should or shouldn't happen? He's a nobody. Well, we don't have to prove shit to him. What the heck?
But the thing is, no comment. The thing is, what he also keeps doing is you'll be having a chill convo with someone like Jimmy, and all of a sudden this clown will come in and he'll pick something random, probably from an hour ago, 2 hours ago, maybe 3 hours ago, and then he'll start attacking that person about a meme or something like that that'll be posted up. And he made the mistake of doing it to me a couple of times. One of them, he chose a meme that was posted 6 hours previous to the time that he reacted to it. So 6 hours, he scrolled back through all of that shit, picked a random meme, and then started attacking that. Oh, it's up to you to verify this. No, it's up to you. And that's where those two clips I grabbed, I just went, you know what? I've had enough of you. I'll catch this. And every time you come back, I'm going to hold you to it. And every time I see him start typing, I post those two things up. And hopefully he just sees it and then just goes away. So yeah, I'm sort of over it. Is he bannable? No, not really. But we can take the piss out of it.
Man, I don't think anybody's going to miss him or even notice if you got rid of him.
Well, for a while there, I was thinking, because he seems to prefer typing. It sounded like he was absolutely smashed off his head one night drunk. And I'm just thinking, well, hang on a minute. A couple of times he's come in and he sounded like he was slurring a bit. Maybe it's a case of him getting some Dutch courage or enough of it up so he can come in. He won't come in when he's sober, so he has to wait till he's loaded up before he can roll in. Sorry, Jimmy.
Maybe he's reached the point where, it's settling in a little bit, and he's like, I don't want it to be, so he comes in only for hobby.
I don't know. I know he's definitely broken.
I'm here for hobby. This shit is my fucking pastime. Some people want to watch football and baseball and then learn statistics on players. I want to talk about the earth.
I used to be into watching sports and that, but that just doesn't do it for me anymore.
Yo, is this the round Earth VC?
Yeah, mate, you can tell us all about it and how you come to some conclusion of some weird round Earth thing.
Oh damn! Yeah, I'm still doing my research. I'm 50-50 with it though. Yeah, I'm swaying more to round shape, but
what's holding you up?
Flat is interesting, mate. Flat is interesting.
Tell me something. Outside of away from your computer, your television, and your mobile phone, have you ever seen the curvature?
No, that's why I'm still kind of 50-50 with it. Yeah.
Interesting. So that means if you've never actually seen curvature, that means anything that anyone tells you is just a belief. Isn't that interesting? So if I come along and say it's a ball because of blah blah blah, whatever reason I give it, that is just 100% belief. But you know it's flat because that's what you've seen.
I'm still researching to see if it is flat or round. How about if it's maybe a bit of both?
Well, difficult for a surface to be both flat and round. I don't even know of any shapes or anything that have both conditions at the same time.
How can I describe this?
Because they contradict each other. It's either flat or it's curving. You don't have a curved flat or a flat curve. You don't get combinations. It's either one or the other.
Like a chocolate drop. You know those those chocolates.
Like a teardrop.
Kind of like a.
Yeah, Earth is not a Hershey kiss in space. You could throw that out the window. Outer space is fake.
A round Earth guy told me, he was like, when you look out to the ocean and see a ship go past 5 kilometers, it's gonna disappear because it's dipping away from us. But I found that.
Oh, really? It's interesting you say that.
I didn't believe it. I was just saying, like, when he said that to me, I was like, wait, I've seen it go further than 5 Ks. Yeah, from like a hill.
Indeed.
But yeah, he was saying like, he's saying like, if you're like on the sand or like, like right near the ship watching it. Yeah, but yeah, it just was
Your voice sounds very familiar.
Theory.
Have you actually had a look at the formula or an Earth curve calculator to see what the actual distance is, or just to see how it's calculated to work out where you should be, the horizon should be?
Yeah, that's why I was confused, because I saw the ship go more than 5 Ks.
Exactly. So the formula for it
on YouTube.
The formula.
Are you the dude on YouTube or TikTok?
And I'm not even trying to troll. I'm not even trying to troll anyone.
Are you on TikTok?
Nah. I'm new here. I just joined like.
What's his name? You sound like him.
I'm just a random Kiwi, mate.
You're Kiwi?
Yeah, it's the random Kiwi.
Okay. My bad. Sorry.
No, you good. But yeah, I didn't join just to be a troll. Be like, yeah, the world is round. I'm actually trying to learn if it's. I'm still trying to do my research. That's all I'm saying.
Let's assume it's round. We'll go with it's a ball with a radius of 39.59 miles. You probably learnt in the metric system, not freedom units. So don't stress. It's easier to do it in miles. If you want to convert it over, you're more than welcome to do so. But 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So let's make it nice and easy. You're 1 foot above the water. So you've gone to the beach on a super smooth day, which is pretty rare where you are. It's normally mad waves and shit. Super smooth day. You're checking it out going, mad, this is mad. We've got our chili bin. We're sitting back, having a great time. 1 foot high. So you're laying down. 1 foot high. So 1 foot, square root of 1 is 1 times 1.22. So that's how far the horizon should be, 1.22 miles, based on 1 foot. So that's assuming that it is the given numbers Earth that we're told at school, or Wikipedia and all that. So the issue with that is people go out and do long-range observations, and what they do is they take into account their elevation above the water and how far what they're trying to look at. For example, you might go to the beach and look out and there might be a lighthouse down a fair ways, and you can see the lighthouse. You've got your nice camera out, you're taking photos of the lighthouse going, gee whiz, I wonder how far down that is. You know you're taking photos off of a jetty or something like that. You've got a landmark there that you can go and have a look on Google Maps and go, right, I was here. That lighthouse is 10 mile away or 20 mile away or 30, whatever the number is. And I know I'm only 5 foot tall. Got the camera there, taking the photos at 5 foot tall. You can jump on an Earth curve calculator, or if you want to do it yourself, work out how far the horizon should be. And if you even should see that at all. Because anything that's beyond the horizon technically should be disappearing bottom up behind it. That's what should be happening at those given distances. So that's where it starts. So at 1 foot high, we know the horizon's supposed to be 1.22. So as soon as it hits that 1.22, anything beyond that, it should start to disappear bottom up. So when it gets another 1.22 miles away, the bottom 1 foot should be missing. Make sense?
Interesting.
So where it does get interesting is these numbers are affected by magnitude. They seriously step up. So when you get to 10 miles, it's 66 feet of drop. When you get to 20 miles, 266 feet of drop. See how quickly it jumps up? You go to 30 miles, 600 feet of drop. So that's how much things should be hidden. So if you go to a lake, for example, and she's 10 miles across, you're standing on one side, your mate's standing on the other side, and you can see him, you should be asking questions because that means you are both over 66 feet tall.
And so if you're trying to identify the radius, not assuming that radius already, right? Because you're seeing farther than geometry is claiming for 3,959 miles. So now you need to figure out what the actual radius is. So what you end up doing is you build a right angle triangle using your elevation, height, and distance to the horizon. That gives you an obtuse triangle, and that'll give you the distance between you and the radius because, fucking triangles are fixed, right? So at 1 foot observation height, if you're seeing 10 miles away, you're looking at a radius value of 264,000 miles. If you're 3.5 feet above the water and you're seeing beyond, if you see 13 miles away at 3.5 feet, you're looking at 127,000 miles in radius. And I'm simplifying the numbers.
So
yeah, here I asked the
so that
question.
diagram, is it like from the outside it's round, but then underneath is like flat? Is that what you're saying? Like it's like
What?
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the what's his name? Matrix PFP. So
No, that's just a busted egg. Broken globe world egg.
So what's underneath the egg? That's what you guys see, or feel what the Earth looks like.
No. That's my profile picture is not what reality is. Last I checked, we are not a broken egg.
No, not the broken egg. The other, the one below it.
That is the broken egg. The whole lot is shell, the inside, the whole lot.
Sorry, I didn't see. Yeah, now I'm looking at it properly. Sorry. So that is okay.
Because the globe world is broken. That's all it represents.
So what does the shape look like to you guys? Like, what does it look like? The shape of the world.
Don't
Go
know.
outside. When you go outside, what does it look like? That's what it looks like. If you're going to give us a model, we're going to compare the model to reality, the outside. That's why they claim the Earth is 3,959 miles in radius. So there should be a curvature on the surface because we're trying to measure an arc of the circumference so that we can derive the radius value. What we derive is not the actual radius value that they're claiming. We get something greater. So either I can conclude, since the horizon, the edge of the sphere that I can't see anymore because things go down the ball, either that horizon changing distance, the Earth is expanding and contracting in size, or I'm looking over a flat surface with my visibility changing distance based on other conditions, and it's not based on the ground. Because you can stand at the beach and watch the horizon change distance over a matter of hours. You can go day to day and find that the horizon changes distance if you don't want to stand there for hours and watch the horizon. So the horizon changes distance between the observer and, say, a peninsula in the distance, right? If the peninsula is 5 miles away from you, the horizon is in front of, meaning between you and the peninsula. That means the horizon is less than 5 miles away. If you can see the peninsula and the horizon is beyond the peninsula, that means the horizon is beyond 5 miles. You can watch that horizon change between you and beyond the peninsula. So it's contracting and expanding in size greater than 5 miles. Or you're looking at a flat surface and your visibility is changing. I conclude flat surface with changing visibility. That's easier to explain.
Yeah, I still got to do my research. That sounds good, though. Sounds good.
I'm glad you're actually doing your own research. A lot better than most of the ones that come in here. A lot of people think that we're gonna... Did he go? Oh, that's a shame. He was
He
pretty
said,
cool.
Gone. Phil, you got any question?
Yeah. Matrix. Would you say it's like akin to homophobia? It's like people think I'm going to catch flat earthness or something, right?
Yeah, it's like it's some kind of, I don't know, Harry Potter episode where we're going to flick our little wands and they're going to become flat earthers, and they're going to have to spend the rest of their life being victimised, harassed, bullied, ridiculed. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. It's good. But I don't want to be a flat earther. That means people will point and laugh at me. Oh, that person was Jimmy.
Oh.
Sure.
Here we go. Bo Jordan, welcome.
What's going on, mate?
Oh, not a lot. Just sitting back, waiting for
Cool.
globe believers to bring their glorious proofs of curvature. Somewhat entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
What side of the fence do you sit on?
No.
What, so you sit on the fence?
Well, I'm so sorry. Wait.
Yeah, so what do you reckon, mate? It's a ball, 70% covered in water, spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying through the vacuum of space? Or is it planar with topography, also known as flat? Which way are you going to lean, mate? And just to help you out, the next question will be, why do you think that? So at least you know what's coming. Come on, don't keep us all in suspense.
It's fucking suspense, my brother. I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna go for her. I'm so sorry.
Are you tired?
He bailed.
He sounded tired.
I think you're shy.
I don't think he was ready for that question. It's like, hey, I'm just going to pop into a random channel, start talking to people because I'm all friendly. And oh shit, I've just read the name of the channel and he's just asked me what I believe in. And the doorbell. I'm just going to go and answer the door. Oh. Well. Oh, he's had to think about it, and he's back. Welcome back, Bo.
Thank you.
How'd you go? What did you come up with?
I guess I did have the idea that I was going to. Oh.
Do you want me to ask again?
Nah, you don't need to ask. Just go ahead. I'm sorry.
So which way were you leaning, flat or round?
Flat.
You're leaning because it's flat? So why do you think it's flat?
Why is this dumbass person talking to me all the time? This is so annoying. I'm sorry, and I'm just not in the way to talk.
Oh, that's alright. You're on a program called Discord, and you're not in the mood to talk.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I do understand.
Interesting.
Give me a fucking minute, alright?
It's okay, bud.
Don't stress, mate. We're not here to bite you or anything. It's the same question. Hey, it's the same question we give heaps of people. So don't think you're the chosen one.
Are you personally from Australia or are you English?
I'm from Australia, mate.
Where about though?
There's a state called New South Wales. I'm in that one.
In that one. Like in Sydney.
Well, that's the correct state, but no, not in Sydney.
Not in Sydney. Okay. But I lived what was the fucking name? Okay, I don't know. I don't actually remember.
Oh, it's all good, mate. Take your time. No hurry here.
Bro, I'm thinking it was King's Cross, maybe. King's Cross? Yeah, King's Cross.
That's a suburb in Sydney, yep.
Yeah. Loved it. With the fucking Dutch people all around there.
Alright.
I always wanted to visit that little house in Mad Max. Have that, yard just away from the cliffside, go down, sit at the beach, go back to the house, chill.
I'm sorry. Huh? Yeah. Okay. Mhm. Ja. Ja, so cool.
Mute yourself, bro.
Ja. Was? Was ich? Nee. Mhm. Das würde mich jetzt nicht so krass interessieren. I see.
I need you guys to tell me, what about all those people that got satellites in space? What are they looking at? They got video feed from it, huh?
Okay, earlier on, I told you I'll give you your videos, I'll give you your satellites and all the bullshit that comes with it. Now, they take pictures of Earth, correct?
What are they looking at?
They take pictures of Earth, according to you. True
They have
or
video
false?
feed, yeah?
So that is true then.
Yeah.
Excellent. What shape do they show you Earth is?
They don't show no shape. They show just a slightly curved horizon. That ain't far enough to see the shape of the Earth. And you gotta tell me how to have.
I
How
don't
the fuck
gotta
do they
tell you
have?
nothing. No, I don't gotta tell
How
you
you can't
nothing.
tell me nothing, huh?
No, you're trying to force me to tell you some bullshit. This is
It
how it
ain't
works.
bullshit.
Yeah, no, listen, stupid. Don't get excited.
Who you calling
This is how it
stupid?
works.
Who you calling
You.
stupid, motherfucker?
You, motherfucker.
Huh?
Now, are you deaf
You
with your ears
dumb
painted on?
bitch. You gonna
Anyway.
tell me I'm stupid when
So,
thousands of
well,
scientists
you are
send their
stupid. I don't
satellites
have
to
to
look
tell
at
you.
video
Anyone can
feed
tell
from
you.
space?
Hey, stupid. Yep.
44,000 of
That's, yeah,
satellites globally
3,
right now,
2,
boy.
1. Fuck off. That was easy. Every time. Satellites from space. Are you going to tell me that all those people that deal with that... Yes. And go and tell that other stupid clown that talks about satellites he can stay with you. That's been 45 minutes already, has it? Yeah.
Man. More people is just saying that the world is round, man. It's crazy. Damn.
And how did they prove it for you?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, all right. I'm still doing my research. I'm 50-50 with this, man.
When you get people telling you it's round, just ask them how they know it's round. Or if you want to just confuse them, like I asked you, away from your mobile phone, television and your computer, have you ever seen the curvature?
When I went skydiving, I did.
When you went skydiving, you did?
Like, just from my individual, like, view, like, I did see a curve.
Just a quick question. When you were skydiving, did they make you wear those big bubble safety glasses?
Yeah, and I was only 20,000 feet in the air, so yeah, it was only 20,000 feet.
Mathematically, you weren't high enough to see curvature if there was any.
I was just saying, like, I could see, like, from a distance, because I could, like, I was kind of near the ocean where I went skydiving, and I could, like, from what I could see, like, further out, looked like it was curving. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
So two things. So let's just put the glasses aside for the second, and we're just going to base this off pure elevation, nothing more. Mathematically, you were not high enough to see the curvature. That's assuming there is one.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's see what else other variables we had. When you go skydiving, you put those mad glasses.
Yeah, the glasses on. Yeah, the safety glasses. Yeah.
And they're a big bubble-shaped thing.
Yeah.
Do you think a big curved lens like that would affect your vision?
That could have been something. Yeah.
What's interesting, we could probably do is you could probably find a set of those glasses, go to the beach, stand at the beach, and have a look at the horizon and see if it bends it. If it bends it at ground level, we know it's just the glasses. Makes sense? So these are things we can test for ourselves. So that's actually a pretty decent one. You can go and grab a pair of those glasses, go to the beach, put them on, and if you can see it's curving through the glasses, you'll know that's what the cause of that was.
I did remove them for like, because after you like do the free fall for like, I think it's about 10 or 15 seconds, about 10 seconds, and then that's when the parachute goes off. Maybe 5 minutes, 10 to 5 minutes before we landed, I did remove it because it was like getting foggy, and when I was looking like afar, I could still see like some type of dip in the ocean, like. No, it wasn't like a you know, like an obvious dip, but like it just, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to explain. Like it.
Well, still
kind of looked round to me, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was
you're
just
mathematically not high enough to see it. Like at the ISS level, and I know you didn't go up that high. At ISS level, they can only see 3%. And I'm sure that they're a little bit higher than what skydivers go to.
Now that was just my own vision. I'm not saying it was like a obvious like dip, like a round, you know what I mean? But it was just like from the furthest distance I could see at that time, looked like it didn't look flat. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know.
So you saw all those laser tests that I tagged you with earlier? Oh, actually, I didn't expect you to watch them. You just noted that they were there.
Oh, yeah, all those videos on the side chat, yeah.
Yeah. There was the first group that I posted for you, and then probably about 3 or 4 posted down. There was another one and a PDF document. It's probably the better one of the lot.
Right.
Only because it's got
Where
the
the
document to back it
2026?
up.
Wait, where are the 2026 videos, mate? 2019.
32 minutes past the hour.
Yeah, we've got one.
Nah, I'm I can watch you. Oh, okay.
You want 2026 videos? But some
Now I
people
see
come
what
in
you're
here and
saying.
tell
Like
us about
the laser. Oh, how far did those lasers go?
Those lasers, one of them's capable of going about 30 mile.
Wow. I see. Yeah. So there was no. Yeah. Wow.
Pretty crazy stuff, eh?
Oh, I did have a question for you though. Or
yep.
So, with the flat Earth movement, if I go, just say I'm on a plane and I go like further, I'll just go towards Antarctica and keep going south. Am I going to end up at North Pole?
Negative. Never been done.
Ooh.
Yeah, it does represent a little.
So is it only east to west and west to east
that have been done multiple times? Yep.
Okay. So I can't do like a. Okay. Wow. So it's never been done.
What are you talking about?
So I was asking, like, if I'm in Antarctica and I keep going further south, am I going to end up in North Pole?
You're asking if you can like fly from the North to the South Pole?
Yeah, like if I could just keep going around the Earth,
one side and keep going around. Never been done.
Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm just gonna end up on the ladder. So just say I'm going south of New Zealand. I'm just gonna
Antarctica,
and then I'll be like somewhere like South Africa or something. I don't know.
So do you know why? Do you know why nobody has gone like from pole to pole, north to south?
Why is that? Oh no.
Versus east to west. It's because Antarctica, the South Pole, has virtually no usable landing strips because it's all iced over. So you can't actually land a plane there to refuel. And planes don't have enough capacity of fuel to go all the way around.
Oh, that's just like for commercial use, though, or
no, that's just like period. There's nowhere to land and refuel a plane, and there's no plane that can carry enough gas to go from the North Pole all the way around to the South Pole and then back to the North Pole without stopping for gas.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's no planes, no flights that just go from Australia straight across the middle of the Antarctic to South Africa, or from New Zealand across to South Africa. Through across the Antarctic, so they don't need fuel to go from the North Pole. They can just go from AU across. And there's no flights that do that, and there should be.
There's no fuel in Antarctica.
They're not landing there. They're flying straight across it. So don't worry about landing there.
Sorry, I think that's where my question was leading to, was mainly like even just going east to west, west to east, whatever, vice versa. So you guys are pretty much saying that it's still flying, like we're not going around the globe, it's just going flat.
You're just doing a great big circle. The reason for it, the reference point when they're flying, is the compass, north. North is a point, a singular point. So, and you can do this and test it at home yourself. If you get a piece of paper and put a single dot in the middle of it.
Oh, I get what you're saying. So it's like just a circle of like flatwise, eh?
Yeah, east
Not
is
like
going to be a great big ring around that singular point. West is the opposite direction, that's all. So as they're flying east, reference point being north, they'll fly along, do, having a great time, and then they'll look at their bearings and go, oh wow, we're slightly off, and they'll realign. And they'll fly along a bit more, oh wow, we're a little bit off. With today's computers and shit, it just does it in a lot faster than that. And they keep flying until they see some reference point on the ground. Oh, yep, there's such and such lighthouse. Keep flying until they get to their destination. That's all they do. When they first take off, they go, all right, Australia to New Zealand. Let's fly east. Fly east. They'll see a marker.
I get that. That's not how aviation works. There's a system called ADS. It uses ground base stations that provide waypoints. They're radio waypoints that are inferred with radio waves on a fucking display in front of the pilot.
That might explain why they don't go straight across the Pacific. Like everyone claims that they should.
Are you guys actual flat earthers or fake ones?
No, yeah, that's why I was asking, because like I think I'm getting confused with like the shape of a ball, because that's what, you know, like that's why I'm saying, like, are we gonna go around that, or is it just you're saying that we're just going in circles on a flat surface?
It's a great big circle. That's all.
Oh, okay, that's what you believe. Yeah,
that's what this guy's saying.
No, but I'm 50-50 because I'm doing my research on both theories.
There's no correlation to that. Like, you can look into how actual airplane navigation works. It's a pretty simple system.
Check this out. How about we just shut him down? If we're on a ball, the plane would be dipping its nose to fly around the ball. They don't. And we've got flight data to show that.
Sorry, explain what you mean.
If you're flying across a ball, the plane would have to dip its nose to navigate around the ball. Not turning left and right, actually dipping its nose. Instead of flying flat horizontal, it would have to dip its nose to fly around the ball. Planes don't do that. They fly nose up about between 1 and 3 degrees.
Planes follow altitude.
Yeah, great. So how about you go away and stop interrupting other decent conversations? That was easy.
No, nobody's interrupting anybody.
Yeah, you did. And so what we said earlier, Snow, there's always, when a conversation's going good, clowns always come in. Every time. Without fail, bro.
Yeah, my bad, because like I'm not even trying to.
No, it's not you. No, it's not you. It's them. They can't help themselves.
Yeah, because I still have questions for both. Like I'm like smack banding in the middle, like 50-50. Like is it round? Is it flat? Like I'm not even trying to troll. I those are just my own questions. I'm just doing my own individual research. Like, yeah, I'm not trying to diss anyone's belief. Like, I'm just trying to find the answer. That's all it is. Yeah.
I don't believe that we're flat or round. I believe that we might have some sort of rectangularism. Sort of like.
You believe we're what?
And I know you guys are going to say I'm trolling, so I don't even want to try to hop in the debate here, but I genuinely think that I don't think we're really circular. I don't think we're really spherical. I think we
we don't claim we're circular, so I don't know why you're trying to straw man me with that.
Straw man do what?
We never mentioned it was round.
I said I don't believe that we have spherical or circular. I think we are more rectangular, personally. And I don't mean that we have 4 sides, but
Yeah, you said that about you don't think it's round, or you don't think it's a circle, and you don't think it's spherical. Well, we don't think it's a circle either. I don't know anyone who puts that forward as a claim. All we are saying is the surface we live upon is measured as flat.
So you don't think we have any depth?
Well, the furthest we've ever dug down is the Kohler super deep borehole. What was that, about 7.8 mile? So yes, there is depth to it.
I guess if you were out in like space, then you can say it's flat because the further you're away, the smoother it's going to be, right?
No. That's another
Without
claim
that,
that no one can make.
You're going to have hills and mountains. And
well, that's why I normally ask people, do you think it's a ball, spinning, tilting, wobbling, 72% covered in water, or is it planar with topography, also known as flat?
so it's just about where you cut it.
How do you mean it's about where you cut it?
Do you ever think we're on like a Dorito, like the chip?
No, I don't think we're on a Dorito. Because I'm fat and I'm white and I probably would have eaten most of it by now.
All right, I'm actually just messing. I believe that we are not on a spinning water ball flying through infinite space. I believe that we are on some sort of circular, motionless.
Why do you say it's circular?
Oh, you don't think it's circular?
How do you know?
That's what I was taught.
No, you were taught it was a sphere, Todd.
No, I was taught it's a circular by the flat earthers back in the day.
Oh, the AE map earthers.
I thought it was a circular, almost like I wouldn't say a sphere, but more like a semi-sphere, because you don't obviously have, I mean, technically, I guess with the firmament, it would be a sphere, but.
Well, so now you've thrown something else into the mix that you can't validate. You're having a good run.
Well, we've hit it with the rockets we've independently sent up there.
So, if I run my car into a wall, does that mean that wall is magically now spherical or circular?
Well, I'm saying that if we are kind of like in a snow globe-like container, that would kind of resemble.
Yeah, so you're assuming that. So that's what I'm trying to get out of you.
Well,
how do you know it's a snow globe-like container because someone put a rocket into the side of it? What does rocket inside of container, how does that indicate what shape the container is?
Because without a container, can you have gas pressure? And if we're not on a...
No, I know that bit. I'm all good with that. I want to know how rocket hitting container validates, proves, or verifies the shape of the container. Because you seem to be dodging the question. You're the one that brought it up. I'm trying to clarify how you got rocket hit container, therefore container equals certain shape. I want to know the logical jumps from point A to point B.
So
rocket hit container?
So the Antarctic Circle, right, would indicate some sort of...
No. The rocket hit container, therefore container is a certain shape. How did you link those two together?
Well, I was trying to explain it.
No, you weren't. You jumped to Antarctica. That's got nothing to do with rockets. What's wrong? You sick of being a troll already? You're over it?
No, I'm
You've
actually
realised
trying
that...
to... So
You've realised there's no logical link between the two?
So if we have the Antarctic Circle, right, and the container begins outside of that ice wall that we have and goes
Have
up.
you verified this, or is this a cool story?
Well, no, because we have like the Antarctic Treaty, so there's like tons of nations.
So there's a treaty through multiple nations that says if you're going to Antarctica, you've got to do certain things. How does that prove that there's a container?
Because it prevents us from being able to reach that independently.
So your inability to go somewhere proves the shape of somewhere.
Well, I was explaining the sides of it, but as far as actually hitting the top of it, we've hit that with rockets that we've...
Yeah, I got that already. And you're going to tell me how hitting it with rockets proves the shape. What, you think I forgot about it?
I don't believe that that's what I was indicating.
That's what you said. What are you laughing for?
I don't know, dude.
What, you came in here to sort of half troll to start off with, and then all of a sudden you get your questions answered, and now you'd want to be a clown because your questions were answered, and you think, oh shit, they've been answered. And now you're realising, hey, I'm going to go back into troll mode, and the troll's not working because you're getting pressed to answer the questions or answer statements that you've put forward. What's the problem there?
Question that I asked.
No, you put forward statements and you're getting questioned on those.
Well, you said I asked you a question and you were answering them.
Well, you must have got your answers because now you're back to trolling again.
Why do you think I'm trolling?
Because you're just like most of the other clowns that come in here.
So you're kind of just
used to
assigning me to like a general populace of activity.
Oh shit, yeah. Why not? We get the same thing on a regular basis.
Yeah, dude, you are starting to sound like a dick. Okay. Cut it off. Please.
It sounds like you're trolling.
I just got here.
Why do you think that?
Exactly. That's why I think you're trolling.
Okay. I mean, I'm just sitting down for my first cup of coffee. I was listening to a good conversation, and now you're in the mix.
And you're in the mix.
I'm just pointing it out, right? So if you call that a troll,
that I'm here,
well then you got like a weird definition of trolling, dude.
I'm glad you can see that I'm here.
Yeah, and talking smack.
Who's talking smack?
So his original question to start off with, he dropped in here.
Oh, no.
Are there any real flat earthers, or are they? What was it?
Okay, what was the question?
Are there any real flat earthers, or are we all?
Yeah, I didn't know if this was I didn't know if you guys were trolling or if it was controlled opposition.
Your mindset was we're trolling.
A lot of
I'm going to come in here and troll the trollers, and you got trolled. So you failed.
No, I believe that typically when I go into flat Earth conversations, there's been like this weird correlation where
I'll tell you something now. The way you're speaking, you don't sound like you've been in many flat Earth conversations.
There's been a lot of correlation to like the flat earthers being like heavy alcoholics. And so I try to typically see what the conversation's going to end out to be before I actually have it.
So how have you tied together
over in that
heavy alcoholic to flat Earth? How have you tied those two together? This is going to be interesting.
Sorry, what was your question? I was still speaking when you asked.
The alcoholism. Yeah, great. How have you tied alcoholism to flat Earth? How have you linked those two together? Please enlighten us.
I didn't tie it to the Earth being flat. I tied it to typical.
No, you tied it to the people. So don't sidestep. Yeah, how did you do that? How did you associate flat earthers with alcoholism? How did you get those two together?
Well, I'm going to answer the question.
I'm hoping so.
I've been over into a Discord server known as the Flat Earth Discord. Their Discord invitation link is Flat Earth. And they have a very similar 24/7 live stream where the times and occurrences that I have been over in their channel, they were heavily under the influence of alcohol.
Okay, so you've gone into a channel where one or two people were pissed. You don't even know if they were flat earthers or not.
Most of them.
And you've just pigeonholed everyone under the same banner. Flat earthers, therefore alcoholics, therefore they're all the same.
They were
all or nothing fallacy.
They were at the top of the... Well, there's no fallacy. There was no argument.
Yes, it is. So how do you know I drink alcohol at all? You're just assuming we're all alcoholics.
You're making me think you're an alcoholic now.
No, you already pigeonholed us. So how do you know I even drink at all?
Drinking currently?
No, I'm not.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure because I haven't had a bloody drink for the last month and a half. That's how I know.
I don't know why you're going crazy.
I'm not going crazy. You're the one that made a blanket statement, and that's why I'm just trying to show you that is incorrect.
I'm not debating. I'm a flat earther.
So now you're sidestepping completely. Interesting.
I'm a flat earther.
You don't sound like one.
I just was trying to verify if you guys were. How do you
only had to ask.
How do you determine if somebody's a flat earther based on the way they sound?
Based on the way they sound? Based on the way they answer their questions, and you just aren't really a flat earther.
Yeah, dude, it's not about the sound, right?
I believe did I ever say that I believed we're on a sphere?
Can I finish? Excuse me, sir. Yeah. It's not about how you sound. It's what you're saying in the way... Yeah, I'm not done. Okay? It's not about how you sound. It's what you're saying when you sound the way you sound. And you're saying a bunch of shit that's basically giving us the impression that you're dancing around the question.
What was it that I said that's giving you that impression?
Okay, so in summary, right, every question that Matrix has posed to you, you've kind of either sidestepped it and responded with an actual, like a follow-up question, so you didn't actually answer what he asked you, or you're giving these kind of seemingly tangentially related answers that still don't actually answer his question.
Okay,
so it's giving us the impression. So it's giving us. Okay, you mean like of which one? Because I've heard at least 5 to 10 questions so far.
Tell me one of the 5.
Matrix, do you want to repeat maybe the last one? We'll shine the spotlight on what I'm talking about by highlight his last answer to the question that you're about.
The logical link between flat earthers and alcoholism.
Thank you very much.
That's not about me believing if we're on a flat Earth. That's just what I was saying. Is that there's a lot of people that are actually employed by the government.
I understand that
information in relation to the flat Earth.
Yeah, homie.
And so sometimes you'll have people who come.
Okay, ZXZO, quiet.
Yeah,
see how you're rambling now? That's how we can tell you're not FE.
Yeah, dude.
So
you asked me. You asked, bro. Relax.
Agreeing with your personality,
dude. Hold on. Okay, you asked me what questions were you asked, and Matrix just highlighted to you the last one that he asked. You didn't ask us. You didn't ask us. Hang on, bro.
Something related to me.
Bro, if you're gonna keep doing this, you're going on fucking mute. If you can't withstand that, then you can leave. The point is, dude, you asked which questions were you asked. You didn't ask us to discriminate. There you go. He's gone.
Fancy that. I don't think he's even related to a flat earther.
Nah, he's he's just a retard, dude. Don't worry about it.
I'm not.
Yeah, dude.
Oh my god, he came back.
Okay, he's back. Bro, okay, listen. Okay, I'll take you off mute. I just need to get my point across. Okay? You don't have to fucking cry. It's okay. You asked us what questions were you asked? You didn't ask us to discriminate between types of questions. So I just retorted to you, or replied to you, with the last question that you asked, or Matrix did rather. Okay? Are you okay with that? You can move forward now. All right? Go ahead.
All right, so the question that I was trying to ask was, what was the question that he asked that I gave an answer to that made you believe that I wasn't a flat earther, other than the fact that when I said that the most of the people who claim to be flat earthers that I've talked to, and referred to one of the largest Discord servers on Discord, that is the invite link is the word flat earth, and described the majority of the people in the voice channel speaking with a similar 24/7 live bot, were confirmed alcoholics. He had then said that those were just maybe 2 people in the VC, of which I'd indicated that they were the highest members of the list. How does that have anything to do with disproving that I believe in flat Earth?
It doesn't. It's not related.
Okay. Exactly. So then how does that, why do you think that I'm not a flat earther?
Because of the way you're talking.
Yeah. And I'm curious as to how...
Okay, I'll make it really easy. We'll make it really easy. ZXZO, when you're asked a question and you don't know the answer, you can't say, I don't know. You have to ramble on to make yourself look intelligent and or important. I'm not sure which one. And please, did the start of your sentence interrupt the fucking middle of mine? That's how we know you're not a flat earther, because you can't say, I don't know. You have to ramble on like fucking special ed.
What was
it's called confabulation.
What was the question? What was the question?
Bro.
What was the question?
See, and he's still carrying on with, like, we're going to do it the old fashioned with that.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that, dude. It's called confabulation. Okay, it's a common technique. You know, you fill in the gaps with something that sounds plausible, even though you don't actually know. But it gives the impression that you know what you're talking about because you're actually saying something, even though it's of no real value. Okay, common technique. Don't need to do that. Okay, it usually happens, when you're nervous and you don't want to look like an idiot, or you're doing something deliberate. Doesn't matter. Okay. All in all, you don't have to do that. Okay.
So he's going to ask which question. Okay, let's go back to logically link, rocket hitting something, therefore the shape of that item is spherical. How did you get those two together? See if we can go from there. Now he doesn't want to talk?
Hey, go ahead, dude. You're unmuted. No? Okay, I'll put you back on mute. Thanks for your time. Amazing.
Oh, man. You must have loaded up a triple with that coffee.
Not exactly. Not exactly. Normally what I do is I put a couple ice cubes in my mug. So when you pour the coffee, it cools it down right away, right? And unfortunately, I ran out of ice cubes. So I think I'm drinking my coffee the slowest I've ever drank it. Maybe not ever, but in a long time. Yeah, and it's painful.
So you've got like slow release caffeine going on.
Yeah.
Rather than an explosive hit.
Exactly.
Oh, that's funny.
So if I sound frustrated, it's less so with this goofball. It's the fact that I can't drink the coffee I need to drink at the speed that I need to.
All right. Shame those other two clowns come in here. This one. Gunslanger was in earlier.
Oh yeah, the mental case that chants like this when he talks.
Yeah, he was in.
Oh my god. Thought I heard that guy speak. I thought I heard that guy's 18. You believe that? The guy's fucking 18? Shut the fuck up. No way. Or 20, early 20s or something. The guy sounds like a fucking hillbilly in a fucking trailer park.
I don't know, man. I got nothing.
God, yes.
I think it's funny.
Yeah. If he's that young and sounds that stupid already, like Jesus Christ.
Well, there is hope for him because he can keep learning. But if he was about 40 or something and he was talking like that, you just sit back and shake your head, man.
One would hope. I'll grant you that.
So there's still time for him. I don't know how much, but yeah.
I'm starting to wonder if there's hope for Tenza now. Now you just put me on the hope train.
Well, actually, one that surprised me earlier was Mage. He's actually
came in here.
Mage was in here, yeah. He was still negative, but he was at least looking at all the logic. Like he's had a look at the Rainy Lake experiment, and that was a fail. He said they were circular reasoning in that. Okay. And what was the other one? I asked him if he'd had a look at something else, and I dumped all the laser tests for him, and he's actually starting to look at it now and use logic looking through them. So I just went, yeah, go for it. You just have a look at those. That'll be awesome. Oh, this guy must be bored.
He's back. Damn. Well, I put him back on mute because he was already muting himself, so...
Hello, I'm back. I was in the restroom. I do apologize. And when I did flush the toilet, the water did spin in a...
Yeah, that's because of the shape of the bowl and the way the water's inserted. Congratulations.
So maybe we can get him now with his question there.
So you want to know how we know you're not a flat earther?
Why is that?
Because you just said about the water spinning. Flat earthers would have just laughed at that shit.
That was the joke.
You're still not FE. We know you're not.
I have a question for you. What was the question that we ended up replying back to you when you asked us the question? Which question did we ask you?
You asked me a question.
Okay, there you go. So he's not listening.
I told you I was in the restroom.
Before that,
I got muted. I left.
Prior to that.
I try to manage my time. I figured I'd take a break, and when I'd come back, I'd be unmuted.
So what do you do after 10 seconds then, when you've forgotten what you're doing?
What are you talking about? I didn't forget about nothing.
All right, dude. Let's give you the benefit of the doubt that you didn't hear the question. Matrix, you want to start over?
Not particularly.
He's scared.
Not really. Bored. Actually, it's like 11:15 here. I was thinking about going to bed. I don't do 3 o'clock stay-ups very well. So you claim you're a flat earther. What's your favourite flat earth proof then?
Walk outside.
So I go for a walk outside, I look at the house across the road. What's that going to prove?
You walk outside, do you feel the spin?
Do I feel the spin? Well, apparently I'm a raging alcoholic, so yeah, my head's spinning all the time.
Well, then I don't know what to tell you. Probably should stop drinking the alcohol.
You weren't expecting that for an answer, were you? Oh man, I love burning them with their own shit. you got him too. He's laughing. Excellent. So now you understand we do have a laugh and it's not all seriousness in here. Have another try with your favourite flat earth proof. I'll give you another crack at it. Don't be scared now.
I'm trying to think.
Is it hurting?
I just know it to be flat. That's what I observe.
You just know it to be flat.
That's what I observe on a daily basis.
What about the physics of water?
Yeah, how can water stick to a spinning ball, but still allow a bird to fly?
Okay, what has the physics of water and a bird got to do with each other?
Because we
other
have
than the bird
gravitational
shits in the water as it
force,
flies over
right?
it.
With this alleged gravitational force and the spin of 999 plus mile per hour at the equator, if gravity could hold water to a spinning ball, then how could it allow a bird to fly?
Okay. Anyways, I'm just trying to link the two together. What's the alleged radius of the Earth?
I actually don't know. I forget.
That's interesting. I reckon if I woke up any of these flat earthers in here, they'd answer that straight away.
I haven't really talked about the topic in a long time.
That's not something you'd forget overnight.
I do know that they claimed, on the ball model that there's supposed to be, 8 inches per mile squared. So there should be airplanes dipping downwards around every 5 minutes to account for that curvature, and they don't do that, so.
Dipping down every 5 minutes. Wouldn't that be dependent on how fast they're going?
Sure.
Yeah,
so if they're going a lot quicker, yeah. I'm saying baller.
Right.
Lapa.
Yeah, I think you're right, dude. This is getting boring.
Yeah. Should have just asked him what the radius was in the first place.
What is the radius?
Really? 39.59 miles, allegedly.
Why is it alleged?
Because it's never been confirmed.
So without it being confirmed, then why do they have such a precise number? What is that number calculated on? Do you know? Or
Originally started based off of the sky, based off celestial navigation using the stars, because of the way the stars present themselves as a hemisphere or our sphere of vision.
Get it?
The ground was assumed to be the same as that. That because of the sky being this hemisphere, when we're looking at things long distance, due to perspective, the horizon of convergence, things that are above your eye line will converge at the horizon, things are below your eye line will converge up to the horizon, things from the left to the right, things from the right to the left. Well, the stars do the same thing.
Horizon, because it's
excellent.
Horizontal.
So the stars do the same thing, and it looks like a sphere when you're actually taking measurements. It looks like a sphere or hemisphere. It's only half of it. That's right. It's not actually a sphere.
It's not.
It just appears that way. But here's this. They assumed the ground was a sphere underneath the sky sphere. And that's how it's all measured. So it's assumed, it's an assumed ball underneath an assumed ball.
No, it's just one ball.
No, it's two separate ones.
No.
It's two separate, listen, terrestrial and celestial. I don't know what you're laughing for. It's assumed, that's all it is.
The sky sphere being the firmament, the hemisphere being the
No, the sky sphere being the stars.
The luminaries that God hung above the firmament.
Well, this is your story. I don't know why you need to add weird shit to it, but you wanted to know how it come about.
Because why would they lie about the flat earth to us if it wasn't to hide the existence of God?
Hey, let me get this one for you. That has nothing to do. This topic has nothing to do with sky daddies. Like, if anything, your sky daddy is greater representation in a globe. Copernicus said he wrote a book. He said Copernicus wrote a book describing the heavenly bodies where God exists up in the sky. He used the word firmament in his model. All 17 models, or 16, that Copernicus presented used the word firmament as a glass sphere right outside of Saturn. It's right there. You just look it up. Look up Copernicus' model. It says it clear as day. He placed a firmament in the sky.
The firmament, exactly.
Yeah, so that's a globe.
Which is
that's
a
talking
sphere
about,
shape.
which is talking about God of the Bible.
As you mentioned.
Newton said his hypothesis for Newtonian gravity is God did it. That the math and the model are so perfectly aligned, it would be impossible for it to happen randomly. Only could have been done by supernatural being. And the only supernatural being that he knows with that much power and splendor and glory is God of the Bible. So when people come in here to be like, well, I know all about Newtonian physics, and Newtonian physics is like impossible for the earth to be a flat. I'm like, oh, so how religious are you? Or they'd be like, I'm an atheist. Well, how did you do that? How did you take Newtonian physics, who said undeniably proves God of the Bible, and come out the other end as an atheist? And then they freak out. They just completely spaz out. They think somehow he was a closeted atheist, or he's in on it, or he's a liar, or he was just like saying stuff. My take is that he had severe heavy metal poisoning, because that was kind of his side hustle, the physics stuff. His main shtick was decoding the Bible to find the perfect recipe to turn lead into gold using alchemy. And he thought he perfected his digestive system, that he could drink mercury in shit cold. And that's what caused him to die. Mercury poisoning. And then to modern day, you've got, during the Apollo program, they asked Nixon, how are you going to win this space race? He said God of the Bible told him that God picked capitalism to win the space race because God loves capitalism. So now you've got that like 300 years ago, you got people who think the earth is a globe invoking God of the Bible. You got contemporary people, Nixon. You say, well, that was 50 years ago. Well, the last director of NASA, Bill Nelson, came out of retirement. They asked him, hey, why would you just randomly come out of retirement like this? He said, God of the Bible told him to come out of retirement, because not only was he a senator, a statesman, he was also an astronaut. And God of the Bible told him that he has the special skill sets, a unique set of skills to thread the needle between government and science to return America back to the moon. So this idea that somehow your interpretation, your read of the Bible gets you to a flat earth, so they must be lying. Dude, you are willfully ignorant on what they're talking about. Willfully ignorant. It is so bad that the atheists of the 1960s took the Apollo program to court, because people in the Apollo program kept invoking God of the Bible. They broke communion on the moon. They read from Genesis on Apollo 8. They broadcasted a biblical reading back to the earth. So this idea that somehow like all flat earthers are Christian, a lot of them are, but a lot of everybody is. You can find any demographic, the vast majority in America anyway, is going to be Christian. The thing is, though, flat earthers who are Christian use extra Bible readings, like the Book of Enoch and whatnot. They're not following the mainstream William Duffy William McDuffie, young Earth creationism type crap. They're not going to the Ark Museum where you have astronauts talking about Bible literalism. That's not something you're going to see on the flat Earth side. What you do see, 100%, every single astronaut is a right-wing Christian conservative. 100%. So your take that somehow they're hiding God, they can't shut up about God. They talk about God more than Southern Baptists do. It's like every time you talk to an astronaut,
but he couldn't put his.
at some point they will invoke God of the Bible.
What's
At
his
some
name? That
point.
one astronaut. You ever see the video where he wouldn't put his hand on the Bible and swear that he went to the moon?
Yeah, that's Astronauts Gone Wild. That was done by Bart Sabel. He hates flat earthers. That was nothing to do with flat earthers versus globe earth. That was 100% to do with people inside the globalist worldview advocating for a globe, but saying that they faked the Apollo program, which is not in contention here. That's all a globe earth topic. So there's people who think the earth is a globe, and they think God bless America, but they also think that Nixon faked that shit. Nothing to do with flat earth. There's no way to even insert flat earth in that conversation. If anything, anytime someone tries to use anytime someone tries to use Bart Sabel's content in the flat earth, he strikes their YouTube account. He claims copyright violations. He's been in these flat earth channels and have told people that he's going to sue us out of existence. He hates flat earthers. Absolutely hates us. He thinks that we're CIA. So you have to say, why would he do that? If he thinks God of the Bible, based on his interpretation of his own Astronauts Gone Wild, is advocating for a flat earth, then why is he trying to completely eliminate us from the internet? Why is he trying to take us out of YouTube?
You actually taught me something new. I didn't know that. I thought he was a flat earther.
No, he hates flat earthers, dude. You thought Astronauts Gone Wild? It was bizarre. Try to talk to him about flat Earth. He makes those astronauts look rational. He goes batshit crazy when the topic of flat Earth is brought up.
Interesting.
Yeah, go just say it. I mean, last I heard, anyway. I mean, maybe things have changed, but just go with one of his videos and make a flat Earth comment. Like, oh, look at these astronauts know the Earth is flat, or something just really mundane. And I guarantee you'll get banned. He'll delete your comment and you'll get banned. There won't be a single flat Earth comment in any one of his videos. I mean, it probably my vision is he's just up there all day long, just click and refresh, and instantly deleting any comment that pops up.
Anyhow, it's flat.
Yeah, it's measured flat, observed as flat, practically used as flat. Don't need any sort of supernatural sky daddy to, reveal that to me. The nature itself, the nature of Earth, has revealed what Earth is.
How far away do you think the sun is?
Well, it's higher than I've been. I would say the sun presents the same way a rainbow presents. It's an optical effect that maybe doesn't have a physical location. Like you ever look at a rainbow, it doesn't matter where you go or how far you drive to it. It just seems to just kind of move in relation to you.
This Brandon guy's in the chat. I think he believes it's a globe.
Well, you can sound off if you want. I mean, I generally don't look at the chat too much, unless someone's posting some real, spam in it or whatever.
It says no, a truly flat surface like a perfectly flat infinite plane would not have a horizon.
Well, you can sound off if he wants to defend that. It's like the old boys never played Minecraft or some shit. Or any video game whatsoever. Or looked at a chessboard. That's one of the more interesting things about this topic, too. They'll tell you that they tested the flat Earth, or they tested the flat Earth model. And they'll say there is no flat Earth model. Well, what did you test? You said you tested a flat Earth model. They're like, yes. Can I see the model you tested? Nope. Why not? Because there's no model exists of the flat Earth. Well, how did you test it? They're like, yep, I tested it. Okay, how? How did you test it? I said there's no horizon. Okay, you just said so. Okay, sure. Can I see the model you tested? Nope. Well, how do you know? How do you know you tested it if you don't have a model that you compared it to? And then there'll be volcanoes, earthquakes, lava. I'm like, okay, those are words. Okay, you're saying a bunch of words now. What model did you test this on? They'll be like, no flat Earth model. Okay, so what's next? What's step 2 then? Well, the Earth is a globe. Okay, how? Because this model of the globe works. Okay, well, sure. Can I see that model? Nope, can't see that one either. Well, why not? Because it exists and doesn't exist. It's a metaphysical concept of a giant lava ball, a water-covered lava ball in the vacuum of space. Okay, can I see that model? Nope, can't see that one either. I'll show you a cartoon drawing of it, though. Huh. Well, what can you show? Here's a photograph from space. Taken by who? Astronauts. Okay, well, how do you get gas pressure without a container? Gravity. Well, how do you have gravity? Photograph from space, center of mass. Well, where's the curvature at? It's in this model. Well, where's the model? Don't have one. You're like, holy crap, dude, is there anything you got? What can you use to demonstrate this ball, this spinning lava ball? This water-covered spinning lava ball. What's something you can use to demonstrate it? They pick a pencil up and drop it. Okay, so you got a photograph from space, you dropped something in a bunch of cartoon drawings, in some words. And they're like, yeah. And it's not a flat for some reason, whatever that means. It's not flat. But didn't you tell me the globe is so large, it presents as flat and not flat? So there's a baked-in contradiction, homie. Your model has a baked-in contradiction because you claim the model is so large. If we're so small, it looks flat, but it's not flat, but it is flat. If they're trying to pull even just a coherent comment out of their mouth is like legion. It's absolutely legion.
Is anyone present?
Yeah, life is a gift. That's what they call it, the present.
Crit. I have a gift for you.
No, I got everything I need.
I can prove to you don't.
Really, I do. I guarantee you. There's nothing you have that I need. There's nothing you have that I want.
I can prove
You can
to you
keep it.
otherwise.
No, you can keep it. No, thank you.
Okay.
You're like, you shouldn't have. Like, you're like, when people say, like, you shouldn't have, you're like, really, you shouldn't have.
Okay.
Like, save whatever sort of meager resources you have for someone else. No, thank you. Oh, yeah, but I know Brandon. It's been a while since he's been around. He's not even in VC. So what do you think there, Zio? Did you learn something today? No one's trying to take your Christianity away from you. You can still be, a flat earther and be Christian. Just don't accept their religion is a big thing. Follow your own understanding of God without filtering it through models and maps. Because even if God's real, he's not going to be inside the physical natural world. That's a supernatural being that's outside of the physical natural world. He's not going to be like, sitting on some golden throne on the top of Mount Olympus.
Mic check.
There he is. What's up, dude?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Not a whole lot, because the people saw that you were posting in text chat and were curious if they could ask you a few questions about that.
Yeah, I don't think a flat surface can analyze it. I'm not sure how it can. I'm willing to be educated, though.
So why wouldn't it have a horizon where the sky and the ground meet?
What?
So if the Earth is flat, would it be all sky or all ground?
It can do it with both, though. It's not exclusive to one or the other. That's true. I know that. So it doesn't like prove either one. I can stay on just in case they come back on and decide to ask me questions. I'll be muted, but I'll still be here.
watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.